I think we got it here from OMG. Now, normally it is the Tahm Kench. No, actually, no, it is the Yuumi. Because Tahm Kench is like the Persian, right? The evolved form of Meowth. So, okay. Here we go. Start Team Rocket for OMG. That's the direction they're going. While for V5, the TF locked in.
I think this is a good call from V5. I mean, you're already seeing a pretty strong poke composition come out. So right now, if Mole is going to go towards the Twisted Fate, he can play off towards these side lanes and not have to really deal with OMG, or at least drag them out across the map. Well, you got good wave clear coming through from the Aphelios and the Graves.
Okay. Dagda, we're going to pair it up with Mole, though. We're still looking for a support and a solo lane from V5. Still looking for our other solo laner and jungler here for OMG. So Olaf's taken off the board already. Bit to choose from.
I think Trundle will be the next ban coming out from V5. Both these pair super well with the Yuumi, but also just the terrain management that not the Olaf, even the Trundle gives you in keeping people at bay is really strong here. So I would imagine that's going to be the next pick. Ornn already banned away from OMG, so not wanting to give the opportunity for this heavy engage coming through from V5 when you've got these champions that want to try and keep you at range.
I guess the Lee Sin does that as well. We've seen what Yuumi and Lee Sin can do, especially when it's Hacker's champion that he's been prioritizing last split. So, Trundle still available. OMG banning out solo laners here.
The only thing that sucks with the Trundle pick is you're counter-picking yourself into the Graves. Trundle really struggles because of how quickly Graves can clear out that jungle, get out onto the map, and even just keep you at arm's length in that jungle matchup. So maybe just calling out OMG saying, look, have your Trundle if you want to, but it won't make a difference to us.
Oh, V5 got to pick first anyway after losing the Wukong here for Bubu, so going a different direction. Surprised, we haven't seen much of the Renekton yet, but that seems to be the thing left open. Doesn't have the highest win rate in the LPL so far, but our team still love it.
But look at the way OMG are playing right now. I mean, you've got so much disengage, or at least, keep back a potential on OMG that the Renekton's really going to struggle to get into this squad unless you can try and find something to start that heavy engage. But with the composition you have right now, you don't really have that option.
Oh my God. We're going full poke. I mean, you poke the bear or you poke the crocodile, and you're right, he's not going to be able to get near them. What do you add on top? We don't have a Syndra.
The Jarvan can work well here, so basically, rather than using him as this all-in engage tool, you can actually use the Cataclysm as a disengage, so ult in, EQ out and away. And as well, then you've got decent engage in case you do have a lot of poke that's landed and you want to have your time to get the party started in these siege scenarios or at these objectives.
Already got the balance of AP as well, so the Jarvan fits in nicely for OMG. A good direction to go when we're talking about how they set up their comp has been very obvious. While for V5, I mean, you talk about disengage. Well, if they get on top of you, very hard to escape with the way PP God's going.
Yeah, if V5 with the comp that they're currently locked in get onto OMG, they're going to have a fantastic time. I think they're just going to struggle to close that distance. Sure. And I think that's why when we look at Mole, you can either have him play two ways right now. You can go for this Rod of Ages into the Zhonya's Hourglass, which means he'll be playing much more of a heavy engage tool. So we want to be teleporting into the back line to set up these fights and lock someone down for the rest of the squad. Or more likely, I think we'll see him go Rod of Ages into Lichbane. He just plays off in a side lane, and then you don't even have to worry about OMG trying to set up for these poking scenarios.
It's just a reminder to everyone, we haven't seen any of the hybrid or the ADTF, of course, here in the LPL. It's just been towards that AP, unsealed / I think we've seen an electrocute in there as well, with secondaries going towards Demolish or going towards Inspiration. We'll have a look as we get onto the Rift, because Mole on a champion that can move with the rest of the team, that's going to be interesting. Feels like there's a bit more priority here on this mid laner, with the bottom lane ready to succeed as we get towards the mid game. And
I'm super excited to see V5 try and play this composition, because again, it's another facet that we can start to look towards, because it does require you to set up well with vision control, get into these objectives at the right time so you can try and poke and make sure there's no pesky flanks that are coming in from the likes of that Renekton. But overall, I think it is going to be a case of V5, if they can get this poke down, it's going to be so difficult for this Renekton to try and engage, and he just becomes a meat bag at that stage, just soak up damage for the backline.
You have to look towards OMG to accelerate here with the way their poke sets up. We'll be talking more about that as we get into the game. Remember, OMG really struggled against RNG. For the OMG fans, they'd be a little bit concerned as the performance they saw from players like Icon, the franchise player, alongside SMLZ, got caught out every other minute. For V5 fans who are growing in numbers, they want to see that success continue on as we head into the Rift here to start off your week number 2, day 1. It's OMG taking on V5. Jaya! I'm sorry, there are none, ladies and gentlemen. We are in, of course, well, not us specifically, the players, back in the arena in Hongqiao. But the audience is empty for now, of course, for safety. But it is good to see the players back on stage, I will say, Dagda. It feels like we're getting back to normality here, which is a very nice touch. Now, running into this first game, you know what we talked about? We said, what is Mole going to be going here on the Twist of Fate? Well, it is the Unsealed Spellbook, and he's taken the Teleport, which is a much nicer choice. I know on the CB LOL last night, there was a bit of an Ignite Electrocute conundrum in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is basically if you want to go all out and you just think, I can kill you, you go with the Electrocute. The Unsealed Spellbook works really nice in, one, giving you a bunch of options in this matchup, of course, helping TF just survive throughout. But as well, it means that then you've got the cooldowns that are coming in a lot faster on those summoner spells, so you can play the map a lot better with those teleports and destinies.
Very true. And for Mole, who had a pretty good first series of the split, we'll see how he performs up here against Icon, who himself didn't have the most successful. I'm looking towards the Zoe takeaway as well from Mole as well, but pause on that because Bio are going to walk into Curse here. And we talked a lot about the poke built up from OMG, Dagda. So now you're going to tell me at what points we should be looking for. Where does Hacker have to go, if anywhere?
So for Hacker, what you're trying to do at the moment is just keep track of Weiwei, because the moments when V5 are strongest is at these early stages before you've got like the Ezreal build coming through fully and you've got Zoe who's hit those 2 items. When they do hit those 2 items though, that's when OMG can come online. They can do so much damage, especially on Jace, Zoe, Ezreal, all spike around about the same time, so they can look to punish V5 at that stage.
The Team Rocket composition. We got V5 as well. Same players you remember from the first series, with a side note towards emphasis on Sam D and PP God. This is the first champion outside of the Kalista that we've seen on Sam D here in the LPL, but everyone knows that Aphelios is overtuned. I don't know what word I was going for apart from that.
He's fun and interesting, is what I'll say. But looking at this top side of the map, Weiwei has cleared his bottom side jungle pathing towards top red. Curse hasn't actually pushed in this wave as quickly as he'd like, so he's kind of overextended on this top side and could give the opportunity for Weiwei and Biu to set up something here. So I'm wondering how fast he'll be able to get up there. It looks like Hacker trying to sneak in here and see if he can spot out exactly where Weiwei is.
But he was spotted out. Nice little roam up from Mole, who was posturing aggressively himself. Weiwei now here to shadow Biu as that wave finally crashes, but every time Biu goes in, he gets punished pretty damn hard, as we've seen with the Jace versus Renekton before.
This is a little bit of a skill matchup where if you can get onto the Jace and he does miss position, you can do a lot of damage as Renekton. But I don't think Curse is going to give him that opportunity, especially as you can see already a huge amount of poke going down onto this Renekton. And he will struggle continuously underneath this turret, which is why, as we talked about already, Hacker trying to mirror Weiwei and make sure that he can keep his laners safe until they can get to that mid game.
Always sucks as a Renekton though, because when Jace is in hammer form and he presses E on you and sends you backwards, pretty much then and there you're going, okay, well, we'll try another day. As Weiwei's down here on the bottom lane. There is a pushed in bottom wave from Sam D and PP God, but Weiwei doesn't care. He's level 4. SMLZ and Cold on top of each other here with the next wave coming in, but Weiwei just positioning around the Crux.
Just trying to clear out some of these camps and try and steal away as much as possible, but we'll get spotted now by Hacker.
And Hacker's here. Weiwei doesn't have the smite available, nor does Hacker, so it's going to be an auto battle here. It's back and forth with the end of the line, and it's going to be secure. SMLZ and Cold pull on back to add a bit of pressure. Nothing really happens from there.
I was watching mid to see if Icon was going to go aggressive on small there, but yeah, either way, these are things you can do as Weiwei. Just get in aggressive. You know that Hacker can't really go too heavily against you on that bottom side, and you've got so much damage and escape from this Jarvan that you're going to be totally fine.
Oh god, Biu. The camera's going to stay up here because he's on 8 CS, folks. Curse playing this matchup very, very well, right? The aggression we talked about from Curse as a player is why we like him as a top laner. He aligns himself with the individual players like the Shy, like Zoom in certain cases as well. Like even, what did we see? It was Biu in the first matchup that we saw at the split.
We will see, though, just as we start to move into the next kind of jungle routes coming through here, that Hacker's gone towards his top side. So, actually might just be going straight for a gank here. I was going to say might try... Oh, there we go.
Wants to put down a ward, flag and drag. And remember, he doesn't have that much resistance now. Has to flash away. That was bad timing for Biu. And this lane for OMG looking mighty fine.
So, watch you... Ooh.
Big PP God, okay. All right, there's going to be a cleanse away from SMLZ.
Nice hook from PP God, and you can already see this is why we are talking these guys up so much. They are in an aggressive lane where they can look to take over, but already that CS advantage coming out pretty heavily in their favor.
It really is. Dagda, you know I'm going to focus a lot of this early game on that top side because the camera will keep taking us back there. Weiwei, after burning the flash, goes back to his own jungle. He's about to camp behind against Weiwei. Sorry, I was talking about Hacker there, and that means a level at the moment as well. As the Graves towards the top side, and finally Bubu gets to push out and get some minions. Still 17 behind, but hopefully that'll edge itself out as he pushes it against the turret.
Mole rolling down bot side, or Icon even rolling down bot side here.
It's okay for now. Depends on the trouble bubble. Could dodge away by Sam D and PP God as the proto belt that was picked up is to push them out of lane, so the back will come through.
And it will give the opportunity now for Cold and Icon, or SMLZ, to push out this lane. But Icon is losing minions and experience in this mid, alongside giving a bunch of gold over towards Mole. And as a TF, where you've already invested into the Merc threads to try and avoid some of these ganks that are coming through, that extra bit of gold will help you get the Catalyst and work up towards that Rod of Ages really nicely.
Also notice the Demolish taken here with Inspiration as the primary, secondary tree into the Resolve. So we don't have anything like the Nimbus Cloak we've seen before. So
what it does mean is that it's doubling down on this split push, because when you go for this Resolve tree, you take the Demolish and then you take the Bone Plating. So this means that Mole is all in on this split push, so we'll probably see him go that Rod of Ages into Lich Bane, then finish off the Zhonya's, just so he can be a nuisance on the side lane. And I think this is great. We already talked about it. If you start to just group up around these objectives as V5, you are going to struggle. No heavy engage to get onto OMG, and they'll poke you out. So just play a side lane, force them to play around the map, and you can ease that burden a little bit.
Now that Mole has his ultimate available, moves out of vision after pushing the wave with PP God coming mid. So the pressure going to start being applied now that Destiny is available. Weiwei going for the invade here as well to take blue away from Icon. And because Hacker's not here, this looks pretty secured. PP God already making his movements known up towards this top side. V5 say, we have an issue up here. We're going to resolve it. We're going to start giving View a bit more attention.
OMG picking up that dragon is really good for them, because it means that when we start to look towards... Actually, I'm going to hold on to this point.
Yeah, he has flash available, but doesn't want to use it. Icon has his own, and cleanse there as well. Just pressuring him off yet again. While Sam D's like, I'm cool down bottom lane, don't worry.
Going back to the point, though, that when you start to get to those two items, there's going to be, you know, that soul point starting to spawn. You'll be looking towards some of the more aggressive and stacking dragons that you're going to want to look towards as OMG. So having that first dragon really does give them a nice lead into that strong mid game that we were talking about.
We're talking about 1-2 items there as well. So for OMG, a team that can pretty much poke down V5 around these objectives, seems pretty difficult for V5 to contest. But having said that, we look towards the bottom side. With V5 getting the shove here, it looks like SMLZ and Cold were kind of just forced back. That means 2 bits of plating here for Sam D and PP God.
That's amazing for V5.
Bloody big.
And this is the thing, is usually we see this trade when OMG have committed towards moving towards the Rift Herald or picking it up, but this is just V5 and Sam D punishing this bottom lane, having the expertise to actually get that timing. And now you still have the potential for Weiwei to go up and contest on this Rift Herald that Hacker has started.
And it's not even the only lane that's succeeding. While we are looking towards the Herald, I mean, mid gets another bit of plating as well for Mole with a CS lead. Top doesn't look so bad anymore because Destiny's come through. The gold card locked him down. The flash was already burnt with Dominus cursed under turret. Doesn't matter. V5 turn around that top lane.
And this is a bad back timing from Icon. He ended up moving home so that then he'd be able to pick up this this first item for himself. But the problem is, Mole at the shove in, gets up towards that top lane, and you can see Hacker had already started up that Rift Herald to try and secure some sort of answer for the plays that V5 are making. But now you're, well, I thought they were going to start up at least on that Rift Herald, but still, you're getting Mole that first gank off, and it's so crucial as a Twisted Fate to get that ball rolling, because if you're not able to make these successful ganks happen, you'll start losing out pretty heavily as V5 in these early stages.
What can Hacker do? He started the Rift Herald before, now he's going back to it, but this is on a ward. Very obvious to the side of V5 that this is being done, but Mole still hasn't reset. The teleport was used before, but he's still here in the mid lane with Catalyst of Aeons, and Weiwei hovering around. Doesn't look like their option is to take the Rift Herald. They're going to give that one over to OMG as well. So 2 objectives at the cost of a gold lead here in the early game for OMG.
So V5 didn't want to start it off to begin with because Kerr still had that teleport, and we already talked about, hey, look, if V5 are in and around these objectives, it makes it super easy for Curse and Icon to poke them out. And I think as well, look at V5's, like the scaling at least that they have in their jungle and on their Aphelios. They don't really want to be fighting just yet because you're still waiting on items to come in for Sam D, Mole, and Weiwei has just finished his jungle item off of that.
Brush going to be stopping the back here of PP God. He just presses it again. He's going to try once more. Note that while we see backs coming here from the bottom lane of V5, I want to look at the items, but Sam D's like, not just yet. So we'll pause on that one because he's been sitting on a BF sword in a while. But Mole, he's gone back. He's picked up the Rod of Ages that's going to start stacking now as well. One of the first items on Summoner's Rift here for a laner.
I want to see Mole now using this pressure that he has mid lane, though, to get down into this bottom side. Because, yes, you've been pushing in a lot on this our bottom turret, but if you can get Sam D and PP God ahead, you're going to do far better than if you just put Bubu ahead. Evened out that lane a little bit, helped this Renekton get towards some of his items, but realistically, we already said, Renekton would just be a meat shield. That's all he's going to be able to do in this game. You've got to get the rest of your Aphelios and your Graves rolling instead.
That's what Weiwei seems to be looking towards. I mean, PP God has been roaming between mid and bot. It's been pretty exciting to see that Sam D, confident enough to sit on his own in that bottom lane while they had pressure to Mole's lane. They look to be shadowing and trying to pick up the movements of Hacker, who is sitting opposite Brush. You can see V5, a different play in mind. Cold in a difficult position if he gets caught out here. Over the wall they go, spotted out in the ward, and Dagda, are you ready to dive? Destiny's going to come through behind the turret. They flash away immediately. Rather arcane shift. Still the flash in hand as Cold gets flayed on back. The box down. They won't let it return to his master. And again, V5 strike fast. This time a double kill to Sam D.
They are playing this composition so well. You've now got them snowballing so quickly, a 3,000 gold lead for themselves. And when OMG are trying to get towards those two items, V5 have suddenly injected a bunch of gold to let them get to the 3 items where they'll start to take over.
I'm ready for Season 10 this game. Sam D is humongous. 115 CS. He's now got a bounty on his head after 2 kills, and he just picked up the solo turret First Blood. Big Aphelios here for V5. Big TF as we saw before. That top lane doesn't matter. Bubu, and as you said perfectly before, Bubu was evened out in that top lane with that gank. And now V5 going to get the Dragon as well, turning it into an Ocean Rift with said Aphelios. Do not give that to them, OMG. Do not. That would be absolutely terrifying.
Especially for the composition OMG is running. They're reliant on this poke, on forcing back V5. So if you give an Ocean Soul across this team, well, they're going to be so happy because they're just going to heal back everything that you tried to land on them.
Got an Infinity Edge now for Sam D as well with Azeel. Dagda, that was off the turret and the double kill.
So sick.
Very, very large man there. And while the Rod of Age is stacking up in the mid lane, Seeker's Arm Guard is added towards the inventory of Mole, who's now actually managing Curse in this top lane. Bubu going towards the bottom side to react to SMLZ and Cold.
And one of the things that impressed me about V5 in their last game was how well they were able to snowball when they got ahead against DMO. It was clear that they had this game plan, they knew where they wanted to put their advantages, and even in the game 2 against DMO where they fell behind, they did a great job of turtling and playing the map super smart. Now you have the opportunity with your TF looking great. He can play off towards the side lane. And as well, you've got Sam D, who's rushing towards these 3-item Aphelios.
But I'm curious as to what OMG go for here. They've got turret plating available. They share the gold 2 seconds before it expires. Herald won't take the full turret, but the grouping up here of OMG, we're going to now start seeing some of the poke that V5 were fearing. Even without those core items built up, OMG group up.
Mole has done a good job responding here. He's in that top lane, though, and playing off to his side, so it forces OMG to dismantle this group effort that they have in the mid lane because they've got to deal with this top lane push. Otherwise, as we said, you've got good wave clear coming through from Weiwei. He's got the end of the line, and you've got Sam D who can help push these out with an Infernum. So overall, this non-Barondov push is never really going to come too much and will give Mole time to push in these sides.
Holy dooly though, look at the gold down at the bottom of your screen. 1280 on the side of V5 here for this game 1 early game as Trollball was going to land, but at this point I'm not sure Icon can do too much to Bubu, who was building for that armor top lane. Still not enough damage from Mole at this point. V5, their response is going to be towards this top side, and they're going to be leading 2 turrets to 0 with OMG being very passive. OMG losing out in the trades once again.
And I'm surprised here to see the build that's coming through from Mole. We talked about how strong this Lich Bane can be for a side lane push on Twisted Fate, but I think he's a little bit scared that with the pushing power that OMG have right now, where they're trying to play underneath the turrets. Wait, no one saw it, okay. How far you can have these lanes pushed in by OMG, the hacker can just swing by and do a quick drive-by gank. So going with this Zhonya's instead to just try and keep himself safe and buy more time for V5 to get some sort of counter push or map pressure elsewhere.
Which is now complete as well, by the way. Also, like, against Curse, who's probably, you'd say at this point, one of the most dangerous members on the side of OMG, wants to deal with him thusly. And with the Zhonya's Hourglass, a lot of that lethality is going to be cut in half. So at this point, with 2 items now on the mid laner, 2 items also on Sam D, who has the Renan's Hurricane. We're looking towards that next dragon in 1:45. And Dagda, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We talked about what V5 can do in this game if we get towards the later stages. But more importantly, around these objectives for a team like OMG, who have that poke available, it's going to be curious.
Muscle?
There we go. Well, a bit of muscle involved, I will agree. Destiny's going to be used. But where is Destiny? Well, he's up towards the top side.
The big thing about this next dragon is you're going to really see OMG start to come online. We talked about those 2 items. Well, you can already see the Sheen in the pocket of SMLZ. You're going to have our Icon who come back as well before the fight happens to pick up another, at least half item for himself. So this is where OMG are super strong. So I think V5 are doing the smart thing here, which is pick up the Rift Herald just before it starts. And what it'll give you is the opportunity to just say, cool, you guys have your second dragon. We don't care. We're going to use this Rift Herald elsewhere on the map. And now you get these inner structures down or even this mid turret down, and this split push pressure takes on a whole new level.
I will also say, even if V5 contests the dragon, wouldn't you be scared as OMG at this point too? I mean, they're so far ahead. They are 5,500 gold up. That Herald's going to push that even further up. So at this point, I'd say maybe it's not on the cards anyway.
I mean, it is. I think you just want to wait one more Zeal item coming in for this Aphelios, and then you'll be good to go.
He finished
it's just,
Cole.
yeah, I know. He is very close to getting to that stage, and that's scary if you're an OMG fan.
Oh, if you get caught out, though, that's going to be a very different story. We'll just throw it up in the air anyway. You can see OMG, 2 members down the bottom line here in Hacker and Curse. Icon spotted top side, but pings are going down mid. V5 have a very fast push, and with the Rift Herald here as well, pressure added.
And where's OMG? They're only starting to scramble across this, but the tower will certainly go down off of this Rift Herald. And now they'll be the ones that can move in first, get control over this river. But look at the vision, crucially. We already said OMG need to be slowly getting control of these objectives so then they know where all members of V5 are. Because where Bubu's positioned right now, he's a great flank.
Got the Scuttle Crab available, but even in vision, they don't even care. So it's going to be running down the mid lane here for OMG as their final call. They will get the turret as a trade, and finally their first turret of the game.
Mola's going to take one for himself. Demolish, he's going to work through these towers so easily, and you can see no response from OMG. I'll take that trade any day.
Even without the Lich Bane, which is well and truly on its way. So, Mole, the level 12 Twisted Fate. OMG have sent Curse down to deal with him, but you're right, turret goes down, and it is a trade in the end for OMG, one that is unfavorable for them. Ocean secured, V5 heading towards that Ocean Soul in 2 Dragons' time.
And now we've got to look at the Baron that's going to come up as well, because ideally OMG would want to get this. You know, Baroned ups, when you're going for these sieges, makes OMG's comp absolutely obnoxious, but trying to get that Baron is the big issue here, because if they ever enter the pit, V5 can go for it.
Dagda, I know, Curse is dead.
Yeah.
He's walked too far, kaboom! So, you know what? Good attempt at trading here. Flash over the wall, collateral damage. Oh, hang on, not dead. Don't listen to Castles. What are you doing? He goes a bit too far forward, and first mistake out of E5 there. Curse survives, making it a trade until Bubu teleports in. And I tell you what, he lasted a lot longer than I thought he would.
I'm not sure why Bubu teleported in, though, to be honest. Icon's now going to, after all this shenanigans, get this top lane tower, so it's a bit more gold over towards OMG, but yeah, I'm not sure what was the point in wasting all this from V5.
Okay, well, just like we saw in their very first series.
There's some
Teemo.
hiccups along the way. There's some hiccups. It's still good from V5, though. I mean, you can already see it. A 5,000 gold lead. Now this Aphelios is really starting to come online. Lich Bane is starting to come through for Mole. And this is where the V5 comp will start to really OMG will really struggle against the comp V5 have, because their side lane pressure is going to be on point. They have great wave clear already. And unfortunately, OMG, this is the same problem that we saw from them against RNG, is not really able to get anything going for themselves in the early game and falling behind as a result.
Yeah, lack of direction has been there so far for OMG. But also note we're heading towards the 2-item point here out of some of the carries in Icon, SMLZ, and Curse. Manamune, or Muramata, sorry, is complete by SMLZ. Icon has the orb ready to turn into the devilish item. An Iceborne option here for the Ezreal as well. So we'll see. We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to decide. Baron's sitting up there and waiting as well. Sam D's just been sitting mid for about 10,000 years. And the level 12 of Felios has his second Zill in the making. With a redemption on board here for PP God. So good news stories. We've just got to wait. Yep, make sure Baron's not being taken.
And the thing for OMG, where we're talking about that 2-item spike, where you've got, as you said, the Oblivion Orb coming through, you've now got the 2 items on the Ezreal. Usually this is where they'd be really strong, but because V5 have been so heavily accelerated, that power spike has started to drift off a cliff. And this is a big issue, because as long as V5 don't give OMG the opportunity to poke them out where they try to sneak a quick Baron or something along those lines, they should be fine to just play around these side lanes.
Yeah, and we know how important it is for Vision here with poke compositions. V5 narrowly miss out from the engage there. Troll Bubble's going to land. Bubu actually caught on out. Dominus used, locked on down. Everything used here from OMG, but they get their first kill of the game, and V5 are forced back.
All they had to do was not group. That was all they had to do here. And V5 runs straight into the hands of OMG here. You still have Mole down in this bottom side trying to push, but he wasn't in a position to try and create any pressure. And V5 just gifting over kills and shutting down a lot of the map pressure they just managed to get for themselves.
They send the man with the teleport, the Jason Curse, with 2 items down to receive that bottom wave. Teleport available. OMG hovering around now, getting vision around that Baron, which for the longest time they did not have. And after Mole clears that out, they walk back up. For V5, direction where?
Well, ideally, they want to still try and have Mole down on this side lane, keep the wave as close to that bottom turret as possible. The bigger issue here, though, is trying to avoid situations like this where OMG spot out where everyone on V5 is. You've no way of engaging on them, and they can have Hacker play front line. So this is, as you can see, where the poke starts to take on, where they can play very aggressive. If V in their go
towards second, third, OMG find their way back into this game, then for V5, without that Ocean Dragon, without, I guess, the Baron as well, it'd be very hard for them to deal with. At this point, SMLZ sitting mid with Icon. Vision still maintained around the Baron, mixed of course, but Dragon is coming up.
I'd love to see Mole rotate up towards this top side, and as that Dragon is coming up and you're getting towards soul point for V5, allow Mole to create pressure and try and get that second turret in the top side while all this dancing is going on.
I mean, he's got the Ghost, he's got Exhaust. Remember, Unsealed Spellbook here for the TF. It looks like right now clearing out Vision. So OMG confident to push up mid, but Dragon's going to be started here by Weiwei in the bottom side. And OMG have no interest in this. They might have actually found Mole. Curse versus Mole. Lethality's there. Destiny used to try and get out. Curse can't stop him in time. And Mole will escape before Icon gets there.
They spotted Icon in the ward, though, which is why you saw Mole just peace out. Wanted nothing to do with it. Because V5, the Dragon, though, they're now on soul points. And we said already, these Ocean Dragons counter OMG so well. You're just healing everything that OMG throws at you.
And one more towards the soul. 5 minutes, folks. And at the 24-minute mark, still, V5 maintain that gold lead here by about 6,000 in their first game against a team that's not DMO. So we wanted to see what it was like.
Are we going to see V5 pick up 2 games in a row?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I think I've seen I think after seeing V5 int a little bit up there on the top side, I'm not sure. And even Weiwei getting caught out now here with the Lost Chapter. Hook's going to land, but Curse is in as well as the Wombo starts flying. OMG have their poke set up here as Sam D finally makes his way in as well, but they're choked up in the middle of this pit. And now Bubu attacks them immediately. 3 dead in the blink of an eye. Never mind. Sam D still massive.
OMG have missed their opportunity. They even go into a pit for no reason, which allows V5 to collapse on top of them. V5 now will turn towards this Baron. Icon and SMLZ will have to do everything they can to try and poke them off.
I mean, poke the key word once again to use. PP God lands a hook though. Icon has to cleanse away. Mole ready to go on in as well. Baron continues. SMLZ and Icon at full health. But they're going to be pulling off. They don't want to risk it. And so they're going to give V5 the Baron here in game 1.
And now this push just takes on an entirely new level for V5. You have a Baroned up Lichbane Twisted Fate who can play down towards that bottom side of the map, put pressure onto that inhibitor turret, while the rest of V5 can look to answer in that mid and top side of the map as well. But you can see here they try to get on towards Weiwei, but the whole idea of this comp is to have Hacker as the last piece, the finisher, after all the poke has come through. But when he just starts off the engage trying to get a pick, it means V5 can collapse so easily because OMG are dragged into a fight with V5. And V5, because of the composition they have, will always come out on top.
Bottom lane showing up again though here for V5 alongside Mole. So very good news story. If we're seeing that kind of coordination out of a team that had absolutely none in spring, it's already a massive level up. Baron now in the hands here of V5 after we saw in the replay. 9k gold lead here at 26 minutes in the game as well. Fourth item on the way for Sam D, who's holding onto a BF sword. That'll be a GA soon enough.
Interesting one as well is that Twisted Fate build for Mole. He's going for the rapid fire cannon, so looking to be more of a utility.
Okay, well that was weird from Hacker. He kind of misses. Curse might actually find himself dead from Bubu, who bullied him all game long. Golden in the nick of time through the two-shot barrages. Mole has now come in, and he's turned the favors as well. Bubu flashes on, and he's feeling himself. What an early game he's gone through. No more. Destiny used, and Mole wants forward into this one. SMLZ and Cold. Where is he? He's gone mid.
They don't care about the top lane. You've got Weiwei battling through bot. You've got the rest of V5 in the mid lane. It's over.
Yep, they walk through mid, and V5, the story continues, huh? We thought one series, that was massive. But against OMG, they show up. They've had control of this game all day long. And now here in game 1, they'll take the Nexus and move to match point.
You said it perfectly, Hysterics. It never looked like V5 ever slipped against OMG in this game. From start to finish, it was Weiwei keeping track of the enemy jungler, and then it was just about scaling, getting towards those later items where if you end up in a team fight, V5 are going to win, or they just have TF split push all day long. And Victory 5 played a very clean game.
What a crazy year 2020 is, huh? V5 are leading the charge, apparently. So at this point, you got to say one thing, and that's that OMG didn't really stand a chance. As soon as the ball got rolling for V5, it was the ganks through mid, ganks bottom side. The proactivity, that's not a word I used with V5 in the past either, was there all time long.
But credit to V5 because they got off the ball rolling very quickly. You can see Wei invading, keeping Hacker in check, even looking towards Mole in this mid lane. The ganks that he got off with that Twisted Fate in the early game really started the snowball rolling. We saw, okay, let's go top so that then we can shut down the one winning lane that OMG had, keep that in check, get Bubu back on the right track, and then we just go towards bot. We already said Sam D was the main team fight victory for this squad, so get him a double kill. Yep. Now we're off to the races. It just looked great from start to finish.
Once we know an Aphelios is fed, that's when you stay away from him. We got towards that dragon fight, and that was a nail in the coffin for OMG. I still like the composition. We rarely see dedicated poke comps in the LPL. It's about execution here for OMG, much like it was against RNG.
And that's the big thing for me. It reminded me heavily of OMG versus RNG, where they weren't respecting the pressure that come out from the mid in the early stages of the game, overextending in lanes, not playing towards champions like the Twisted Fate, where you need to try and manipulate those waves so you're either playing close to your turret or you're very quickly bursting them out and getting back to your own home space so you're not going to be caught out. But Mole did a great job on multiple occasions doing just that. And from there, V5 could run away with it.
Look here, it's not like the damage is insane from V5, right? Those small early engages that set the ball rolling and then taking everything that was available to them on the map. So compositionally speaking for V5 as well, I mean, it was something simple to execute. It was all about how Mole moves around the map, which he did early on. and moved around way well.
And it wasn't only just that early game, it's when we got to the mid-game, V5 never gave OMG a chance to enact their composition. Yeah. So we saw it when, okay, cool, we've got the Rift Herald, we're going to plonk that down in the mid lane so we can take Dragon before you're able to come and aggress on us and try and poke us out. Okay, so we're losing the Terra top lane, but we've already got Twisted Fate down the bottom side of the map who's clearing out your tier 2. They were always trading up or finding smart ways to avoid the strengths of the composition from OMG.
Because we're going to come back to the shot calling here in V5 and the way they were able to communicate so cleanly. I mean, Lyric and I talked about it last time where the comms on V5, when you look at their cameras, PP God is very vocal. And he was that game as well. He's very vocal. I'm curious because you would look towards this team as Mole being the most experienced voice here on this team. Weiwei in the past, I know, has been quite a vocal shot caller. Not sure how it works here in this team, but we'll find out more, and I'm sure we'll ask around as well.
Well, the thing is, don't forget the PP God trained under Crisp on FPX. He was under the FunPlus LDL team.
FPX plays, yeah.
FPX plays, yeah. So he's worked underneath someone who's obviously very vocal in FPX as well, and world champions no less. So a lot of that experience is going to drift across onto PP God. And although it is his first split here, he still looks absolutely incredible. His plays have been on point. He's obviously very vocal, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot more of this guy.
3-0 so far in the summer split. You're not hearing that wrong. V5 are 3-0. They're 1-0 up against OMG here in this series, moving to match point. We're going to go to a break and find out if their run of luck, or should I say skill, continues here in the LPL. We'll be right back.
他去把军舰锤掉的话，感觉他这波可能就比较安全。
杰斯没卡住那波线啊，这里要被越了。
可能能换
过来，卡米尔交一个闪现，塔姆过来一口是把杰斯给含到了肚子里，保障了杰斯的安全。杰斯砰砰2枪将其带走。
马老师这波闪现好了，
想抓上单的剑魔，悲伤这个 W 应该是没能踩中。剑魔想去找一个悲伤，悲伤有大招的，要不要回到过去呢？旧梦在旁边，这一剑是命中了一个远距离的鳄鱼，但是旧梦自己的位置在屏幕的左侧是比较危险的啊。这个催眠细胞没能命中，但是南向一个大波罗直接将其收掉，这个伤害太爆炸了。Mason 自己也不好走啊，一个正义冲拳往左边去冲，自己又开始减速了一下，但是没办法，虽然说嘲讽了一个3个人在等他，南上一波 double kill。提着马身上又刷了一个王者板甲，拉一下骚大了，骚大这个阿拉互动开钻过去吧，哎呀自己没钻过去，别人钻过去了，两边瞬间打了一波1换1，女枪已经被秒了，艾克想做英雄，1000块钱拿到手，他秒杀了男枪，看一下要不要真男人来一波大战，提着马身上一个王者板甲，他能走掉吗？交出了一个死亡闪现，他还是没走掉，两边战到了一个弹尽粮绝。但这个时候巨魔跟皇子还是有一些等级差的，11对12，悲伤这个时候血量不好，苏尼有可能要先秒皇子了，那就是现在。Angel 先把皇子给做翻在地上 ，Morgan 也被打残 ，Morgan 也倒了，龙还是被 Sofa 给抢了下来。这波 W 是要溃败了，又是一个大招。看一下苏尼这波一波追击之势，卡瑟琳你还是15级，但是他马上就要16，马上进入他的收割节奏。
马上就到，速级
Double kill。
顺势他们一个正义荣耀接王者板甲的双加速，疯狂的去开团，一个阿拉霍顿开，3个人运过来，再来开一个大招，卡瑟琳收到了卡莉斯塔人头，双 C 已去其一，红四方已经不太好绝了，卡瑟琳一波 double kill，再找第3个人，再收一个由杰斯收到他的人头，卡瑟琳已经在人群当中来如风雨，去似微尘，再一个闪现接，而且呢夸抓 kill 的卡萨丁。仿佛吸入青云蔽月，飘摇兮流风回雪。这个卡萨琳帮助队伍拿到团灭。
微不足道，一无是处。
Double kill。
正义将会得到伸张。
Triple kill。
再试一次。
Quadra kill。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow.
Well, the party continues for V5, huh? One game in the bag and potentially one more to go here against OMG. They started out with a bang and we started out with a party for them, but it looks like the ball will keep on rolling. I'm Hysterics, this is Dagda, and V5 somehow look great.
And I mean, there's nothing else to say. These guys have played a couple of different styles now, but definitely every time it comes to it, they've figured out how to play against the enemy, how to figure out what's the best way for them to enact their game plan.
Yep.
And compared to what we saw in spring, where it was just like, okay, cool, let's just try and dive bot over and over again. They just fall behind when it comes to even straight up 1v1s or their skill in solo lanes. It's just been an entire turnaround here.
I just don't know what to say. For V5, of course, they're going up against teams here to, let's be realistic. DMO first. DMO's doesn't look like a great team. OMG have looked a bit shaky as well. It will be a test of them going further against better teams in the LPL to see how they perform. But for now, we can say that a V5 do look like a good team. And so does Mole here, who's your MVP for game number 1. Mole played well. The Twisted Fate was super clean. Only one misstep there before where he had to flash away. And there were a couple of mistakes from V5. But apart from that, alongside Mole here, they really nailed down the hatch.
And it's great to see Mole starting to come back into his own, because when he started on BLG back in spring 2018, he looked and was talked about as this absolute menace in the mid lane. But very quickly, as that our split went on, he started to fall off. Now, though, with this new roster, we're starting to see glimpses of those expectations come back.
I mean, it was this gank bottom lane that I thought, wow, like V5, they've got a plan in mind. Destroyed Cold and SMLZ. And that's when we added Sam D into the equation as well on his Aphelios. And from that point, Bew, who got bullied all game long, then came in himself and started knocking on some doors.
Especially when Bew was put so far behind in the early stages, just off of the pressure that Curse was putting down. That one gank from Mole turned it all around.
That's right.
Bew then came online. You saw how strong, as you said, Sam D, but also PP God. Those thresh hooks in and around some of these objectives were crucial to stopping this pressure from OMG going through. And overall, V5, we talked about already, the entire team stepping up.
Kind of a bit of a surprise for us. Of course, for audience tuning in, I know they'll say, why do you guys just hype up V5 all the time? Go watch Spring. They sucked. They really
didn't
sucked.
win. They won a game.
They were 0
no
and 16.
series.
They were on the Jin Air Green Wings road, you know, or should I say the flight home, right?
They still hold the record. They hold the record right now
in
for
LPL,
the worst LPL
Yeah,
list.
and almost the worst team in the world. For V5, Summer's a very different story so far. We'll see how we go into game number 2. I'm looking down here because I'm looking towards draft yet again. We saw Sam D on Aphelios. We've seen him on Callista. I'm curious as to how far else that extends, of course. Mole's champion pool, we know, has never been an issue. It was the Zoe first pick from OMG to set up this poke composition to take away that big power pick from Mole in the mid lane.
But that's why I loved the change in draft that we saw come through for V5, where they did opt for Mole to go for this Twisted Fate, because you already saw the inklings of it, where you did have the Zoe into the Ez, into the Yuumi. You were like, right, we know exactly what game plan you're going for here. We're going to just dissuade. We're going to go away from that. We're just going to play side lanes. And it worked out wonderfully for them, on top of punishing in these early stages.
And now we've got V5 on the blue side. You know, they've moved on over. We're swapping sides here. So I'm curious as to how that changes, because with the priority in Callista, the Karma ban, which we've seen every once in a while, funnily enough, what is going to be the first pick here for V5? I don't expect to see something like the Zoe. I expect to see Sam D priority yet again.
It could be the Sam D priority. I also really like the Graves for Weiwei. I think if you are seeing some of these champions that are just so damn good in the current meta, why not just gravitate towards them once again?
Well, we're having an ode to silence for OMG. And while we are talking about OMG, remember, they started against RNG, and RNG, they were looking super clean. Here against V5 as we move into pick and ban. We apologize for the audio issue. We'll get that sorted for you shortly.
This is actually a minute silence just for the V5 memes that are currently done.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Maybe an ode of silence, because after that, the V5 fan account's going to start popping off again. We got the LeBlanc and the set ban here on 10.11. The Varus Graves, a very different pick ban so far from both teams.
I mean, look, you saw how good this Graves is, especially in the hands of Weiwei in the last game. There was just no answer from OMG. Hacker was completely on his Todd, and it means that now coming into this, they at least have a better opportunity to play that jungle matchup and not just have Weiwei completely dictating the pace of that early game.
Super interesting, though. Taking away from the jungle Dagda, looking at a solo lane, which solo lane bans throughout. Mole's not going to get his Zoe. We're not going to get the Jace from Curse once again. couple 80 carries open if V5 want to go down the same path.
Could go for the 80 carry, could go for something like the Trundle. There's a lot of mix-ups that can still come through. Syndra, of course, is still coming in as that flex pick, can go towards Mole, can be played in that bottom lane if Sam D wants to go towards that. So again, this is actually a pick that, especially against that Aphelios, if OMG are going to go for it, can work super well against him in the bottom side of the map.
Also, we haven't seen the potential of it flexing down there for the Syndra, right? We know Mole plays this, but does Sam D flex it down, as we saw a lot in spring with the Syndras across the world, but not much here in the LPL?
Well, we are going to see the Aphelios locked in, so we'll keep our eyes on how that bottom lane matchup goes. Curious, though, what will be locked in here? I think Hacker should go towards something like the Trundle here, or you can go towards the support as well, but just making sure that you're still keeping your options open as you go through the rest of this draft.
Thresh has been a really high priority. MSC now here in summer. We've seen Thresh being the top-tier support in the LPL, and taking that away from PP God, who found so much success, seems to be a wise move. The Lee Sin going to be locked in, though. They don't want to look at anything else. And there you go. We know where the Syndra's going, because Sam D once again on Kalista.
It does say, though, the V5 are going to be looking towards, obviously, this team fight, very much that mid-game focus with the Kalista and the Syndra, and that Lee Sin now paired with it as well. So OMG, wouldn't be surprised to see them, even if they want to just go, okay, we're going to look towards late-game scaling, pick up something like the Orin here, and you just play hands-off in the early stages of the game, and not worry about trying to beat V5 in this mid-game.
Oh, hang on. Dagda, let's go a different direction. Now, that can be flexed, but Icon is an Echo player. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes mid lane.
Especially, well, actually, here's a little funky one. Don't forget, Kallista's a flex as well. So,
yeah,
technically, we can see a mid
view.
and top. Well, I'm thinking Mole could still play that mid.
Oh, no.
And you could still have the Syndra go bot for Sam D. So there is still flexibility here. You don't know for certain.
That is the flashback to Mole going any lane as well. So Mole could actually take it top. Bubu could play Syndra mid. And then Sam D goes
well,
whatever.
Even you could just have the Kalista mid. You can have Sam D play this Syndra.
mid,
So look, there's a lot that can still go on here. Okay. I'm
You're
just
crazy.
pointing it out.
You're super crazy. Let's move forward, because Trundle is going to be banned in the end. So they're assuming that is going to be an Echo in a solo lane. Just a bit of a flashback here in the LPL. Echo was played so much during the jungle. Now it's only kind of Bei Shang, as we've seen, who will pick that up on the side of WE. But we don't know. OMG, a newer roster coming together with, not really a newer roster, new season, I should say.
I'd love to see a Gragas ban here from V5. I think looking at the comp that OMG are going is either split push, which is probably what you're going for here with the Echo, or you can still play this kind of heavier engage comp. But at least when you have this Gragas, you can pair well against Weiwei in the early jungle. And as well, you do a good job of keeping Kalista at bay. You can force back Syndra. It means you've got a lot of stuff you can work with here for Hacker. And he played it so great as well in seasons past.
Okay, well, we got 2 jungle bans, so we're looking towards a different direction here. We do apologize for the issue, but music!
We got it!
Hey, now we're hyping you up. It's so weird doing a pick and ban without music. It's just, you forget the...
Honestly, I'm just so used to droning you out that it doesn't really make a difference regardless.
Okay, well, that's such a nice thing to say. Thank you so much. After the 2 support bans, OMG. The lock-in here is going to be towards the Olaf, so Lee Sin Olaf back in action here for Hacker and Weiwei.
Okay, so we see, OMG are just going, look, we're going to go all in on this. You're still missing, though, for OMG, something that could be that big engage tool here. You've got champions, yes, that really want to get in aggressively in the Echo and the Olaf, but setting them up is definitely going to be needed. I love this from V5, reading that, okay, if you want to go aggressive, that's fine with us. Tarek pairs super well with the Kalista, gives you that strong early laning phase, but also does great against the likes of the Olaf and the Echo, because you can throw down that Cosmic Radiance.
I mean, we got a super simple comp to follow here from V5 yet again, right? We've got the Renekton, we've got the Syndra running into the mix. We'll talk about that in a second, because on the side of OMG, it's now about what hits that top lane. Curse doesn't have his Jace to go back to. Is this the option he wants to take on? Yes, it is. GP Echo. And we got the Aphelios. We got some hard scaling here in the mix.
So OMG with that Gangplank now have given them the option again to play towards that side lane we were talking about with the Echo. But it also acts as this disengage tool with that Cannon Barrage. So when you're looking towards the short range to mid-range composition that V5 have, well, that's going to work perfect for them, because Kalista's going to struggle with the Cannon Barrage. Syndra doesn't want to try and navigate her way around that. So this is going to be OMG, I think, having a pretty good time. And again, look at the scaling you have here on OMG between that Aphelios and the Gangplank.
But I will say for V5, this game looks to be up to PP God, right? the amount of burst that can come through and the participation in the fight, we'll call it, from OMG. PP God uses his Cosmic Radiance at the wrong time. V5 will get slaughtered.
They definitely will. And I think as well, we've got to look towards Weiwei here to try and get something rolling in the early stages of the game. It's not the best of matchups for him in the jungle, but when you've got this mid-game focused composition with the Kalista and the Syndra, if you're not getting off on the right foot, and even with the Renekton paired on top of that, you're really going to fall off a cliff come those two
bloody
items.
big cliff, right? Like it's going to be falling off Mount Vesuvius at this point, right? Or maybe into it, we'll see. At this point for V5, they hold the momentum though. That first game was a very strong showing. Even though we talked about, you like the OMG comp in game one, right? You like, because again, we don't see many poke comps. We go into a game two where, again, for OMG, you can see their direction, but how is their execution going to fare? V5 have the momentum again. They're 1-up, undefeated in summer. Does that continue? There's only one way to find out as we head on to Summoner's Rift here in LPL 2020 summer on the road to Worlds. And Dagda, you know what I said last time I casted V5? I said V5 are going to Worlds, very ambitiously so. Let's get there first, right? But V5 onto the Rift they go.
I mean, if V5 can keep up at games like this against, JD, Top Esports,
that's a different question.
Then they'll come back and we can address that. But I think at the moment, look, either way, it's been a very marked improvement from this team. And I've got very high hopes for what they can do, especially for the likes of that bottom lane. Samdi and PP God have really, really impressed me coming into this.
Yeah, true. It's the bottom lane we didn't expect. Bubu as well. He absorbed all the pressure in game number one and sent it right back. But V5 here, preparing for the OMG potential invade, which is not going on. It's towards the top side that Icon and Hacker are positioning right now.
I think the best thing that OMG can do here is just keep it at bay here for at least this early invade, but have Hacker still look for it in the later stages, because Curse should be able to poke out Bubu to begin with, and then as well you've got Icon who, at least in the later stages, should be able to push in aggressively. So when you hit that level kind of 5-6 mark, that's when I expect Hacker will instead look to start getting into Weiwei's jungle and being a nuisance.
Well, right now, they're starting on opposite sides. It's going to be Raptors versus the red buff start here for Weiwei, but same buff starters. Nice little trade in the bottom lane, but think nothing of it just yet. As PP God doesn't care about Cold. He says Sam D will trade back harder than that. And Cold actually moved to half health very early on, while the shove in the bottom lane over to V5. So level 2 at this point could be hit first with the next wave coming in.
And that's the thing. If you're trading aggressively like that as Cold, you've got all these minions that are turning to start auto-attacking you. Now they're not hitting the creeps, so You're getting damaged. You're not getting your push as quickly. And as well, you're against the Taric, who's going to be able to heal everything back up as he goes towards that level 3. So V5 taking control once again in this bottom side of the map.
There's a very interesting graphic that just popped up. Level 2 has been hit, though, from both bottom laners. As Icon going to do the same here. Nice little phase dive onto Mole. The electrocute proc comes through. There is a trade back, but remember, phase rush here, not electrocute of the same sort. So Mole has to burn a pot here. He's got cookies, thankfully, to pull him back up to that top health point.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Mole here just shove in this wave back, try and pick up a Dark Seal, and just try and ease out the pressure that Icon can put down onto him. This is a pretty obnoxious matchup where if this Echo is consistently trading aggressively, and then he hits towards that level 6 where he can rewind time and not worry about the Syndra ultimate, it becomes very hard.
Okay, we're going to pause. Dazzle's come through here. Cold versus PP God. The health pretty much the same. Pot's going to be burnt yet again here. Cold actually running out of pots while Hacker down towards the bottom lane. PP God and Sam D are backing off, but is it in time? Hacker lands the undertow onto 2 onto PP God. There's their focus, forces the flash. Sam D gets hooked on in as well. The flay back nicely. Dazzle's great, but he has to flash as well with the exhaust on down. He still dies under turret. And OMG finally show us something in this series.
OMG with that hook from Cold managed to turn that around. It looked like it was going to be all for none, but just about eking that one out. Fantastic play.
Oh, Bubu, hang on. That's Cold the Meek. Dagda, sorry, go on.
No,
Bubu
you're
almost
100%
dies.
right there, because I'm trying to figure out where's Weiwei's down on this bottom side, so this is still pretty dicey here, and the power of the Gangplank early against Renekton.
But good scout of the week. Weiwei into a minion. No, you saw that there. He has to flash with the cripple. One more auto necessary as Weiwei doesn't want to dive the turret. Okay, V5. What was that?
Early game not going as splendid as it did in the last one for V5, and OMG now ahead in this bottom lane, which is, again, where they want to start getting a lot of this gold funneled. SMLZ and this Aphelios wants to get up towards those 3 items. Same in this top lane, but at least for Curse, this is a winning matchup for the Gangplank, so he doesn't need as much help to get the ball rolling.
Cold now roaming towards the mid lane, though, and I will keep an eye on the top lane Dagda because teleport has been used. Curse walking to lane himself. But my eyes are peeled towards mid here. Cold hasn't been spotted. And looking to Shadow, but Mole positioning towards his jungler while Icon just has to dodge away from Scatter the Weak. There is still kill threat here, but Mole's going to be walking back towards the top side.
This is the V5 plays, though. Get Mole out of this lane, start roaming towards top. Hacker will be here shortly, though.
Okay, how does the dive go? Curse a level behind. Barrel taken away. Big minion wave. You're right about Hacker, but not here just yet. They turn onto Curse. Underneath turret, he takes it. He flashes away with the undertow connecting as well. BuBu is not tanky enough at this stage. Hacker flashes on top of him. That's the first kill. While V5, it's gone horribly wrong. And Weiwei now getting 1v1. This is so easy for Hacker. Sayonara as Mole runs out of mana. Curse takes the chase on himself. And with the barrel set in position, a nice Scatter the Weak to save the day. But V5 again lose 2.
That was a great read from Hacker to figure out, hey, look, there's more than likely going to be something going on up towards this top side, but bottom, we're still good.
Nice Graviton with Flay, but OMG, it's still just a better trade. And you talk about better trades across the map. Hacker now has 4 kills. This Olaf is Viking level scary, and I wish we had a volley bear in this game because it would be great to pair the two together and play that War Druna, you know, get that music pumping.
The thing is, though, this is the reverse of what we saw in the last game, where OMG are the ones looking to take it easy, looking to scale, and the onus is on V5 to make these plays happen, but they're able to turn this one around. V5 even have a ward on towards the Crud camp here, so they know the Hacker will be pathing towards this top side. They just don't make this play happen fast enough. And Mole is so low on mana that once this goes awry, there's no coming back from it. There's no turnaround kills that can come through.
This gives me a flashback to FPX of last year where Gimgoon would play GP top and these teams would try and dive him, but it would never go the way they expect just because of how GP is as a champion. You see surviving that with a great flash and Hacker picking up the kills now. A lot of comfortability on the side of OMG in the form of 2,000 gold. This game, this early game specifically, is theirs to take. And for V5, a lot of owners push now on where they can get back in.
Well, OMG are actually just going to try and double down on the pressure here. Icon moving down. Hacker is so tanky right now with that Cinder Hook already complete. This is going to be a dive.
And Icon has ultimate. Sam D and PB God do not. The Dazzle under turret. This should be quite easy. Icon uses the ultimate to get back, and that Chrono Break saves the day. Tanking turret is Hacker while he shares the love around the rest of OMG. 6-0 here at 7 minutes.
And look at Curse, he's doing a smart job here, backing away, knowing that if we're making the play on the bottom side, right, I can't be at my turret on this top lane. Instead, moving towards the mid to make sure that V5 aren't getting plates on both top and mid to answer.
I just noticed Hacker did pick up one of those kills though, Dagda. So it's 5-0 now, but we did give a kill over to SMLZ. And I have to say, finally, OMG shaping up. Against RNG, horrible. Against V5 in Game 1, the same. Game 2, a brand new OMG that I'm sure fans can be pretty excited about as they also pick up the Ocean Dragon. They've got Cloud coming next. And this team that scales, this team that, you know, has the bruiser slash tanky man in Olaf, we could be with a Mountain Soul.
OMG did lose out on a little bit of golden experience there in the top lane. I thought Icon would have just wandered top, cleared out the wave, and then rotated back towards mid. So a bit of golden experience going across, and BuBu did get 3 of those turret plates in the top lane. So this Crocodile is going to be very large, and there is the chance that BuBu could try and make these aggressive plays, but again, will struggle against the likes of this Gangplank goal to really get on towards the back line.
Definitely turn around in position where BuBu is, you know, trying to find something in that top lane rather than just survive. Hacker, level 6 here on the Olaf. Same level as Weiwei, but, you know, he has those kills in his back pocket. He can play with this aggressive pathing, which leads him up towards that top side, leads him to the potential of vertical jungling, but more importantly, the Rift Herald at 8 minutes in the game.
And this is the problem now for V5. They want to get off. They want to be the ones that are taking these early Rift Heralds and snowballing their advantages, but all those advantages are gone.
Yep.
Hacker is so far ahead that even in a 3v3 scenario where at this stage you think V5 would come out on top, OMG will be able to clear it out.
Dude, he's got triple Ruby Crystal. I mean, Hacker's, he's got all the help in the world. I'm kind of sad he didn't go and change his path to Warriors once he was so far ahead, as we used to do a lot in the LPL. But still, he's still massive. He's still going to be near unkillable as it is going to be picking up the Rift Herald for OMG. Still that 2K mark is on top of them. 2K gold lead. I'm talking funny today. I apologize. As Mole is walking towards the bottom lane, but some good warding by OMG spots him out.
To be honest, according to Twitch chat, I talk funny all the time.
Hey,
so I don't really mind.
Hey, there's no RNG games today, sir.
Yeah.
So
But
it's funny even when you're not casting. I
still
noticed
is.
Twitch chat yesterday still says RNG. So what a legacy you built up here, sir.
completely intentional as well.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of people still don't understand. That's just how you say R.
That is just, it's how the entirety of Ireland says
Say
it.
R for me.
Or.
Yeah,
Or.
that's a word, but okay, no, fair enough. It's okay. I say some crazy things when I've been calling prawns. People call them prawns here. I call them shrimp. No, wait, no.
No.
I call them prawns.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because
Wow.
there is no shrimp on the Barbie.
There is no shrimp on the Barbie. There's prawns on the Barbie, but there ain't no shrimp. No way. That's not us.
Either way, coming back into this game,
Sure.
V5 are... hang on.
Hey, this is solo kill territory. Good scout of the week here. The parallel convergence comes down, but Mole's not caught in the middle of it. Icon now showing a bit of strength here in the laning phase.
Yeah, you said Icon was an Echo player, but he's doing a damn good job of taking over this mid lane. And you can see Mole is trying to push in and make these plays down towards the bottom side of the map, but look at the ward coverage there for OMG. Makes it impossible for him to do anything, which means that OMG, again, are getting this time to scale.
And there's a bit of pressure added with Mole coming back into this lane, but look at this. Gold shared yet again with Rift Herald. It won't take down the turret, but it's just more of that snowball being added on top at 11 minutes in this game.
And now you've got a 3,000 gold lead in favor of OMGs. And look, how do you try and crack open these turrets and open up the map at all? So then OMG...
Sorry, what is happening, Tom? We're just facing off in the bush.
But OMG, at the moment, they've got great wave clear. Icon can clear all day, same with Curse. Even down in this bottom lane, you don't really have the pressure to push in underneath this tower because the short range of Callista. So as long as you got this stallmate coming through from OMG where you don't have Rift Herald available, V5 can't do very much. Yeah, you're stealing away a camp or two, but Hacker's already so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
So then we need to see a play like this onto Icon work out, but he's just picked up the Chrono Break as he heads on in with a phase dive. How will he get out of this? Good scout of the week, but the wave not cleared. Icon just walking away.
Hacker's in the topside jungle, so he knows, hey, look, this entire area is safe. There's also Bubu who was backing in that topside, so he's not going to be trying to make any plays happen, though.
Okay, Bubu has used Dominus here. I guess he was scared of getting dove, thinking they saw Hacker, but Hacker was actually spotted mid, so I'm not sure about that one, Dagda. Just throw it out anyway.
And this is where we're kind of seeing, okay, V5, they haven't got everything together just yet.
Yeah.
The early game got away from them. Now OMG are doing a good job of slowing down the pace of this game. And as we said, this is exactly what OMG want to do. Scale, get the Aphelios to 3-4 items, get your Gangplank to us the same, but here we go.
So that's why I think this is a good play here. There's going to be a Cannon Barrage, but it's only onto that 1 minute in front. Sonic Wave doesn't connect from Wayway. As Sam D's getting dove on the bottom side. Going to be much easier here as Moonlight Vigil gets called the kill, but it is a trade. Okay. But can V5 get Curse up here? Kick into the wall. Scatter the Weak, unleash power. Bubu picks up the kill. That is a net win for V5 until the turrets start going down.
Yeah, mid lane is going to go down in favor of OMG. Now you've got bottom lane that's under pressure as well, so they're going to be able to get the plates here. So 10 plates going over towards OMG. And yes, you can answer in that top lane, but it's not going to be the same. OMG definitely coming out ahead here.
Especially not if Icon finds the solo kill onto Mole. Parallel convergence used nicely, and the Scatter the Weak doesn't land. So now Icon comes in with a burning passion on top of Mole. Flashes on top of this Syndra. He flashes away though, and that means the Chrono Break doesn't hit the mark. Mole survives. Icon has to leave. And this is a familiar situation with him in the top lane.
PP God is here as well, so Icon now going to back away, but still, Icon putting pressure down. It delays that tower, and it's given the opportunity for OMG to get back onto this map. Look at where Aphelios is right now. SMLZ shoving in mid lane. You've got Hacker, who's now taking the second dragon for OMG uncontested. And you've got a Mountain Dragon as well. Now, not going to do too much for the side of OMG, but at least it still gives a little bit more resistances against the likes of this all-in from Mole.
I mean, we we already had an unkillable Olaf. It just adds to that as well, right? You know he's just going to build pure resistance at this point. He's still sitting. Hack hasn't back, by the way. He might now have to. Whoa! Flashes away into the Dark Passage. Survives. SMLZ going to get flashed on himself. The Fate's Call used. A double man knockup as Bubu's here. It's now time for the Taric ultimate here, which saves Sam D. Gets them the kill. Bubu now looking for his own on top of Hacker. He will spin to win it and gets a massive shutdown. OMG stayed a bit too long.
SMLZ has been doing this so often. Just get PP caught. Look, it's over. Go home. It's okay. But SMLZ is constantly getting caught out in these situations. And we saw it against RNG. We saw it in the first game. Now we're seeing it in game number 2 as well, where he's going way too far forward. And yes, Hacker does get out, but it's SMLZ who's been baited in that ends up giving across the kills and giving V5 so much needed gold in their pocket.
I mean, the gold, they've caught up a bit. They're 3,000 gold behind, now only 2. You can see the turret plating. V5 did pick up quite a bit, especially in that top side. Weiwei and Icon are going to be meeting, butting heads a little bit. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and I think Icon has the damage here, but Weiwei turns it around, still has the kick available. Parallel convergence, dodged away from nicely. With the support of Bubu, that's all it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention. In the middle of that fight, I said Hacker hasn't backed in a damn long while. It was at least 5 minutes. He went back and picked up a Black Cleaver outright and still has that other Ruby Crystal to sit on. Now against Mole, the potential is there to kind of be a bit of a nuisance. One more auto. Yeah, there we go. Hacker can't find it in time.
He tried damn hard though, but with Weiwei still playing heavily towards this bottom side, you can have Hacker just go try and start off this Rift Herald. SMLZ and Cold are keeping control of the mid lane for the moment, but unfortunately, Curse is still trying to play push out in that top lane.
And Hacker, meanwhile, is going to be playing with the Herald himself as well. I want you all to note that when we came into this series, we talked heavily about the bottom lane of V5. Of course, this game, with all the pressure added by OMG, they haven't had a chance to succeed, bar that last fight. They were sitting 1-3, 0-3. I think we saw a trade kill from Sam D before, but they've been bullied this game by OMG, and it's been one of the strengths of V5, so it's great adaptation to see that OMG knew the direction needed was towards that bottom lane.
The thing is, though, with V5, with the Syndra, with the Callista, and that Renekton, are actually strong right now just because this is where their composition really starts to come online. Black Cleaver will be completed soon for Bubu. You've got those first items coming through for Mole and for Sam D. So if OMG are trying to fight right now, they will lose out. They still need a couple more of these items to come through, especially on the likes of SMLZ.
I'm looking towards SMLZ right now. He's got the Infinity Edge. Also know the Proto Belt in the mid lane. Trinity Force with the GP is going to evolve very soon into components of another item. We've seen Essence Reaver second here a lot in the LPL. It's fun to see a GP again. I think, did we see it in the MSC from memory?
We did.
I believe we did.
We saw, I think it was Zoom as well. We saw Captain Zoom.
Yeah, we did. We saw Pirate Zoom. Shame we didn't get to see V5 at MSC. Do you reckon V5 would have beaten the LCK?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think they might have needed a little bit more time in the incubation tomb to kind of get to the stage.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. I don't know why it was a struggle for me to say that word.
Incubation?
Yeah.
No, it's not the hardest
still,
one, is it?
I know, no, not at all. But look, there's
now people are really going to start doubting you, man. You know, they gave you the RNG thing.
I can talk good, me.
Fantastic. V5, you can see the positioning topside here. That's because OMG were looking to contest, and especially looking around that topside turret. Mole defending. There's nothing up here just yet. More importantly, the start of the Mountain Soul, the Mountain Rift, in less than 1 minute.
So Hacker has also got his Rift Herald here that he can try and put down, especially as we talked about that dragon just about to come up. So you can use that to create pressure mid, which is why you're seeing V5 shove very aggressively in this mid to try and shove out these waves, get over towards this dragon. PP God just back in as well. Finishing off that redemption is going to be really crucial for this fight.
The balloons picked up on Curse there as well. I'm looking at PP God's redemption. I'm thinking, okay, what next? He played a crucial role in that last fight.
I'm also looking across the Cold. The Shirelia's build has started to be a little bit more of a come-through for Thresh. We used to see him go very tanky, but the speed up that you get is going to be super useful for OMG here, especially when they're trying to kite away from Mole, Samzi, and Bubu.
Dagda, we're piling up towards this Mountain Dragon, now up in 5 seconds. And the gold, a lot more even than it was before. V5 have picked up a lot of resources across the map. We're now only at about 1,000 and then some. Syndra starting to put out some damage here. Mole, level 12 with the Luden's Echo plus the Aether Wisp. Herald mid for now the Dragon. V5 are going to take this quick.
I'd rather see OMG give this up and just play towards that Herald mid. If they can turn for a fight here as V5, they're in a great spot.
It is secured. OMG have walked into this river anyway. Scout of the Week only hits Curse, which he oranges out from. V5 pick it up, but now the inner track still for OMG as the Death Sentence lands from Cold. But here OMG are now with the pressure on mid.
We'll get the tower. V5 a little bit late to the party. Looks like they're trying to trade instead. Mole moving down towards this bottom lane. I don't know if this is the right call. This could be an inhibitor if they realize it's 4 versus 5, but OMG don't stick around to find out that information.
Now the Herald's gone, Wave gone as well. Bit of damage onto the inhib turret, but that'll slowly heal up. So Mole here is only going to have to deal with Curse and maybe Cold if he heads in that direction. I think he doesn't feel threatened by Curse at this point, but Cannon Barrage is going to come down. He had the doubloons to level it up when he went back. A good Scout of the Week for the damage, but Mole doesn't have enough mana. Flash away from Curse over the Q, and that's an easy solo kill. And Mole, with the disrespect, gets hit hard.
And now you're not only losing out in bot lane, look at the top lane. Icon's going to get this tower as well. V5, though, trying to answer in this mid lane, but OMG are collapsing.
I mean, this could be pretty dangerous for V5. Remember, Hacker's pretty strong
the
as
TPs.
well. The TP for the flank. Icon's there as well. And V5 are going to get cornered. Good Fate's call to get them out, but the parallel convergence into the middle. Not taken, though, as the flash forward here with the ultimate. The Cosmic Radiance a little bit late, and they've already taken down Sam D. Low health bars on the side of OMG as Bubu is trying to carry this Renekton. Right in the middle says crikey, and he's dead. V5 lose out on the fight, but OMG come close to losing some of their own.
V5 again, we're seeing these hiccups come through. You lose the Syndra in the bottom lane. You try to make the play in the mid lane, but not respecting that OMG are happy to just collapse. They are so far ahead that they don't even need to spend their gold to win out, especially in a 4 versus 5.
If Sam D survived there, maybe a different story, but the Cosmic Radiance was a little bit slow. And now the gold goes back up 3,500 in the favor of OMG. To reiterate what Dagda was saying early on, I mean, the scaling of OMG is there. And every time these fights go in the favor of OMG, you think, well, V5, this game's slipping further and further away.
The double TP was great here. A little bit of a mix-up when it came to the actual execution here, where couldn't get the barrels coming in from Curse over the wall. They didn't actually detonate properly, but still, they managed to get the plays. The flash in from Cold sets this up, and it was a little bit late from PP God on the ultimate, but realistically, that engage came through so fast, you don't really have a chance, and Bubu isn't strong enough to carry these fights on his own.
Because you imagine there with Bubu in the middle of 4, if Sam D was alive and invulnerable for that period of time, that fight could have gone very, very differently, but it was nice of OMG, the target selection on Sam D to find that kill before Cosmic Radiance came down. And now on the other 80 carry SMLZ, he's got his 2 items and OMG are looking for some more. Sam D and PP God have to be careful. You can see already, yep, a bit of extra damage now onto the Aphelioses. V5 look to defend their homeland mid.
There's also the opportunity for them to try and rotate bot lane here for OMG, because Bubu caught out on his own underneath this turret. A lot of members from V5 are not going to be there to support him.
Split pushing Syndra. You don't always see it, but I'll say OMG are probably winning out in the split pushing war.
Yeah, I'll always take an Aphelios, Gangplank, and Olaf against the Syndra, especially when they're this far accelerated.
Now they're heading towards another inhibitor turret. Mole's still up there. Now, of course, he has the teleport. But at this point, Mole doesn't show any sign of backing off. But OMG do. Okay. They pay their respect. Fair enough.
At the end of the day, this is still V5 trading evenly.
That was a good
And
trade.
when they're so far behind, that's pretty good. The problem again is that they don't really have the scaling on their side anymore. You can even see the Spellbinder coming in from Mole is just, okay, we need to try and get something back right now, and that burst that it offers could be important.
As a found icon, Chrono Break going to be used there by the Echo. And so Weiwei didn't have to use his. That is a small net win here for V5, who are grouping up mid. Pretty persistent on taking down this outer turret. But OMG again defending quite easily. It will be time to reset because we've got 40 seconds towards the next Mountain Dragon. V5 picked up the last one. And hell sure they want this one as well.
They do have vision control down right now for V5, which should help them in maybe trying to find a pick or something before this starts off. And that kind of feels like the only way they're really going to have an opportunity now of pulling back into this game. Use the likes of Bubu, where you can push out bot lane, rotate in towards this river, and with Bubu and Mole potentially find something, but it feels like it's a long way off, especially with the way OMG are playing.
But still grouping up as 5. OMG spreading out. Let's have a look across the map. Everyone here. And Dragon up at about 1 second. OMG have priority through mid, but look at where Icon is. The positioning, the parallel convergence, but he gets knocked back. Nice scatter the weakest. Sam D gets altered by PP God, and V5 invulnerable, but now without a Cosmic Radiance. Icon a big threat.
The thing is, though, for V5...
Hang on. Dagda, we're going to have to pause. Nice scatter the weak. It uses a Ragnarok here, trying to get Curse with the Dazzle, but he doesn't walk into the open arms of V5. OMG still pushing through mid, sending them back as the barrel set up from Curse is nice. He's now in with another Way at half health. The Death Sentence land from Cold as the ultimate from Aphelios is there as well. The box down in the middle, and OMG have blinking, or not blinking, but full health bars at this point. The Death Sentence comes through, and even though Sam D's alive, he needs to pick up a lot as SMLZ is doing the 200 years thing yet again. A triple kill comes through as BuBu and Sam D trying to bring it back, and it's only a 1 versus 1. The Penta denied while Curse has to deal with the Croc. V5 and OMG butt heads, and there's only one left standing on each.
What I was trying to say before that fight kicked off is that V5 used the Cosmic Radiance to set up BuBu and give him enough time to close the distance. But when OMG are just running into them like this, V5 actually have a fighting chance. You haven't quite got the scaling on SMLZ just yet, but now that he has got 5 kills for his name, going to be picking up that Zeal item just after that QSS as well. This is where now OMG can get a little bit more aggressive. So don't expect this to happen once again. But look, if OMG are going to play into this, especially with BuBu having direct access to the backline, this is where V5 are in great shape. Sam D hitting onto multiple members as well right now makes it very hard for OMG to win out on these fights. It ends up going even because of how accelerated OMG are, but still a little bit dicey.
Bit of a shape of SMLZ there, I will say. Nice flash away from the Dazzle at the end. Picks up a quadra kill. Sam D got his triple, so it's 80 carry galore in that last fight as we reset. And while both top laners were the only ones survived, it was OMG who got out onto the map first towards this Dragon, but look towards the top side. Baron is being started. And now stop. Okay, V5, fair enough. That was probably going to lose you the game.
Especially if Curse was able to get that Cannon Barrage down on top of them, then you can maybe have that chase potential come through with everyone shut down in the pit. But you need that Cannon Barrage in a lot of these situations to create the distance between Mole and Sam D and try and keep SMLZ safe in the backline from BuBu. But look, at this stage, they're really just so far ahead. It's difficult for V5 to operate in these fights.
Especially when we get into the point of this 1-3-1 with the GP and the Echo in the side lane. Icon doing it right now demands respect. And OMG actually heading back towards the Baron, but there's a lot of vision that's going to save V5 from having to manually check the pit itself. Right now, that's the job of OMG. Clear it out and set up for the lure that's going to bring V5 into their deaths and move this into a 3-game series.
And this has been a great turnaround from OMG. We said we wanted to see more from them in the early stage as well. We by sure got it in this game. Hacker taking control of this jungle matchup and running away with it. 5 kills to start things off, shutting down plays on that top side, getting plays working for them on the bottom lane as well. OMG looking like an entirely different beast.
Control, something we haven't said so far this split, but now through mid lane, V5 are looking to challenge. Parallel convergence has been a bit of a thorn in their side so far. Curse is actually reset, by the way. He's now running out to the mid lane. So he's not here yet.
They'll take their time with this one. Pushing the waves a little bit, get yourselves in a nice position, move in towards this topside jungle and get the vision control. Make sure that there isn't a way for V5 to try and make any pesky flanks happen.
We're just having a look at item comparisons down the bottom of your screen. It's 80 carry versus 80 carry. It's the 3-item mark for both. As good poke here onto Sam D. That's who you need to hit. But remember, PP God's ultimate, that's what we'll be looking for here. The Cosmic Radiance has been pretty crucial. It's a nice scatter of the week yet again, but they still want this turret. The pressure from V5 as forward they go. The Cannon Barrage used, but not PP God's Cosmic Radiance. That'll save the day, clear the wave. OMG hold on to that turret again.
They're holding on to this turret, but at the end of the day, it's not the biggest issue if it drops. OMG are just trying to clear out these waves and give the opportunity for Icon to push in this bottom side. It does help a little bit on this Baron dance, but not the end of the world. It's a bigger issue, I feel, for Curse not having his Cannon Barrage up and available right now, because V5, if they can find and engage, not having the Cannon Barrage to try and get out of these dicey situations can hurt OMG a lot more.
He's level 16 though, so he got 3 points on the ultimate. Bit more cooldown reduction. Of course, he went for the Yomu's Ghostblade, just a note if anyone hadn't seen it already. There's a lot of damage here on the GP, plus the BF turning into what looks to be the Essence Reaver coming up as well. Those 3 items will be massive on Curse. Comparison, Bubu has kind of hit the peak of his item point with 2 and then some. So Bubu level 16 himself, top laner versus top laner, the only 2 left standing after the last fight. As V5 finally get the mid lane turret. 29 minutes later. Well, you know.
Wei doing his damnedest to try and clear out some of these wards, but not going to be able to get every single one of them. And at this stage, I don't really think that V5 can move aggressively in towards that Baron area anymore. OMG should be able to try and keep control of that area, play towards it, just try and draw V5 in, but it's only to buy time for the bottom lane split push. Although, as I say that, Bubu looking to see if he can get in behind this gangplank.
Both solo laners here. Mol's trying to find him. Curse is going to walk face first into Bubu. Now remember, Orange is available. Flash is there as well. He burns it. Okay, Flash a minute before Dragon.
But this is the thing, OMG, they should have been towards that Dragon where they could, or Baron even, where they could have just turned directly onto it. That's why we saw Mole with a very quick TP, but they weren't in a position to try and take advantage of both solo laners being on the bottom side. Still get the teleport out though, so they can look to rinse and repeat, at least with Curse pressuring bot side.
I think Mole was also trying to surprise them through mid and just take the numbers advantage. And that doesn't work out either. Curse returns to the bottom lane against Bubu. And he's chasing this Renekton. And at this point, why not? You're pretty damn large.
And now we got 30 seconds until this Dragon is up as well. So V5 are in a bit of a hard spot here where do you try and play towards this Dragon? Or are you going to use this opportunity to, like they did in the last one, go towards the Baron? I think they really hurt themselves too much if they don't try and contest this Dragon. But with the advantage that OMG have, I'm not sure they can.
Some good warding. Look who they spot out. Everyone from OMG is towards the bottom lane and they know. Straight towards the Baron. This is in full vision, but they want to rush this or at least bring OMG over.
They're going to get OMG over. Bubu is backing, looking potentially for a TP flank here. We'll have to see exactly where he decides to go.
Cannon Barrage is going to come down. He's going to be pretty quick about it. It's 4 versus 5 for now. The Echo off to the side, teleport being used, but OMG can turn on him. Curse is set up with the barrel chain. Bubu, just a horrible TP. He will go golden for now. And Mole dies to Icon while Hackers in the middle of the pit, and the Baron is not an option anymore. At 2k, they're trying to burst it down. V5 just need to take the Baron, and they will with the Ren, but can they survive the fight? Sam D in the middle of the pit, trying to make his name known, flashes over the wall, but so does Icon. And V5 was worth a shot, but OMG say no.
They were bleeding and they knew that they were on death's door. It's try and make the Hail Mary play. It doesn't work out. OMG will close out this game.
You can see the V5 comms, they were laughing a bit. That's right, Dactor, worth a try is well said. And for OMG, we finally get that sign of brilliance, right? We finally got what we saw in 2020 spring, which is the OMG that can challenge the higher-ups. Now, granted, V5 don't feel like a higher-up yet, but they definitely challenged them, and they'll move us to the Game 3 to decide this series.
OMG did an amazing job of controlling the early game here, which meant that all the pressure was on V5 to try and make something happen. Throughout the game, though, OMG dictated the pace, and it made it impossible for them to have the strong early to mid game that their composition wanted, and they eventually just got outscaled entirely.
So much better OMG. Composition again, and you know, we'll say for OMG, I liked it very much. It was very simple. You knew where the conditions lie. And yeah, it was a flip around. As you said in the early game, it was a flip around of OMG being proactive when necessarily they don't have to. V5 were trying to force, and OMG were always there. Props to Hacker that game. I think Hacker had a very good jungle game.
And I think the nice addition from OMG when it came to that draft was when they saw the Syndra, the Lee Sin, and the Callista, they're just like, okay, look, these guys are going to be playing a very heavy engage. They want to try and play around this short range composition. So if we can get the likes of the Gangplank in here and we're able to kite back, well, then we can do a lot more when we get to the later stages. And especially off of the pressure that was put forward in the early stages thanks to Hacker meant that they just snowballed entirely out of control and got to that late game much faster. But either way, OMG played really well around their composition strengths.
It kind of comes back to what we were saying at the end of last week. It's like the form of Hacker can sometimes dictate this team, because the OMG of the past, fans will know, it's always been about Icon. Like if Icon plays well, OMG feel like they're playing well. If Icon plays bad, you know, and so on and so forth. Hacker's been moved into that conversation a little bit, even though the last games we saw were SMLZ getting caught out, you know, like Curse maybe not having that carry performance that we wanted to see. Well, this time around, Hacker performs well, and so does the rest of OMG. And even SMLZ had his carry pants on that game, almost picked up a Penta. Had some great Aphelios moments, and I gotta say that game was a lot of fun to watch because we had some big moments there.
SMLZ did rip his pants a couple of times that game, though, where he bent over and got caught.
He brought extras, though, man.
So I want to say, yes, SMLZ did have a strong game, but still these overextensions are getting him caught out sometimes. OMG, though, were far enough ahead, and because they had that late game to fall back on, it didn't matter too much. But still, overall, Hacker looking great. Curse's Gangplank looked stellar. And I think that overall as well, pair that with, as you said, the Icon's Echo. This was a recipe for success.
Finally. I mean, finally OMG gave us something. I was getting worried because my concern with the LPL is always like the depth of talent. Not that it's been a concern, but how it shifts when there's so many roster changes. And for a team like OMG that didn't make that many roster changes, Alias and Sora are the only people that have come in their subs. OMG should realistically be stronger with the synergy that was shown in spring. We didn't get that in the first series. We didn't get that in game 1. So now, with OMG finding form, I think against V5, like, they're going to be tested a lot more, and it will come down to this third game to show us who is actually on that bubble of a top-tier team.
And it's funny to see because on both occasions, the team that should be hitting, you know, that 2-item spike and really taking over the game has been the team that's falling behind early. So I think it really does come down to the junglers in a lot of situations. Weiwei in game number 1 did a great job of tracking Hacker and making sure that he was able to match him and keep him at bay and get the lead in favor of V5. But in this game number 2, Hacker was all over him, was dictating the pace from start to finish. And I think looking at this, obviously it was the Olaf coming in as the counter pick. I think that was really the recipe here that made the difference, was getting that jungle advantage, and Hacker just took on an entirely new lease of life.
And the only mistake I guess he made that game was sitting on 4 Ruby Crystals for about 5-6 minutes and not backing at all from the jungle. But he's so far ahead he didn't care, and that's what OMG were. So damn far ahead that held control of that game too. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see if V5 can fight back or if OMG continue their success.
直接是分割战场，另一边小狗从后方切入，这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出，我这个还没有死，还在输出，还没死，我真的没有死。
又着了E了，要被秒了，现在这个一招的有点尴尬，大招放出来能够换到玉米，点燃能抓什么？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。 小号往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不够，带走了，闪现出空，没有自防的3杀，只要一口，还没有机会，还在秀，有后方5连肉，没有关系，在进场，还有5杀的机会，看看又在里面，3下不够，没打出来，最后一下接到了，漂亮！
看王子怎么选择，想一 Q 被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后的话就想正面开团。 这边打起来，比谁肉，谁就比谁大个肉。老鼠被突起来，死了，没人打老鼠啊，没人打老鼠啊，龙龟也死了。哎，老鼠被秒了，被大叔秒了。那可以，这都可能站出来了。教练什么降咒？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，活着，感觉一波出来，一波推 OK 了，继续。
这边打了送过去，然后没有伤害，开大，但是人这里反正打漂亮，哇！我的天，这一波又在操作完美。
我看这一波锤子想进来秒人，但是一个奥拉夫也是秒不掉。
蛇女在侧翼被又在直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1飞的伤害太高了，完成 double kill，triple kill，double kill，4杀 kill， 完成了一波 ace。你觉得小狗这把有什么看好的环境吗？来 W 回来，卡米尔有没有带到吗？卡米尔推出去的，这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，配合狮子狗，全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个塔拼的上，妹夫这边可能要被完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，又在第3球，好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了。这边继续跳，斯高特是临死之前秒掉了悠哉，之后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，这波落单了，也不能落单过来，小狗这个落有没有机会？有了，爬起来直接秒掉，这边还能打出来，逼出了闪现，这边闪现，小狗哇，小狗好夸张，小狗跳起来了，又遇到2个人，再击破 A， triple kill， 一个小狗，一波素质3连，
维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多，一剑命中的是小明，是麻辣香锅，麻辣香被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，皇子盖的不错，但这个位置凯南跟艾希的输出位置很好，两边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，九总跟赵鑫对倒，瑞兹也倒，又在输出非常的高，
来，2两由头帮忙把对方的一个突出给顶走，但是这个点燃看上去一个大招，反身用大招走，鱼三这边挑人家往后面拉，鱼三没有死，哇，这波天秀了，
拉到了support，辅助直接先秒掉，
有的还收割了，
杀落漂亮。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Well, seems like V5 struggled a little bit and lost their first game of 2020 summer. Now we're going to see if it goes all the way or if they can finally fight their way back against OMG. My name is Hysterix. I'm joined by Dagda here, and we're going into a game 3, one where OMG just showed us everything. And I have to say, Hacker really took the lid off of this team.
Yeah, I cannot believe how strong Hacker looked comparatively to game number 1 versus game number 2. And it really did come down to him just dictating this early game, making sure that there was no way for Weiwei to start this early snowball rolling so that then you could play towards the strengths of this mid-game focus team.
Now, you know, Hacker would be a great MVP. SMLZ's MVP, by the way. Now, that's fine. He did have a better performance. I will just say, Hacker does probably deserve this as well. But whatever. SMLZ gets it. He didn't get caught out or, you know, do his crazy thing as much as he did in previous games. Because let's be quite honest, SMLZ in his first 3 games of the season has not been too great. So at least then we got his 4th game and it was a little bit better. So well deserved. We move into a game 3, one between V5 and OMG that honestly, I'm starting to love the V5 series now, no matter what.
I'm getting onto the lyric hype train. Like, I'm starting to really like V5.
And it's not
like,
even about,
interesting.
you don't have to get like behind V5, you just get behind the series they play because they're a lot of fun. Especially that second game. I mean, watching V5 operate where they did the do or die Baron, which both happened in the end anyway.
They did it and they died. It was perfect. It was the best way to end that because really, but it's still, you know, V5 realized, hey, look, we're going to go down here. There's no way that we're going to be able to fight them as this game starts to go on. We have to try and make a play. It didn't work out, but now they can come into game number 3 and reset themselves. And I want to look at this draft and see how do both these teams operate inside it, because so far it's been kind of either side going, okay, we're still going to try and at least have these team fights and have these scraps, but it's really the later game scaling that's coming in to be a big factor.
Because we haven't had the most difficult of team compositions to run, bar, you know, the poking composition we saw out of OMG that wasn't successful. But we've seen some pretty straightforward stuff, especially last game from OMG. A lot of the scaling elements put out on the board. And then for V5, the onus on them to make something happen, which they never could from the get-go. So we'll see what changes here. Of course, I do believe V5 are on blue yet again, if I'm not mistaken. Dagda, and that whisper into my little ear. So going forward, what do you want to see? What stands out to you?
I think coming into this, obviously like the Graves and stuff, I think are still going to be banned. Graves, Varus, the likes of these champions. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more priority from either of these squads onto the Ornn.
Okay.
I think just giving that engage could really help either side. We're seeing a lot of the Aatrox, well, not the Aatrox so much this series, but definitely the Renekton's. And in a lot of situations, it feels like he's struggling to get into these fights. And I think Ornn could just help the squad a lot more than the Renekton has been able to.
I will apologize, V5 is selected red here. So we're into game 3. And those Graves you want to see banned, it's gone. The Varus on the red side banned there, and the Thresh taken off the board. And with no Zoe as well, we got a different first pick, unless they want to go Aphelios for SMLZ again.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, SMLZ looks good on it last game. It's got that late game scaling that's coming through. You can still play towards the likes of the Ornn and some of these later stage scenarios. And I think that's where, once you start to put the pressure on either of these teams in that early stages, that seems to be where they're falling down.
Dagda, are you ready for the Lee Sin off Weiwei again? Because he didn't have a good game 2 on it, but he had a good performance on it versus DMO. So curious.
I like to see them pick the Syndra and then a support here instead. I think keeping the door open for what you'd like to see in that jungle, especially when you have the opportunity to counterpick on this third selection. I think you can play around quite a bit more with V5.
Okay.
Just go and lock in a support here. Go towards, I don't know if you want to heavily go towards like the likes of Nautilus or something like that. But yeah, your AD carry works well here too. And as well, the Misfortune does a good job of keeping this Aphelios at bay in team fights. Just that ultimate can make it difficult for the Aphelios with the short range to have fun in these fights.
Seeing a new champion on Sam D as well. Remember, I wanted to see how the diversity goes here for his champion pool, and we are getting to see a little bit of it. So the Misfortune, not the most popular pick in the LPL anymore, but all the less still one that's looked at by people like Hope, one of the big name AD carries. What do OMG want to do? They want to set flex here.
I still imagine that this is going down towards the bottom lane. We've seen Set move away from being a top lane champion, and because teams have just realized, look, Set is still going to be Set even without his items. It's just his base kit is so high. So let's just put him in support. We still get Set, and we can just take a strong top laner on top of it.
At the very least, we have also seen it from Teachama on WE. He brought it to the mid lane too, so there is a lot of flexibility if something changes in the draft. The Trundle's going to come through here for Hacker anyway, and what you wanted to see was a jungler picked up here on that red side second pick.
Because see, if you want here for Weiwei now to go towards the Lee Sin, you do have a good matchup into the Trundle, and then you are very much following your train of thought here with this mid-game spiking team in the Syndra and the Misfortune. Bard, though, going to be locked in for the bottom lane. This tells me V5 are assuming that Set is going to go down to the bottom lane, and you're trying to keep it away from the Set, scale up in towards that mid-game, and have those big ultimates as the Bard.
Also, flashback to JDG Game 5 of the Grand Finals. What won them the game was Lumal's Bard, and it was this Misfortune-Bard combination, which Bard lays down the ulti in the team fight, Misfortune gets the setup, and out go the bullets. So I love the duo.
And look at OMG's composition right now. They are super immobile. It's really difficult for a Set, a Trundle, or an Aphelios to try and operate around both the bullet time and that ultimate coming from the Bard. So realistically, it's a solid pickup against what OMG have selected so far.
So they're getting rid of a bit more CC on the side of V5. They're like, hey, Icon, you're not getting... assuming that it is, yeah, they are assuming that Set support. You're not getting the Echo, you're not getting the Diana. Sorry, had a bit of a crisis. We've got the jungler bans coming from OMG, though. Off the likes of the Jarvan, Weiwei's Lee Sin, is that what you get up to next?
I'd imagine so. I mean, you're trying to get rid of the Jarvan for, again, just setting up super well in this mid-game brawl fight that V5 are going for. I think the Lee Sin can still work well here because you've already got your engage tool in the Bard. You just have the Lee Sin to help set up your team for success in the early stages.
Looking seriously at the Ornn. And if we're talking about the setup, Game 5, what did Zoom play? Was it the Ornn? It wasn't GP yet. No, our grand finals of spring. Do you remember?
I think it was Ornn, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, well, sadly,
either way, yeah, we're not going to see it.
Damn.
I think here, if I'm OMG, I know you'll pick into a bad matchup in the top lane, but I think going for something like the Ornn, the Wukong as well, gives you some really strong engage, which is kind of what your team is lacking so far. You can use the set, but a little bit more difficult for him to get into those positions. And then as well, when we're looking at this mid lane, I would love to see something like an Azir here, where you just go all in on this later game scaling, and you've got the opportunity to just shove people back if they ever get too close. The only issue with that, though, is the Misfortune can make it a little bit difficult for Azir to play around these fights, but looks like we won't be seeing that. Instead, they're doubling down on this engage.
This is a lot of all in here from the side of OMG. We'll talk about that in a second, Dagda, because I'm very curious as to what rounds out the jungle. Now, Weiwei in the past has been a heavy AP jungler. Something like the Elise is fine, but he's also played a lot of the Karthus, which is not popular at the moment. Weiwei has a wide champion pool. Something like the Kindred is not too far from it.
Kindred is a smart pick here just because when you see all this heavy engage, it is very much a haymaker, straight on top of, blow everything to try and kill people ASAP. Kindred just gives you that little bit of moments respite where you can hang on while you're all in that nice Kindred ultimate, give you an opportunity to reset yourselves for the fight after that Kindred ult goes down. And as well, don't forget, if you can just delay for a moment, people start to group up, they all start to clump, and that's where the Bard ultimate can come in as well. So this is kind of a disengage, or at least take a step back with the Bard and the Kindred, and hoping that you're able to keep the likes of Curse, Hacker, and Icon out of your team. But it's so difficult to do because of just how heavy the engage is on this OMG.
Yeah, it looks like the setup this time around for V5 is going to be a bit more difficult to execute, right? So we'll see if they can do it, because Game 2, it looked like they really had a hope and prayer of making anything happen. For OMG, coming into this one, I talk a lot about momentum and how teams feel after coming out of a game. They had their best game of the split so far because the other 3 games were not great at all. And so for OMG, you talked about it, there's a lot of all in there. There's a composition that can just pile on top of each other. It is the Galio mid for Icon, which in the past we've seen Predator as well. So the also ability to roam here for OMG through mid.
It's unusual to see this style of composition, though, paired with something like the Aphelios. Usually you'll see something like the Callista, so that then you've got this really nice mid-game fight where you can all in and just try and snowball off of that, especially as, you know, Wukong starts to pick up the likes of Triforce, and you've got a lot of that power situated on that 1 to 2 item spike. But going for the Aphelios means that you're still reliant heavily on the damage from Wukong, the damage also from the set support to a certain extent, to carry the fights until Aphelios can get to those 2 to 3 items.
He's on comfort here. We saw what he did last game, picked up the MVP in Game 2. But we're on to a Game 3. Hello, folks. Again, V5 OMG, butting head-to-head. Now, did I think this would go the distance? I did, actually, surprisingly. I don't know why, but I just thought V5 can't be that, you know, that clean, right? It can't be another 2-0. Somehow, I was right. What did you do for your prediction of this series?
I think I had OMG.
Did you? I did as well. I changed it last night, and no one changed it on the graphic that went out on our Twitter. I'm very upset.
I didn't say anything. You know?
Oh, I just, you know.
I'll back you up. I saw the text messages. It was coming like, please change, but
please change
too little,
it.
too
It
late.
didn't happen. Well, we've got a phase rush support for Cold. No Omni Stone there. We've just sat on the phase rush, which, as many of you have seen through the mid lane, he just chases you down.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nimbus Cloak, and then you start to get some of the extra kind of oomph from your Q as well. You become a very speedy boy, and it's so difficult for you to try and kite away from that. And Set as well in this scenario can work very well as kind of a hang back and try and pick off people as the Kindred ultimate is used. So in my head, the way I'm looking at this OMG lineup going is you get Curse with this big engage, you have Icon come over the top, and Cold at the end of the day is used to just pick people out of the Lamb's Respite, so then you can finish them off and it becomes a little bit of a non-factor. But when we look at V5, if they have the opportunity to try and survive this all in. They can try and turn it around, but it is a pretty big ask. At least for Bubu's perspective, a lot of the fight is going to be coming his direction, which makes it a lot easier for him to have an impact in these fights.
Play the range of Mole and Sam D as well at the end of them. I'm looking towards Icon as we're talking about runes, because it is going to be the unsealed spellbook here for the Galio mid. And, you know, there's so many mid lanes at the moment we can just see unsealed spellbook on. There's so many actually champions that are playing with the possibility of that rune.
It works really well here because you get more access to some of these more defensive summoner spells. And when Mole is going to be looking to try and go aggressive or at least kill you as often as possible in conjunction with Weiwei, having the likes of a barrier, an exhaust, a heal, something along these lines available makes this lane phase a little bit easier, because all you're trying to do as OMG is all in on these big team fights. You're not worried so much about winning on these lane phases.
Okay, well, you can see Curse playing it back then. Bubu gets a shove, walking down, going to help secure Scuttle. We're looking for the first Kindred mark, and it's not topside. Well, it hasn't spawned just yet. We'll find out. And as we know, hang on, Facebreaker in the bottom lane. Cold chasing this up a little bit, but he's been exhausted down. Now, PP God shouldn't die here. Dodges away from the Haymaker. But Cold and SMLZ, that's a nice trade. PP God might be sent back here.
Big mistake from PP God. The whole point of this Bard is to try and keep this set support at range, but now having to blow the exhaust makes that a lot more difficult. Luckily, he didn't blow that flash, because that would have been a wonderful day for Cold, who could have just consistently jumped onto this Bard because of how squishy he is.
See, they paid the respect, because Hacker's down here. Level 4 Trundle would press the attack. The early damage is going to be insane, and underneath turret now, the respect not paid with the flash away. Sam D caught under, flashes a little bit too late. The Haymaker comes through, and First Blood goes over. Cold, though, will be trade for the second. But now SMLZ walking in as PP God has the damage to contest. Icon come down as well, but Mole is on the other side. Weiwei PP God, and yep, Magical Journey. Icon takes it first. And oh boy, it will be a favorable trade for OMG until SMLZ walks into death. He had nowhere else to go. So 2 for 2, I take it back, but First Blood does go over to the side of OMG.
2 kills onto Weiwei though, and this Kindred now can really start to get this snowballing. If as Kindred you can get ahead like this, it becomes so much easier for you to go in aggressive to the jungle, start trying to get these stacks up and become really obnoxious. So OMG, I'm surprised to see them go for such an aggressive play in the early stages. We were talking about can just hang back, wait until they go towards team fights and look to win out that way, but gifting kills over to V5, not the best way to start things off.
Kindred has a double longsword and the skirmishing smite available as well. PP God did go down there, but he's back into lane with Boots. Boots also here for Cold as well. So we're just keeping track after what this was a very elongated dive.
And you can go for this to begin with as OMG, because look, Set is amazing at tanking turrets in the early stages because of the massive shield you get from Haymaker, but not really realizing that Weiwei was going to be down here and committing a lot to try and finish off these kills. So it'd be interesting to see now as we start to go towards the likes of this first dragon, how OMG are going to try and come back into this, because a lot of those big old summoner spells are now on cooldown.
And I like the flash to teleport through mid-icon, but he's almost level 6, so roaming down in between vision to start threatening.
I'm looking at as well now, Cold, having managed to keep his own flash means it'd be very useful if there is an upcoming fight, or even in trying to play on towards PP God or Sam D in this bottom lane. Weiwei though, trying to go aggressive in this mid lane.
Yeah, good scout of the week onto Icon. Weiwei does have the damage here, but can they finish off Icon? Bit more follows up as PP God makes the roam as well. Picking up some charms on the way. So Weiwei now very active, heading towards that bottom side. That's where the mark is of this third scuttle.
Yeah, we'll get the mark. Cold here, trying to see if he can nick it away, but
hang on. Hacker's coming in as well. Level advantage. Facebreaker comes through. Weiwei doesn't really have the damage. It's a set support. And he's just taking him on. He flashes with the Haymaker. Wei is getting away, but he needs the help of his team as Icon is finally going to ult through. Cold needs one more auto. He doesn't die until Sam D takes the kill as Icon just wants to kill this jungler, and OMG was so thirsty for that.
Oh, so disjointed. OMG, nobody's able to follow up. Icon goes far too deep, and that's a massive cooldown burn for Icon as well. We would have loved to try and make these plays when you have Cold playing aggressively in the bottom lane, lock up PP God and Sam D and trying to push your advantages that way. Now though, more kills go the way of V5. They've got this first dragon as well, and OMG mistakes creeping into their play once again.
And the kills this time went to Mole and Sam D. It spread out as OMG looking to contest again, but Cold doesn't have his flash anymore. Good scout of the week here from Mole. Remember, he has level 6 and flash. It's going to help out with the Dragon. Secured first here by V5. Ocean next. And that Kindred, quite large and in charge. As we look towards the top side, it's going to be Cyclone used. First to follow that one up, can't get the second one as PP God has been caught out yet again, and Hacker's down here as well. Can't get out with the Magical Journey, and mistakes galore here in the early game.
Especially from PP God, he's positioning to try and step away from the set has not been going great at all. All you want to do, again, we talked about, is survive this lane as the Bard, get into a position where you can try and use that ultimate, but giving over so many of these kills to Code in the early stages of the game.
Stop giving anything to SMLZ, right? Stop.
Yeah.
He's got 2 kills, and he was caught out before. He's got 20 CS and 2 plates.
And this is the problem. Look, we talked about what the usual manner in which this works. Okay, caught out by the X-Flash, but still, even as PP God, you want to be playing towards the bottom side of the lane here. You're going to end up struggling against the likes of Hacker coming in, or obviously Cole coming over the wall with that X-Flash. You can still put pressure on towards the AD carry from that position. But either way, I think looking at OMG, we talked about Callista, or along these lines of this mid-game focused AD carry, usually works super well in this style of composition. But if you're going to give a bunch of kills over to SMLZ as V5, well, he's going to get to these items very quickly and be able to bounce off of the strong points of the rest of OMG's composition.
I will say, though, that last play, that was sick from Cold. So I take back the mistake point, but I definitely think that right now, OMG have found some flavor back into this early game. The Rift Herald included, now heading towards the top side with a roster swap. Sorry, lane swap, I should say. Cold's going to get the face breaker, but SMLZ doesn't have the lockdown. No Gravitum available, but definitely has the damage to clear out this wave. And if they want, get some early plates yet again onto this Aphelios.
And that's the thing. Usually you'd have a punishment for rotating SMLZ and Code up towards the Rift Herald, but because SamD and PP God had just lost the 2v2, well, SamD was back in base. He's not able to push on towards this tower, and it's a net win for OMG.
And the first mark actually picked up by Weiwei. So on towards the side of V5, their jungler. He didn't pick up the mark down in that bottom side deck, though. I think because of all the fighting, it was Hacker who picked it up in the end.
Hey, he's only got 1 mark to his name right now. Really he wants to get towards that 4th one where he will have the extra range that is really crucial. But
hang on, are you ready? Because Mole's coming. He's just flashed over the wall. Oh my god, the commitment.
Outplayed. That's what
apparently is. Bubu now underneath the turret. It is a Renekton with Weiwei alongside him. Dominus going to be popped. Flash held on to. SMLZ and Cold have Hacker with the Rift Herald.
And again, look at how OMG are playing this. It's getting funds into SMLZ's bank, and he's going to be very rich after this play.
Especially if they keep pushing for the turret, because they do
look
have
at
the
Icon
capacity.
as well. Icon moving up, has swapped over towards the exhaust in case a play happens. Does have the ultimate available to join in.
PP God's here as well, so we'll leave top for now as bullet time's used by the bottom side for Mr. Sam D, who gets the shove in the wave, gets a bit of plate himself, and has actually been sitting with Curse for a while.
Well, hey, look, I mean, we talked about it. If in that initial play with the roam up, OMG didn't lose too much, but SamD is still getting some of these turret plates, getting this gold, and you're sharing all that golden experience as SMLZ right now. So this is SamD winning out without them getting on towards this turret to try and even out this trade.
PP Gold's been up here for a while, hasn't he? He likes Bubu as well. He has roamed a lot from what I've seen, and I know we're going to make a better character profiles of our players here, our new players in the LPL, but PP God has been very much about roaming early and looking to help control mid.
Yeah, they're getting towards Mole in particular, and I think that's why we're seeing Mole start to step up a little bit more to the mark, because this is a team that's willing to play towards him, especially with Weiwei doing a really good job of keeping track of the enemy jungler. Mole can go aggressive. He knows he's probably going to have PP God waiting in the wings as well. So overall, V5 are starting to come together as a cohesive unit, which is why we're celebrating their success so much, as opposed to what we saw in spring.
But they do have to close this out, even with a gold lead in this game. Again, what we saw in game 2 was the weakness of V5, still putting the pieces together. It's not like this team is as great as maybe you would have thought at first.
So right now, V5 are going to be in a much powerful position. You're still waiting on Aphelios items to come through, so as long as they're spread out and not getting multiple members caught up in this combo between Curse and Icon, they can look to take these fights, especially with Weiwei having that Lamb's Respite to keep them all nice and alive. So I think when we look towards this Dragon in the next 20 seconds, it could very well be OMG just deciding, look, we don't want to go for this. We're just going to let them have the second one. We'll fight at the third one when our Aphelios is stronger.
Okay, that makes sense, especially when he doesn't have the Infinity Edge just yet. And we look towards someone like Mole, who's on the cusp of hitting that Luden's Echo yet again. 3 seconds till that said Dragon is going to spawn as well, as Hacker was spotted out towards that bottom side. But Icon making the rotation here might be caught out as well. Good shield of Duran, but Mole's still on the outskirts and get a nice scatter of the week. And even hits Cold over the wing. Perfectly done as SMLZ is going to go for the solo kill yet again. Healed away by Sam D. SMLZ takes 2 turret shots. Sends out a little turret and he ticks him.
The cavalry's coming, though.
PP God on the way. Nice ulti. He lands, and the moon says hello as SMLZ drops down to give Weiwei his 3rd kill.
The God himself sets up the play in the bottom side. Mid lane, though.
Hacker knows that Molt doesn't have an ulti after the play, but no flash either as a good scout of the week comes through. Subjugation not enough. TP coming in behind them. Curse and Hacker might be caught out, but a Cyclone used. Beauty doesn't care. He wants Hacker. With the Dominus now popped, he turns his attention to Curse just to flash over the wall. Teleport means he can just walk up to the top lane and V5 continue forward.
And they managed to get this Dragon. They're getting plates again on this bottom side. This is V5 reacting incredibly well to what OMG are attempting to do. I loved Mole as well. Not seeing the greed that we saw from him in spring. Realizing, hey, look, I need to step away from this play. Potentially could have killed Hacker, but if Curse had closed the distance and managed to get that ultimate off, it would have been Syndra gone, Bew coming in way too late, and it all would have fallen apart.
The Mole in spring would have killed Hacker, but then probably died, right? So, very well said. A lot of change here as we look at the solo kill that almost happened.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, that's where Sam D used the ultimate. I thought he'd just run back and try and catch SMLZ as he's running away, but managed to escape, has to use the heal and the flash, but same from SMLZ, and Weiwei, he's all over this map right now. I think he's on to 3 or 4 kills now at this stage. 3. Yeah, 3 kills, 3 assists.
Doesn't have the marks to go with it, but still, that'll follow in time. 2 in his back pocket from last I saw. Has caught up on that level disadvantage that Hacker was leading with before. Is now sitting at level 9 to level 8 on this Trundle, and is caught up in CS as well alongside those kills. So you can see the Berserker Greaves on top of the Phage that soon will be coming across. Weiwei feeling pretty good here for the final game of the series.
Especially when you look at V5 as a whole right now, these 1 to 2 items is where they will just kick out OMG of any situation.
Hang on, Cold Flash is going to be returned. He actually missed the face breaker. He's now followed a little bit too far. And for OMG, what are they going to do? Nice Unleashed Power. The ultimate again from PP God. And that locks down Cold, but the damage not going to follow through because the TP is. PP God caught against water. He needs a magical journey to get out, but not sure if he has it just yet. He's just going to walk out of the pit instead.
V5 are still good to go for this. Code is going to have to back away. You've got the TP out of Curse, and it's bought enough time, all this messing around, to get Bew here.
As PP God goes ahead first, there's going to be an exhaust down, a nice little Tempered Fate. Well, not Cosmic Binding, excuse me. Bullet Time's going to come through, and Weiwei picks up yet another kill.
And now you've got the choices, V5, where you can just leave Sam D here in the top. He'll clear out this turret. You have PP God and Weiwei go over towards this Rift Herald. This is so good from V5, and especially when this series has been dictated by these early game plays, V5 are coming out so far ahead.
I mean, Sam D's going to get this solo turret to himself, 450 gold in his back pocket, and he's probably the least fed member on the team alongside Bew. Weiwei's going to pick up this Rift Herald as well. V5 are in a 5k gold lead, and you can see OMG need to make a play. It's onto Bew in the bottom lane, but Pillar put on down the slice and dice out as Cold's coming in as well, but how's he going to follow this up? Bew's going to get out, and even bully Hacker a bit on the way out as this Trundle probably regretting that a bit.
We hear that Rift Herald scream in the mid lane. Bew's going for it.
Definitely going to regret it because Hacker's hit him. Oh no! Bew will find the return kill as PP God says, howdy boys. Let me show you what I got.
They're still going mid lane. They're going to get this mid lane turret as well. V5 are clearing house.
I mean, in a turret drops down. Gold goes even further up. The Herald healthy enough to get another charge here once the minion wave is gone as Cold goes in for the flank. Finally, we see the showstopper in the backline with a good little face breaker, but Icon makes his way in a little bit too late. The ultimate to keep Weiwei alive as Sam D moves into it as well as the Tempered Fate locks them down. I'm not sure that ult from PP God was necessary or even helped, but now he's on his way out.
So we finally see OMG coming out and getting some kills back in their favor, but this was V5 overextending, not quite being able to group up and get into a position where they could fight back. The biggest issue when I look at OMG right now is even after that play, they can't really fight toe-to-toe against V5 until, you know, you get the 3 items on this Aphelios. Icon has already started to fall behind in terms of the damage that he puts out in terms against Mole. Hacker as well is going to find it really tough to get onto the carries of V5. And unless Curse is positioned to get this miraculous flank to catch multiple members like he did in that fight, or at least Cole did in that fight, it's going to make it nigh on impossible for OMG to close this gap.
A very interesting game 3. I mean, we got 14 kills in 17 minutes, but the most interesting part about it is how the kills are coming about, right? V5 a bit over-ambitious, pushing that deep into mid. And PP God's ult didn't really do anything at the end, but...
But look, I mean, you've got V5 and an Infernal Drake about to spawn. They're in great position for it.
Yep.
And they're on cue to pick up this very early Infernal Soul. It makes it really difficult for OMG because you've got to try and fight at the 25-minute mark for this. But realistically, that's when V5 are at their strongest.
I mean, those 2 items you talked about where you said those spikes to come through, we're just on the verge of that with the BF sword, with the or the penetration orb. What do you call it? The Oblivion orb, sorry.
Yep.
I was told to forget anything about Morellonomicon. We've also got the Cutlass up in that top lane, turning into a Blade of the Ruin King Renekton. As V5 adjust there first. Onto the turret, inner again. This time in the bottom lane is going to go down. Back to 4k gold. And back to this dragon, as you mentioned, is going to be started straight away.
Yeah, I mean, look, Weiwei is able to solo this out. You're getting pressure put across the board. Someone does need to go deal with mid lane, though, because that's a lot of CS and experience that's going to be lost to turret. But looks like that might be going across. No, they're not going to give it to Weiwei. Sam D will pick up that way.
He's still only got 2 marks, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a bit of an issue for him, especially when we looked at the at least collapse that we saw from OMG, where Cole got that flank towards the mid lane push. Not having that extra range means he's so much more vulnerable to getting jumped on by Curse, getting caught out by a pillar from Hacker, or even just a flash taunt from Icon. So he really does need to start getting a few of these, but even when he's going towards the dragon, he's not willing to go up towards the Raptors there and just clear them out super quickly and get some of these stacks.
Which, in a way, is kind of good. I think Weiwei in the past, if you didn't watch Suning last year, Weiwei wasn't... He was a bit overconfident with his jungling at times. I don't think there was really any dynamic that Suning could play through. He's being very cautious here, which is great. Almost towards a Black Cleaver while we are talking about him. But note that he's so far ahead at this point, those other 2 marks will probably come from a kill. So I think he's not feeling too stressed with the way this game's gone. Has actually just opted back now. And that Black Cleaver is in hand. So big item here for the level 11 Kindred, who still maintains that level lead in the jungle.
And getting the CDR is crucial here for Weiwei. One, for the ultimate, but also just having that hop, skip, and a jump up as often as possible to try and create the distance is going to be super valuable. It's not so much just for the armor that isn't really existing on OMG right now.
We're looking towards bottom lane, but we should be looking top. As everyone grouping up for another inner turret. These rotations from V5 have been pretty clean so far. And no one from OMG really here. Except for Hacker and Icon. And Sam D and PP God grouping up as well. Next wave, crashing in, OMG, make the rotation.
I think they need to hang on, though, because BuBu hasn't really done anything in pushing in this mid or the bottom wave, so OMG are able to come out and force to protect this top lane turret. You'll need to see these waves collapse in first before V5 can push in towards top.
Finally reaches it. We've got a Baron sitting there, though. You know what? The lady carry is... Oh, Hacker. There you go. Is that his mark?
I don't know. It didn't look like it. No, he's still got Seth there, so no. Weiwei hasn't got any marks. But we'll get the Baron, which, you know... Okay, maybe not. I don't know.
As BuBu, hey, probably just leave. SMLC does a bit of damage on the way out, but they say, hey, we don't care. We got 280 carries and a Baron. Let's start it up, bring OMG in.
And BuBu now has got a heap of wards that he can TP to. V5 are just looking to draw in OMG. They turn back towards the Baron now with BuBu trying to play keep away from the rest of OMG.
Yeah, it's been spotted out there with the lens. Cold is the first one to go in alongside Icon. Curse been spotted out as well. Great scatter the weak here from Mole, is doing so much damage. V5 a little bit low from the Baron though. They make a magical journey in the back of the pit, but OMG have priority mid.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate didn't hit, so PP God's big engage tool is now down. So V5 have to respect that OMG can kite back and look to poke, and they have to give up that Baron fight.
And we go back to the lull until OMG say otherwise. She's going to be clearing out vision here. 3 people are there. Hacker's not nearby, though. So OMG just going to get back vision priority around the Baron. Still 5k gold behind here at 21 minutes.
OMG are pretty happy, though. If they're able to stop V5 from snowballing just by dissuading them off of, missed ultimates and the likes of this, well, then OMG can look to get SMLZ with a bunch more items on him. He's sitting on that agility cloak, working up towards his second Zeal item.
Yep.
So this is where SMLZ just wants to farm and get to a good spot. But pew pew!
I don't think they're going to let him. He flashes away immediately, shows the respect. The showstopper used it in the backline as the range comes through, but Cold is just dead. OMG not on the same page on that one, and with that big pick on the support for 30 seconds, V5 back to Baron they go.
And look at all the vision that V5 have around this Baron. It makes it very difficult for Curse to try and find an angle to attack and get onto the squishier members. V5 are looking really good right now.
PP God zoning them off, though, and you talked about his ulti before. It's almost back up and available, but doesn't matter. Baron taken down before they can do it. They're going to turn for the fight. Icon on the backside takes on 3 members while Weiwei and Mole take on the rest. The Bulletine lines them up. PP God might go down, but the damage still available here for V5. 4 versus 4 on the side, and look at Buby. He's like, I'm not taking this. That's it. OMG take down 1, but Baron still achieved.
Don't think everyone on V5 had to take that tunnel. Ends up walking straight into Icon, who's sitting there taunting over the wall. Does give a couple of kills, but Baron's still over for V5, and 4 members make it out. And just as this last Infernal Drake for V5 is about to spawn.
10 seconds to go here with Mole sticking around. He didn't need to reset, nor does he. He's got the Morellonomicon, he's got those 2 items. He's got the Baroned up minion mid-wave here for OMG to deal with. As V5 are now back on the map, way behind. They get some vision down, and it begins.
Trying to push in this mid-wave, but there's no more to try and get the turret. The Dragon's gone. They're not even here on time.
And it's Infernal Soul. Cold's still going to flash in, though. He says, I have an opportunity, but remember, Infernal Soul, bit of burst to deal with as SMLZ learns firsthand. Icon comes in, but the ultimate's still available, and OMG, I think they were caught napping as V5 just dismantle them. 3 people dead, and this game looks to be donezo.
That fight was over the second Icon had to use that defense, or ultimate defensively. Bubu trying to see if he can spot him out, but either way, you miss out on that entire setup that we talked about with Curse and Icon, and V5 operating so well, spreading out, making sure that they're keeping all angles of attack covered, and OMG can't do anything.
Even though the death timers aren't long, I mean, it still feels like that was the nail in the coffin for V5 to win this series and stay undefeated in those series wins in the LPL as Cold. I don't know what he's doing. He's going to Hex Flash just to show us how it's done. Inhibitor goes down bottom side. That gold lead now at about 8,000 here as mid lane Inhibitor turret falls as well.
And it really does look like V5 now are about to pick up their second win in the LPL.
That's double.
2-0. They're going to be 2-0 Hysterics.
That's 2 more than they picked up in spring. Wow. Impressive stuff. And again, I mean, V5, we're singing their praises. There have been a couple more mistakes here in this series, but what is happening here with OMG? There's 3 people going, we should go.
And the thing is here, SMLZ is getting caught out on the backline here. PP God and Bubu threatening too much. So Icon has to use that ultimate defensively to try and clear space for SMLZ. But the way that you want to approach these fights from OMG is to have SMLZ in the back line. A lot of M's in that sentence. Where you can try and pressure forward, have Curse get on towards the back line. But they're not being given the opportunity to find these magical flanks. And Bubu is being enabled so well because SMLZ's been dragged into these fights to try and play close quarters after Icon and Curse go in aggressively.
Ooh, look at the bottom of your screen. Mole has actually picked up a Magi's a couple of minutes ago. I'm not sure if it was before the fight, but Mole's huge yet again. You can see the scoreboard when it comes back up. Everyone's got a bounty on them as well. V5, stellar work as Cold has to be careful he doesn't get caught out. Next pick is the game. As again, there you go. Mole with a big game. 10 stacks on the Magi's here, but this game has been about Weiwei's Kindred. And it's been pretty also stellar to watch.
And now you got Sam D pushing in this top lane. SMLZ trying to play between both these sides. not really going to be able to do too much. Here's the TP in the backline,
First
though.
flank, and V5 actually separated here as well. The nice tempered fade. But will it save the day? Is the ulti for Weiwei? No. I think he thought it would reach over the wall. 2 people die, and there you go.
And finally, OMG are able to make things happen. That's the combo that they wanted to begin with. Nobody there on the side of V5 to protect Sam D and PP God.
Okay.
But they're not dissuaded here as V5. They're still going to go for the inhibitor with minions pushing in boss.
Mole is still quite large and Bubu alongside him. So
Oh, one more auto.
very, very fair. Yeah, you just need to get that inhibitor on SMLZ guarding it with his life.
He's going to be able to keep it safe. Turret stays, inhibitor stays, and OMG, they do make the play happen, but it feels like it's only the slow death that's happening here. V5, you've got all the Infernal Souls. You've got the Baron that's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. They can look to put pressure towards that while you've got this pressure from the minions on the bottom side of the map as well.
Here we go.
Look, this needed to happen so long ago, or even towards that dragon fight, but unfortunately, it's too little too late. And Weiwei doesn't have the flash to get over the wall here. Not quite, thanks to Pillar, able to stay in the edge of that ultimate as well.
I don't think, even if he was right against the wall, I honestly
not
don't
entirely
think it was
certain,
gonna
to
hit.
be honest.
Nah, it wouldn't have. I think Weiwei had good thought in mind, but was just a bit short on the range.
There's no flashes for Sam D or BP God
Also
there
true.
either, but now they have them. Now you've got all those cooldowns, nice. And V5 will be able to push in here. That sentence still sounds strange to me when I say it every time.
V5 are winning games,
Yeah.
huh? We're going to start treating it like it's commonplace.
What a time to be alive,
We'll
huh?
see. They still got to close this game out. You can see where Cold is. The Baron's spawning in 30 seconds, and Cold is waiting for this flank. Now, granted, V5 still have control with Infernal Soul and everything, and this game should be in their bag. But OMG, we talked about how their wombo works. We talked about the scaling involved, especially with Aphelios, with what Galio does late game as well. There's still always the chance that OMG could make magic happen.
Well, Secret Agent Cole is trying to get that working right now. He has been the veteran for OMG, 5 years on this squad, and now he's got to make the play to hold this game together for OMG.
Look at where the warding is as well, but V5 have no desire right now to start off the
There
Baron,
we
but
go.
Cole's coming in. There's the showstopper into the back, and look at where the Galio ult as well. As the bullet time comes on through, but OMG are getting low. Bubu aiming at Hacker as well, but they've already found Mole onto the back line. For OMG, they've gotten some big picks, but it's traded off for the Wukong and Icon now stuck in the middle, while Bubu gets the rest of the attention from OMG, and Weiwei and Sam D survive and even flash forward to finish off that kill. PP God wants to take this one. Weiwei with a nice ultimate in the end, and Cold can't save the day. It was a good try from OMG, but a quadra kill over to Sammy D to finish off this series, as Bubu will just walk his way towards the Nexus. Again, V5 winning series. Who knew it would happen here? But in summer, they lead the scoreboard 2-0.
And they played this so well. They had that more mid-game focused composition. They came out swinging in the early game and managed to hit their mark straight away, punishing from the get-go in this game.
Even though that game was a bit more back and forth, I agree. V5 showed us how stellar they can be. And for OMG, a 0-2 start to the split. So while we're celebrating V5, OMG have to take a step back and look at what the heck is going on here, while this roster, Sam D don't trip.
Well, he didn't trip in that game. Sam D looked absolutely impeccable. PP got as well with some great tempered fates to control how OMG were going to be able to enter these fights. And it looked like from the get-go, OMG were trying to make these aggressive plays, but it was only playing into the hands of V5, who answered incredibly well. Weiwei getting the ball rolling for himself nice and early with those 2 kills, and then punishing throughout, getting these early Drake setups, pushing towards that Infernal Soul nice and early, and then not giving the opportunity for the scaling on SMLZ to play any sort of factor in this game.
I just can't believe we're at a point where these players come out of nowhere. It's kind of like the sense of Easter, who is a team put together, and out of nowhere, they shine. We have Mole as the base, and then everyone else fills in nicely in this bottom lane. I tell you what, we're looking at V5 at 2-0. This is insanity. This is pure insanity, and I love it.
It is great.
From here, where do we go? Because they've got some hard matchups coming up, but the way V5 have been playing has been pretty impressive.
Definitely has. I mean, look, a lot of it is the beauty of this whole thing is that when we saw V5 last split, it was Mo sometimes looking good, and that was it. But this time it feels like across the board, the entire team is stepping up. BBU having confidence on this Renekton as well, going in aggressively making plays. Wei overall controlling jungle throughout this series. Then you look towards Mole already standing up. We talk about how good PP God and Sam D have been. Like, it feels like we talked about only up for V5, but I didn't expect them to take this big of a step up.
Neither did I. I don't think anyone did, honestly. Yeah, the bottom lane is the biggest surprise out of all. Sam D and PP God work really well together. I think that's to be commended. I think BBU, is having a much better split than he did when he was on the side of Suning. By far, BBU is actually quite reliable, I'd say, for the side of V5. So there is a lot to talk about here. I do want to jump over to the side of OMG, who almost found a way back into that game. That's the biggest almost I've ever used. But there is an issue on this roster, Dagda. I mean, SMLZ inconsistencies, Cold not always fitting in where he should. There's a lot to break down with OMG.
Well, we said already, looking at the RNG series, that the problem OMG have is that when they come to fights, it's just all a little bit disjointed, and they try to get it to come together. We saw it in that very last fight where finally Cold's able to get in. You've got the lockdown coming in from Icon on top, but it's all just a little bit too late. SMLZ is lagging behind, and he's actually left on his own to deal with BBU in that fight as well. It just seems to be the pieces aren't coming together in the same way that we saw before, and for a team with OMG that we talked about in the midway through our spring split being the team that's great at snowballing, at getting these early leads and running away with it. Their early game hasn't been good. Their mid game hasn't been good either when they get these leads. And there's a lot of mistakes across the board that are coming out. So I think overall OMG need to go back and find that magic that they had through the spring split.
It to me seems like, a true shot calling issue that wasn't there. At least towards the end of spring, I think OMG did fail a little bit, but it wasn't like this where against some of the weaker teams in the league, okay, granted RNG aren't weaker, but V5, we still don't know where they sit. They shouldn't be in the top 8. OMG were on the cusp of that. And in spring, they were the gatekeepers to the top 8. This is a serious issue because upcoming, let me tell you about OMG's schedule. This Sunday, they have EDG. Tuesday, they have Top Esports. And then they have DMO. So they have to get through this massive barrier at the start of the split and then verse the team that should be down the bottom of the table.
And that's the problem here, is that when you're looking at how close our spring split was coming into those playoffs, every single win mattered. And I would be very surprised if that doesn't even double down now coming into summer with the performances we're seeing from the likes of V5. So picking up these wins against teams that are either the mid to the bottom of the table becomes such a crucial factor.
I want to see Hacker performing better. I think Hacker lies at the center of this team in some regard. We'll leave OMG there. 0-2 start to the split. V5 will pick back up. 2-0 start to the split. Granted, they lost their first game, but still 2-0 in series is impressive. Their upcoming schedule, LGD this Saturday. BLG on Thursday. Vici on Monday. Not the absolute hardest. Not the easiest, though. We're slowly going up to like LGD Vici.
It feels like we're getting this nice gauge. It's like, different levels. Okay, you beat the bottom tier. You've beat DMO. Okay, we'll push you up a little bit. Now you're getting
the mid tier.
Now we'll go up a little bit more, and just we get that nice gauge to try and figure out exactly where.
I mean, depending on where LGD are, there's the potential that LGD are a top tier team.
Yeah.
So that'll test V5 even more so. Then they jump back down to a team like BLG that didn't show anything against Vici than the counterpart in Vici Gaming. So it is a fun schedule coming up for V5. I think there's a lot of potential in this team. And even if they don't continue to show up like they have, it's still given us the expectation of Sam D, PP God, whose names are, and then we have, people like Mole, who was always a good player, but just kind of failed in spring. So there is a lot to dissect of V5. There's a lot of excitement going around. I'm sure that fan account's having a great time right about now.
I think as well, the thing for me is that we can still see a few hiccups in this squad.
A little bit,
There's a little, every so often you'll see a mistake where they go a little bit too aggressive, like we saw in that mid game. But the thing is that you can see the basis and the thought process that's there. It's just, okay, we flub a little bit here and there. But I think that's the big thing, is they can actually make these really good plays. I don't know why you've lost it.
I just, hearing my producer say PP got MVP in my ear, I'm still not used to it. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is our MVP for game number 3. Oh, man, I'm at least 12 years old, by the way. Hello, PP God. This man has no fear. He picked up 14 assists.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. The Tempered Fates really did come in clutch in not only the offensive plays of trying to lock down a few people, but oftentimes he was that defensive line as well, ulting his own team to make sure that that initial burst that we talked about isn't a big factor and giving time for Weiwei to come in and join the situation as well. It was a really strong play from V5 across the board.
We got another Bard player.
Yeah.
Simple to say. The second time he's brought it out, it looks like PP Gold really looks towards this Bard. Now, granted, Bard has become a little bit more popular, but still the priority's there for PP God. So a very interesting support has made its way into the LPL. He and Sam D have developed really nice synergy. Is it only up from here? That's the next question, because we saw in this series, Sam D was tested quite a bit. Both of them were tested in this series with a lot of pressure applied by OMG to the bottom lane. They survived. They did come out ahead. And then going up against other teams where that pressure would continue for the rest of the game, that's the next question.
Well, we did see a little bit of a break from PP God, though, where he was getting caught out by the set in a couple of situations. The positioning wasn't quite there. But again, I think that lends itself into the whole thought process for V5 is that, okay, they've got the player skill. We've seen the correct plays being made. It's just that one or two mistakes. But I'm looking forward because they can shore these up. These are very coachable mistakes. They're mistakes that you can fix quite easily. And then you can start to look at V5 really push forward. And for once in summer, I'm like, okay, this isn't a team that we're looking towards maybe picking up one or two wins. This is a team that if they continue to improve, can push up into those upper echelons.
Find that final spot within playoffs. If V5 did that, that'd be a different story. But we're a long way from that. We're at the point now where, okay, V5 have shown us something. It's about whether they can get past the teams. Again, their upcoming schedule will show us that. If they pick at least 2 out of those 3 wins, that's when you start questioning where do V5 truly sit. But for now, not last is what I'm willing to sit on. That is, I believe, at this point, looks like reserved for LNG or DMO.
Yeah.
Harsh opinion.
I mean, I don't think it's harsh. I mean, DMO did not look great. Their bottom lane is failing quite a bit. LNG as well. We've still yet to see anything really come out from them. So, yeah.
But not V5.
Not V5.
That's my takeaway here. A 2-1 victory here for V5 yet again. For Victory 5. We should start using their full name when they win. Yeah. 2-1 victory over OMG. We're going to go to a break because when we return, we got LGD and E-Star making their debut here in the LPL. We've been waiting for this LGD and technically E-Star roster. We'll find them right after this.
还没有打死，要让出来了。脱敏来，这一波推了，打得还不错。一个2W 又把3给秒了，不知道杰米杀。这波的话，剑魔的春队这边打了出来，能拉到吗？能点到吗？点不到。不推了这个蛇女。还是塔，但是阿的位置，
这边感觉鳄鱼跑不掉了，而且打1碰1，
有谁在桌面秒掉？这样的话也没办法。
哇，打到3个，而且这一口救赎的奶起来，
不是吗？要滑脸了，滑脸了，吸起来了。不有这个，比如伤害是真高，把2个人打死，但是谁是一个闪现，
一技能刷到了人，但是水里还想操作，正面想以3人之力打不住人，
被吃到了，大招被水银解掉，哎呀没有，直接被秒掉。Hyper 这边的话，孤掌难鸣啊，不是吗？一个3杀。
反正
所有被看成都没死。
下路这波就是要杀斯茂贼的，但是这个
布隆顶了很多伤害。
1Q 抢到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路佐叶来了，先拉一个飞星，差1丝血没有死。鳄鱼及时赶到，
这波猴子招打太好了吧！
哇，但是鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有？又被封。
斩老孙一棒！
完了，1Q 大招盖上来，卡牌落地机身，哎呦，女枪大招放了一个完美的。
这边的话，巨魔也是被扫死，拉死了鳄鱼，没有办法换掉任何一个人。
绝望呀，一个金身能死，只剩下冷少。
哎，要追5杀
了，要追5杀了。
但是 Betty 这个位置上有点远。哦呦。
Double kill。 kill. Quadra kill. Pentakill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Yeah, rumor has it that was V5 after winning 2-1 against OMG. Back here in the LPL for week 2, day number 1. And you get in a beautiful look over the scenics of Shanghai at the nice time of night. It is about 8 o'clock. You know when you look at your watch, you don't actually look at the time? That was kind of like that. It's almost 8 o'clock. This is Tag Time Hysterics. We're in a bit of a funny mood after watching V5 go 2-0 up here in the LPL. But now on to LGD and E-Star. 2 teams we haven't seen yet, Tacto.
Yeah, and I think both teams here with a lot to prove. You've got LGD with a very much revamped roster, and E-Star, after losing Crying, he's gone back over towards RNG. You're going to have to see now if FunFun can fill that gap for the squad.
Very, very true. Let's start looking at those rosters. First for LGD, a lot has changed in this team. There's been new dynamics, and I know we'll have this discussion a little bit later. For LGD, it feels like this team made one of the best roster moves. I'll bring that up for you in a second here, because with LGD's roster, there we go. It's new top laners coming through. Garvey, we remember from last year, but Lung Xing, people remember from RNG.
It is Garvey starting here today, though, and as well, Xie coming in from DMO. You've got Mark coming across from DMO as well. And overall now, this roster just screams consistency for me. You've got Lung Xing, who was consistent for RNG in the top lane. Mark was, in my opinion, the more consistent player of that DMO bot lane between Gala and Mark.
Very true.
And Xie as well is a player that towards the end of spring was becoming a big carry for DMO.
My biggest takeaway here is experience now added to this roster. You have Peanut and Kramer, who are already the shining lights. You needed a stronger top laner, and you needed a more consistent mid laner. Xie, Lung Xing, and Garvey, great additions here with Mark on the side. And I'm excited to see how this roster comes together, because Dagda, I know that you were super hyped up for LGD, considering towards the end of spring, we saw that shining light out of Peanut, and we saw a lot more from Kramer as well.
Yeah, I think that this team is going to work wonders now. Peanut was the player that all good things stemmed from on LGD. The problem was he didn't always have the backup of his team. Now coming into the summer split, though, where you've got consistency and he can play towards all 3 of his lanes, this is where you should see Peanut step up. happen, especially when we look towards the meta. This shift towards the champions that made Peanut famous. The Graves, the Nidalees, the Lee Sins. He's going to be in his element this split.
The carry-style jungler gets everything there, and we were just watching Lungxin kind of get beaten up by his new team. For LGD, there's a lot of excitement there. I don't know, especially with the casters. We started raising LGD higher into the top 8. You went further than that, and there's a big old question mark as to LGD. Can they hit Dagda's top 4?
Yeah, I put these guys at 4th place because I think Peanut having those consistent laners is going to do a lot of work for him. I think Shie, even when you looked at the way the DMO members talked about him, he needs a team that has consistency there because he works so well when he doesn't have to worry about the rest of the team and how they're performing. So overall, these two members, I think stepping up can provide a huge amount for this squad. And I had my heart broken backstage though, because I had everything up and running, and then PYL kind of said, actually, maybe not so much for LGD. But I still believe. I still believe in LGD.
A bit of context there. LGD's on the Chinese side casting today, so a bit of a shout out to him. Great to see him as well. Our confidence more than the old LGD support who's retired and moved into casting. But for LGD, there is a lot of, again, to use that word confidence. They finished 15th in spring. We're expecting them to go a little bit higher. Let's move forward because we've got to look at E-Star's roster. There have been, well, only one big change here that I'll say. We've lost Kryne, and it's Fun who's actually come from LGD of 2020 spring to make his way as the starting mid.
And losing Kryne is obviously going to be a big hit to E-Star. This guy was someone who could take over the mid lane, didn't need a huge amount of resources given to him, and then would shine in that mid to late game fights. A lot of stability offered there, but with Fun coming in, I think he'll be able to play more towards the jungle, towards the support, just like we saw from him back in summer 2019 when he was on LNG. This is the player that helped LNG reach those playoffs by playing this more supporting role, and I think that could help out massively in setting up Wink as the carry for E-Stars, where they play towards fighting bottom side river and have Fun help outweigh Anshaus.
Because I think he's been done dirty in LGD last year, last split, where he was the on top. He played a couple of games. He's not a top laner. Fun is a corky mid laner who is stability to his team. And when, as you said, he was on the side of LNG, he was the one that carried them to playoffs towards the final couple of weeks when it wasn't Maple. I can't remember the mid laner of LNG. I do apologize. Oh, it was Plex. Yeah. When Plex wasn't playing well on that LNG 2019 summer roster, in comes Fun and takes them all the way through, eventually to beat IG in round 1.
The big thing here for me, though, is LNG at that time played a much slower paced game. So I'm curious to see how Fun, if he can keep pace with how hectic E-Star is in this early game.
Just remember as well, there's a big shout out to E-Star. Let's end it positively. E-Star made playoffs in their first ever split here in the LPL. That is an achievement in itself. That is massive, considering we thought they were going to be 16th place.
Especially as we came in towards the end of the split. Look, we did see teams figure them out a little bit, but that doesn't take away from how much this team improved, not only from just the get-go in their top and support, but how they improved overall throughout the split, trying to mix things up. So in this offseason, I think, again, we're going to see a big improvement from E-Star, because what let them down at the end of spring split was that mid to late game shot calling. If they fix some of those issues, or at least practice that during the break, this team could, again, make it all the way.
Because then again, let's remember, for the side of E-Star, as we're having a quick look at Peanut, the change with Fun, everyone has been saying is a downgrade, right? In my opinion, with the top of Fun's ceiling, I think it could be a side grade / upgrade in the future, but we'll have to see how E-Star come together. A lot of roster changes on the side of LGD, minimal ones. One key one on the side of E-Star is your takeaway. And while we're having closer looks at LGD, let's just remember that their 15th place finish was not as bad as it seems in spring. They were just outside the bubble from 9th all the way to 14th. Lost a couple of series towards the end, but still picked up some surprising ones during the regular split.
I think as well, this is our time to start hyping up Garvey as well, because he's going to be starting over Longqing here today. And Garvey did play for LGD back in summer of 2019 and loves his carry top laners, in particular that Aurelia. So I'm hoping to see here today up against Xiaobai just what he can do.
Having quick looks at Fun there on the screen. And there's Kramer. Kramer, since 2019, is going to be the force to be reckoned with on this team. Been very big on him as an AD carry, but towards the end of the split, it was more about Peanut rather than him. going up with Mark there today in new bottom lane duo.
And here's the thing, we touched on Peanut. Peanut is going to be the person I'm watching in this game, not only because I feel like his laners have leveled up, which should help him, but also I think he needs to keep Wei in control. If we're going to see the same E-Star from last split, you know they're going to come out swinging in the early stages of the game. Make sure Peanut's keeping track of him, get him into a good jungle matchup, and try and control these side lanes where E-Star have been putting their main focus, at least in the spring.
That's why we could be talking a lot about the mid 2v2 throughout this series, right? That's part of my expectation is Peanut versus Xiaobai extends into our mid lane matchup. And it should be, you know, Fun going into this battle saying, let's go, Xie. See how we go from here. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are onto Summoner's Rift, or at least partially. What is this called? Pick and ban. Thank you so much for being with me. LGD and E-Star, this is their debut going into game 1.
Already, though, we can see, hey, LGD focusing on that jungle role, getting rid of Wei's Jarvan, going towards the Graves, and E-Star paying that respect to the jungler on the opposite side as well. The Nidalee banned away. Could potentially see a Lee Sin ban here, although also Trundle is up in the air right now, so this is where I think E-Star are going to be looking at the same as LGD to dictate this jungle pace.
There's already 3 jungle bans, but you got a mid laner ban instead here. Note that Gavi is starting, of course, on the side of LGD. It's not Lung Xing, so where does that dynamic lie? Trundle going to be the first pick. Dagda, you like this pick?
Yeah, I think it gives you control of the jungle. Wei could up towards the Lee Sin, but on E-Star, when Wei has gone towards the Lee Sin, it hasn't worked out an awful lot of times in their favor. It feels like Wei needs to be able to be this hard engaged that the rest of the team follows, and Lee Sin just doesn't offer that as well for E-Star.
E-Star being a bit cheeky with the pick ban here. Started with the Draven and the Vayne. But the Ezreal, first rotation on red side, going to be locked on in here, and Wei, much like Wei, does like Lee Sin.
He does, and as we said, it'll give him control of this jungle matchup, which is what he wants. The big factor is when we start to move towards that mid to late game, how does Wei operate on this Lee Sin? Because in spring, as we said, wasn't particularly impressed with it. I felt like he was lacking that engage that the rest of the team relied on. But we'll have to see, as LGD going to be going towards this Aphelios, and potentially the first Karma that we'll see in the LPL.
I mean, Xie has played Karma mid many times before in the LPL. If you don't know Xie, go back to WE 2017, a semi-finalist at Worlds. And Xie has been a big name in the LPL for quite a while. We don't know if that Karma is going to be his or is going down a mark in the bottom lane, but we do know that Karma has had a recent rise in priority.
And that's kind of why you've seen that flexibility that comes with the draft. Top, mid, and support, she can all be played. She's got multiple different modes where you can either move it aggressively when you've got that ultimate E, or you can just use it to kite back, poke out. She works in a lot of different scenarios and doesn't really give too much away when it comes to what your plan is coming into this draft.
So for E-Star, it's a bit of a safe blind here in the form of Zoe. Fun. Going to make his debut on the magical 100-year-old wizard.
So this is actually a very different pace that we've seen from E-Star in the past. E-Star likes these early game champions, these mid-game focus where you can go all in, aggressive, the Rumbles, the Jarvans, have this big team fight mess. But with the composition that they're running, yes, we're still looking at the mid-game, but it is much more of a passive style where you're looking to poke out and not play as aggressively and into the face of the enemy.
Which means no Thresh, because that would actually annoy the hell out of LGD. You've already got a custom ban going up against Xie. Remember Xie last year on DMO? I keep saying last year. Last spring on DMO. Did he pick up a pentakill? No, he picked up a quadra.
Cassidy also works very well against the comp that E-Star are running because you can get the opportunity to just scale towards the later stages, and as long as you can stay away from the poke, you have this Cassidy who can go towards the side lane and get this all-in aggression as well in those team fights, dive towards the back line. Here, with the Bard ban, I wouldn't be surprised to see E-Star just go towards the likes of a Yumi, just go all in on this poke, still have Xiaobai go towards the likes of a Jason, the top lane if they really wanted to.
But maybe leaving support for last pick, something that we've seen quite a lot at MSC towards the red side. Wukong going to get locked in as a safe pickup for Xiaobai. I have to apologize because earlier before I said the mid jungle 2v2 and put Xiaobai in Wei's place. But now that we've got our top laner, do we have the counter pick?
There we go.
Hey, with Ignite, Teleport, and the TF to follow through. So Karma's going down towards the bottom side for Mark. Xie will show us his debut game on LGD in the TF. And Gavi, this has been considered the counter pick towards Wukong that a lot of pros have been taking into it. Will show us his Hecarim.
Okay, so LGD here have opted to go towards what's essentially a 1-4 composition with Twisted Fate playing off in the side lane. This Hecarim is looking to set up some great engages and have Karma just move the rest of the team in to run them down. On the opposite side, when we're looking at E-Stars, this poke comp is going to have the likes of the Wukong try and come in over the top, set up for some of the monumental damage that Zoe and Ezreal compare together. And I like this pick from Chelsea. It's to try and mix things up a little bit, where you want to try and have this almost front-to-back style coming through from LGD with Garvey leading the charge. Blitzcrank can try and yoink the likes of Karma, Aphelios, or even the Trundle in certain situations out and try and pick them off before the fight really gets going.
You know what I see? I see comfort for Chelsea. That's all I look at here. Chelsea last split, you'll remember, as we saw E-Star rising to fame and beating the likes of FPX, putting up fights against IG, some of the best teams in the LPL. We saw an E-Star that excelled on these Hook Styles champions, specifically Chelsea was such a good blitzcrank. So we're returning to that to start off their split.
Especially when you're up against the likes of a Karma and Aphelios. You can, Karma and Aphelios against Ezreal. You can have Ezreal just try and clear off with a couple of Mystic shots and get this Blitzcrank out to roam. So I'll be curious to see how impactful Chelsea is in these early stages of the game.
Keen for this one. LGD, high highs. Is it going to be true? Because their roster looks great. Garvey came through last year, if anyone forgot. He was a great Aurelia player. He was a carry-style top laner. That's why the Hecarim here suits him going into Xiaobai's Wukong. But for E-Star, E-Star are the team that made playoffs in their very first split. There were a bunch of rookies, bar someone like Wink, who often came through and filled in from time to time against Uzi, who is no longer playing in the LPL, unfortunately. And E-Star are on the verge of having high expectations yet again. But with the change in Fun mid, with Cryan leaving this roster, how do they fare against a team like LGD that have big names themselves?
I am so excited to see Garvey debut on this Hecarim. So for anyone who wasn't watching MSC, we did see Khan play a little bit of this, but I'm going to hang on because looks like we're getting invaded.
Ward's going to come through first, so that kind of gives it away. W start for Xiaobai, not going to be the end of the world, but they do get some damage and, of course, some... No, not gold to Mark, because he's gone for the shield.
So LGD not quite able to get in and get the vision control they wanted. What LGD are trying to do right now is figure out where Wei's going to start. Because the way Garvey plays this Hecarim against Wukong is you shove in super aggressively in the early stages, get that wave to crash. And Wukong as a champion struggles when he's not, or when he's underneath his turret, because his wave clear isn't really the best. So the whole idea here is, as Garvey just sit on top of those minions, spin that helicopter every time Xiaobai tries to clear out any sort of these minions, and you get your advantage. That way, the dynamic of the matchup changes massively when you hit that level 6 point, because Xiaobai will be the one that always has kill pressure until he's used that ultimate, and then Garvey can turn back around and actually has kill pressure on Xiaobai. So it's a very back and forth matchup, but one that can be influenced massively by jungle pressure.
But also notice that you've got an Ignite teleport Hecarim. There's no flash there for Garvey, so with Ignite added into this top lane, you've always got the expectation that the Hecarim will feel pretty much right at home. Look at where junglers are. Speak of the Devil Peanut, who has taken phase rush here on this Trundle. Is up towards the top side, but clearing down. While for Wei, excuse me, he started with the red buff, is clearing down as well. So buff to buff for now.
I imagine Wei is going to go towards his Gromp and then start working back up towards that top side. Because once Garvey has this bounce back happen, there is the opportunity when you have the level 3, level 4 available for Xiaobai to try and make a play there, or even just make a play towards Scuttle off of the push that Fun will have in mid lane as well.
Just having a close look at Chelsea, who actually lands the hook. Remember, they've hit level 2, so Mark in a bit of trouble as Exhaust comes through. Wink has to Arcane shift away, still has the flash and heal. Good trading here from Kramer and Mark, considering that Chelsea is the one that got the hook.
So Wei now making his way down towards the bottom side, but Chelsea, that hook is still going to be on a little bit of a cooldown for the moment. He is starting to posture aggressively.
There is a lot of damage here. The flash comes through, and he forces one out of Kramer, but the turnaround, even in 3 versus 2, they can just walk back to lane. But both summoners used by Kramer, that's a win.
Massive win, but we'll have to see if they're able to punish. It looks like now with the push that's going on bot side and Kramer and Mark have to play passive, you're going to look towards Wei to try and pick up this bottom Scuttle, although as I say that, he decided, no, just to ping it out and then move back towards, clearing towards top side.
On another note, we're just having a closer look here of the runes picked up by Xie. Same as what we saw from Mole out of the V5 versus OMG series just a bit before. Teleport, of course, taken here on the Twisted Fates. So you got the Demolish, you got the Faker rune set that we saw at MSC. And going up against Fun here, who also has Unsealed Spellbook. That's quite fun. We got a library in the mid lane.
Now, Wei again, as we talked about, clearing towards this top side of the map, but Peanut is trying to make some funny business happen on the bottom side. Might be expecting potentially Wei to just clear that bottom side and then go back top.
Nice hook. And, Peanut won't be able to find his way in. There's Gravitum to follow up. Going to get the lockdown here, but maybe not. Still great trading. Peanut will show himself in the end. Now we're actually looking towards the top side because Xiaobai and Garvey are having at it. Conqueror hit by both, but better trade here from Xiaobai.
Garvey can't really trade into that minion wave, and you do have to be careful. It's as you start to get to this point. Oh, Wei.
Oh, that lands. Wei comes on in. He has a ward to jump back to. All he needs is one more hit as Rampage, or rather, sorry, E has been used, but Fun's up as well. And even with Time Warp Tonic, Garvey, all he needs to do is get hit by a Trouble Bubble, and he does. Tanked up nicely. First blood over to Fun.
You can take Crying out of E-Star, but E-Star is still going to play the same games, operating on these quick movements around the map. Fun pushes in. They go dive top. I've talked about how volatile this matchup can be with Xiaobai. Already the one in control when it comes to Hecarim v Wukong. That's just been doubled down on.
I mean, Fun now has a lost chapter after that as well, as we just keep looking towards the bottom lane. Now seems the weakness of E-Star here in this game number 1, with Kramer and Mark pushing in, looking for a reset themselves, but end of the day, the gold lead has started off by E-Star.
Interesting to see Xiaobai going towards the Executioner's Calling, though. Usually in this matchup, it's a toss-up between Sheen and Phage. Personally, I prefer the Sheen because the whole idea of this matchup is to try and burst down Hecarim before he can use his E to run away, and you've got your Cyclone running a Xiaobai to get multiple procs of this Sheen off. Going for the Executioners looks like he's more worried about the healing from the W, but it's not too much. I mean, you're getting 90 healing coming off total off of the minions and that. So as long as you've got this moment where there's no damage that can come out from Garvey because of the CC from the Cyclone, it actually doesn't heal a huge amount.
You remember as well, the Spirit of Dread from Garvey, you know, the longer you stay in combat, the longer he gets Rampage off as well. The healing can be quite obnoxious, so I'm not totally against it up in that top lane. I will pause though. Jungle v jungle action, and Peanut going to get spotted out first. He doesn't know Wei's in here with the Sonic Wave with no resonating strike. It's some tension down in that bottom lane.
It's Peanut trying to figure out where Wei's going to be. He needs to be here for this play.
Okay, she actually wants the hook. Wei's sticking around. Yeah, tension indeed.
So Peanut, actually, I'm going to hang on. They're definitely going to
It's like going on the first date.
Come on. Are they going to do it? Here we go.
All right, who's paying for the check? Xiaoxi going to be slowed on down. Nice little inner flame there. And the trades again. LGD have been really cautious in this bottom lane. And they just back away again.
And well played by Kramer and Mark, because this is not an easy lane to try and play around, especially as you've already pushed it in, but more plays. That was
I think we've seen him. Have they?
Has it? It may have just been a visual, but I don't think they have.
They haven't, so Mark's going to get hooked on in. That means Rocket Punch into the air. The damage too much. Ignite down, and down he goes. With double TP coming through, it's going to be an all-out brawl as Fun decides it's my time to shine. He'll get a nice Trouble Bubble, but the follow-up not there. Only a Sonic Wave, as I believe the other TP got cancelled. Unless I'm blind.
No, we had both of them TP in.
There?
Yeah, Xie, Fen, they're all down there, but this is exactly what we saw from E-Star and Spring Split. And again, this early game aggression stemming from Wei. And even with Peanut having an inkling as to where Wei is going to be, he ends up dipping out just before Wei commits to the play. Not there in time. And E-Stars will pick up the kills and the strike.
Cloud Dragon turns into Infernal, Ocean or Mountain Rift, which... Okay. Oh, we would want the Ocean if you're both teams here, but we'll have a look at this one again as... No, you didn't see it. Oh, tricky dicky.
Yeah, Xiaoxi playing this well. We know he loves these hook champions. We know he's been such a crucial part of E-Star. And once again, we're seeing this sort of performance from him where he's setting up E-Star so well for success.
I guess I didn't look at Xie because I'm like, there's meant to be 3 people in that bottom lane with the jungler. I apologize about that, folks. But Xie walks down, or teleports down rather, and doesn't find too much. Now comes back to lane with an Ignite in his pocket thanks to the Unsealed Spellbook and the blue buff given over very nicely by Peanut. 2 kills to start this game off. E-Stars again with that gold lead by about 500. And once we get back to lanes, no big swings in CS leads, but still those items are starting to come out. We've got Sheen, we've got Tyr, already for Wink, most crucially, versus the BF Sword of Kramer.
And E-Star will be able to double down on this pressure once we get to these mid-games. Those 2 items from the Zoe, from the Ezreal, and from Wukong as well are going to be so obnoxious to try and deal with as LGD. The whole reason that you try and pick the Hecarim in the top lane is to push and maybe make moves, as you can see now from Garvey. But unfortunately, because LGD have been put behind so far, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to try and make these plays happen.
At the very least, Rift Herald might be able to influence that, right? We've got vision control there as the hook lands again. Mark in a bit of a pickle as Wink tries to follow him through, but Kramer, just 1v2s, picks up about 10 million shurikens and forces Wink back.
Keep your eyes on mid lane to see if Xie can shove this wave in and maybe come into the bottom side. You can see Peanut trying to scope out if there is going to be way in that bottom side. No camps, you'd know way is going to be up towards the top end of the map.
Severum and Crescendum this early. I don't think anyone wants to be near Kramer though, so we'll look towards other parts of the map. As Peanut's going to be spotted out yet again here on the Trundle. Way, and she's up towards the top side. Keep your eyes peeled. That Rift Herald sitting there for now. Things actually going down by LGD.
They're trying to capitalize here as E-Star on the pressure that they've already gotten for Xiaobai. So starting up this Rift Herald will be spotted out though, and now Xiaoxi fishing for the hooks.
Yeah, this Boots of Swifty Splits Crank is ready as Xie walking through here. Now going to get spotted out by the Blitzcrank as E-Stars all 5, and look, Kramer soon to come, but Rift Herald at 1500 Dagda as Destiny will find its mark. It's actually stolen away by Peanut and taken away by LGD. The Destiny used by Xie just to get out, and that is a big old win for LGD.
The rest of LGD need to back away, though. They don't want to get caught out by a hook from Xiaoxi. Destiny there does a good job of spotting out what the movement was from E-Star, so both teams are able to get away. This is strong from LGD, who, in all intents and purposes, should have lost out on that Rift Herald.
Yeah, thanks for the leash, bro.
Yeah,
Peanut just
no
walks
problem.
on up. And now we got a Herald on the side of LGD, so that gold lead for E-Star won't last too long as we do have a pause. Way's saying, why did I not get Herald?
Excuse me, I hit the F button. I tried to smite and it didn't go through.
I'm so proud you have
Remake.
Smite on F.
Remake.
He's got it on D though. No, we'll see. We
Everyone
apologize
knows
for the
D for Delash.
We apologize for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get a message to you as soon as we find out what's going on there. But we're into game 1 of LGD and E-Star, and this pause could not have come at a worse time.
Still, though, I want to take a moment to kind of look at the way this game has gone so far. Because E-Star, again, up to their old tricks, getting out nice and early, having Wei control the jungle matchup, and this was something that we were kind of wondering if he'd still go towards. Maybe he plays a little bit more towards mid lane, but he's still getting Xiaobai ahead, working down towards Wink in the bottom side of the map. Even in a matchup where I didn't expect him to try and play as aggressively towards, because you've got the Ezreal AD carry there, not able to follow up oftentimes with a huge amount of damage, but Xiaoxi has been so on point with these hooks that you can't ignore this bottom lane. It's been set up over and over for East.
The reason why the Blitzcrank was often banned away from Xiaoxi, right? The Thresh as well targeted towards him. Xiaoxi was a great support in Spring. He really came rolling from the LMS. A lot of people remember he was on the side of the Flash Wolves, where Xiaoxi, you know, he was an okay support, but coming into the LPL, they're like, oh, no. Another LMS player who won't hit the mark. Very wrong. Xiaoxi hit it hard.
And the difference here was when we first saw him come in, his Leona did not look so splendid. It was so over-aggressive, throwing caution to the wind and throwing a Zenith Blade at anything that moved in his vicinity. Now, though, he's really kind of brought back in that calmness, making sure that he's been a bit more cautious and has stepped up massively. He was the support with the most MVPs in Spring Split. A lot of them on the Bard, a lot of them on the Thresh, which is why we saw them banned away in this game. And E-Star, as a result, have really flourished with just outperforming their team in a lot of situations.
An update for everyone out there. Peanut has reported an in-game issue. That's why we're currently paused. We'll update you if anything changes there. Hopefully that gets sorted as soon as possible. But, you know, coming back to before you're talking about Wei, just remember this is another Young Miracles jungler. And the trend so far has been 2018 Worlds, Ning Finals MVP. 2019 Worlds, Tien Finals MVP. 2020 Worlds, Wei. yeah. V5 Wei instead of Wei. Another Young Miracles jungler in the form of Wei. it's part of the reason why people were hyped up. They're like, hang on, Shalom Bao also came from there. Why isn't he hyped up as much? Why did Wei get benched for him? And again, Wei starting the split off right here. You talked about his aggression. He's not a jungler that's going to sit back and pretty much just farm up and be passive. Wei has been a great aggressive jungler that we've seen throughout spring. And now seeing him again in summer is towards the bottom side as we return to Summoner's Rift. No level advantage here between Peanut and Wei, even though Peanut did pick up the Rift Herald just before we went to the pause. So he's still got that in his inventory. Now we have to find out where he's going to put it.
The beauty for E-Star being ahead at this stage of the game is we already kind of hammered home how they will spike off of 2 items.
Yep.
But the biggest thing is making sure that you control the map to dictate that LGD have to come play with you. Because the biggest problem is if you're looking at Xie and he's playing off in this side lane, how do you try and force him out of that fight or that side lane? But the best way to do it is if you're ahead, you're controlling where the vision is, you're pushing in those waves, and then you can fall back towards the likes of this dragon that's up in 50 seconds and look to find those fights that can further the gold lead.
I mean, you got to look towards what they're trying to set up right now between the gaps in vision. Looking for that pick through Xiaoxi.
So Garvey's just TP top for E-Star. This is, we're getting Dragon. This is, okay, LGD are not going to look to fight us, but Xiaoxi looking to make the play on the bottom side first.
Here he comes, looking for the rocket grab, goes onto Mark yet again. The burst damage, the kick in mid-air. Mark gets ignited, but he doesn't die down because the True Shot Barrage went through a little bit too early. Not coordinated from E-Star with a double grab into Moonlight Vigil. That's great, but the TP comes through from Xiao Bai. But I think they might already be out. First like that comes through, Peanut has to flash. The rocket grab was on top of Kramer, so he flashes as well.
E-Star aren't done. Fun is now moving down here as well. They want to make sure they're getting something for this TP, especially since Garvey's already shoved in that wave in the top lane, so Xiaobai needs to get something back for this play.
So the play is fixed by E-Star, by Xiaobai specifically.
Well, you say that, but I mean, the kill still goes over to LGD.
That's true.
Garvey's getting an answer for that gold and experience in that bottom lane. So realistically, this is a net win for LGD, especially with Xiaobai having to move back towards the top lane with his tail between his legs, which means this, in theory, could be an even fight for Dragon, but way faster off the reset, we'll be able to pick up this Dragon.
When you're looking towards a Hecarim that's going straight towards the Trinity Force versus the, Executioner's calling. Xiaobai then went Tiamat as well. Now he's going towards either Black Cleaver or Trinity Force. So there's going to be a bigger, faster spike on this Hecarim.
I mean, E-Star tried to make the play here, but Wei gets caught underneath the tower thanks to the root from Mark, where it was the empowered W to heal him up. And you get the pillar, which shoves him back underneath the tower as well. So great play coming out from LGD across the board there.
He kicks Mark away, means True Shot Barrage doesn't kill him too. So that was one thing you don't normally see with E-Star is lack of coordination, right? That was kind of prevalent there in that play. I want to come back though because we've got Herald down the bottom side. Kramer has a kill. And very soon he's going to have a bit of this turret blooded.
Yeah, and I mean, I like this from LGD. Your main carry on this squad is the Aphelios, trying to snowball him to those 3 items. And otherwise, you run the risk of, as we said, just falling so far behind in the mid-game off of the constant pressure that E-Star are putting down.
Yeah. Kramer waiting in the brush. Xiaoxi and Wink. Peanut lives here. Peanut loves this bottom lane. Very fair. Kramer
Peanut just wants to hold hands with Wade.
Yeah, and they will because Wink's going to heal. He doesn't have a flash. He does have an arcane shift though, but the pillar as Kramer picks up one now with the Moonlight Vigil. Looking for Xiaoxi as well. Aphelios fed. We've heard this story before.
Aphelios is going to do Aphelios things with 3 kills now for Kramer. And I love the way Peanut played that. Held onto the pillar until Wink had used his arcane shift. So there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And now LGD, we're starting to see glimpses of why this roster was so exciting to watch.
Been playing towards that bottom side in the past. It's worked out. Even without the roster that we currently have for LGD, Kramer is the star performer. And this turret should just drop down. First turret of the game, picked up by LGD. They have the gold lead by 2K.
And this is massive for LGD. As we said, they want to be the ones that are going towards those later stages in the game, but also because it now gives Xie a little bit more of an opportunity to put pressure on this bottom lane, force people on E-Stars to deal with the side lane split push. And Xie has even opted towards that build that we talked about, going straight for the Lich Bane. He wants to tear through these structures.
Nice and early. Level 11 on the TF as well. So Destiny, bit less in the cooldown as we look at turret blading and top and bottom yet again.
And look at Garvey there. That was all off of that TP from Xiaobai. Yep. That's how one TP, one mistake can completely change the dynamic of a matchup. And you've got Garvey now so far accelerated towards that Triforce, whereas you've only got the Phage completed for Xiaobai, who assumes
but a good Hex Flash. Kramer caught on out here. Sonic Wave resonating strike, and he's dead. Big shutdown over to Fun. And this Zoe was already a little bit fed. Now, let's over-exaggerate that.
Same mistakes from Kramer in Spring, where you just get caught out in these weird positions, especially when it got towards those objective fights. Luckily for LGD, no real objectives on the map when it comes to like the Dragon or...
Well
actually, they're on the Rift Herald, yeah. But LGD should be able to hold on to this mid lane turret for the moment.
They will. A little pick off of Fun and Xiaoxi keeps on threatening. Garvey walking between them, but the Herald's already been started off of camera. Xie heading to the bottom side to add a bit of pressure for LGD. But it looks like they have just given up the Herald. They're going to say, okay, E-Stars, you take this one. There you go.
And this is the issue with LGD, is that if you're going to have Kramer in these odd positions where he's more likely to get caught out, E-Star is definitely a team to collapse, but here we go.
Oh, mistime backs in. Garvey is going to be running right for them as, yep, Wink goes down and it goes over to this Hecarim. Now the chase onto Fun. They're not really threatened. They know that Xiaoxi backed.
They do need to be careful, though, because Xiaobai is in a position in this mid lane, but here we go.
Careful's not his middle name. It's Garvey. He's an aggressive top laner. Underneath the turret, he doesn't really care. He moves out just in time as Peter comes through with the subjugate. All they need is one more auto onto Fun. But how hard is it going to be to get it? Let's go. It's time to rampage and run into him.
Too many members from E-Stars. They're going to have to back away. Garvey actually might get caught out for this.
He gets burst down with a nice trouble bubble. Oh, sorry, Papal Star. Weiwei's coming in. And he has kick available. Also the execute for Sonic Wave. Resonating strike, he flashes over. Kick into the wall. Easily done. LGD punished.
And this was what I was worried about when I saw that they were going to over-chase for this pick in the top side. Meant that they didn't get that mid lane turret, which they could have just turned towards, because it was 5 versus the 2 of E-Stars. And LGD, greedy for that kill, lose out a lot.
They do. We're finding the places of these teams in this game one. So far, I'm still not sure. We've had a couple of mistakes from both teams. More importantly at this point, as Garvey does go back and gets, a quick recall, he picked up Trinity Force and another longsword. So there is a big power spike on this Hecarim versus Xiaobai, who does not have the same.
And they're going to try and use that now at this Dragon fight. Garvey having that Triforce is such a massive boon for this Hecarim. He can delete Fun if he gets on top of him. And look at the way LGD are spread out here. There's so many avenues for them to get onto E-Star, which is why you're seeing them back up into their own jungle.
Waiting around the skirts of vision as well. With that Ocean Dragon currently being controlled by E-Stars with a control ward. They feel safe to push through mid here. And yeah, that classic Rift Herald play on the cards.
Look at where Garvey is. This is a really good spot for him. They actually don't know on E-Star where he is, and he's got direct access to come around the back if he's able to.
And he has the Onslaught of Shadows once again.
Kramer out of position, though. So you're going to have to give up this mid lane turret. Good call from E-Stars to use that Rift Herald. But Kramer is now caught in this odd scenario where he's got to walk the whole way around. So LGD can't burst the Dragon, and they've still got a Rift Herald that's going towards their tier 2.
Now finally there, but you're right, he's at 2k. He's going to be the ultimate coming through, but stolen away by E-Star. The Spirit of Dread runs in once again here. And Garvey with a great ulti while Xiaoxi gets flashed on by Kramer, who just wants to kill Blitzcrank. LGD win out the fight. They lose the Dragon to E-Star, who are now on Soul Point. But a kill's a kill.
The Dragon does go over towards E-Stars. The Soul Point is really what they wanted there. I think you'll give over Xiaoxi to set yourself up for that Soul Point. Now coming in towards that next Dragon, you can go back, look for poke, look for that one pick from the Blitzcrank that can change it all.
I mean, at that point, you're now going to have to go, all right, we got an Ocean Soul at 24 minutes in the game. That's very threatening. As you speak of threatening, this is going to go down pretty quick, huh?
Yeah. It's gone. Good. It is absolutely out of there.
Fantastic.
And here's the problem. I mean, Kramer's getting very accelerated. So even though E-Stars right now, we talk about that 2-item spike, they've really hit that. Kramer's not far off of getting towards where he's going to be coming towards the forefront and being the big carry, especially with Xie even opting now to change up the build path a little bit, working towards that Sonya Zeraglass. Realizes, look, I'm going to need it because chances are I'd be split pushing against Xiaobai, but also means he can play a far more aggressive role like he did in the last fight in securing a gold card onto Fun to set up for Garvey or even onto Wink if he's able to do so.
Yeah, we haven't really talked much about Xie, have we? It's been the story of kind of Garvey getting into these fights, also just where is Kramer positioned. But Xie so far has just been doing a decent job. There's not been much to say because there hasn't been much in the ways of limelight towards his TF, but he does have a level lead over Fun, more importantly enough. And as you pointed out earlier on with the Lich Bane there, the threat starts becoming real as to where Xie is on the map, but it's still a shame.
Fun has also done a really good job of keeping Xie in check, like making sure that he's not able to move around from this mid lane. Because if you had the likes of Xie get down and set up onto Wink, or even try and influence this top lane matchup, we could be looking at a very different game. But either way, LGD now find themselves at a 2k gold lead. Baron is on the cards. I think realistically, E-Stars are more looking to get vision and try and bait LGD into this. They don't have the quickest of Baron takes.
Yeah, definitely don't. And Garvey in the side lane as well. The threat now from this Hecarim, who is going to be going towards... we've got second item, Death's Dance here for Garvey, so a lot more healing.
And the beauty here for LGD is that you can have two people play off into this side lane. You can have Garvey and start to try and bait out the likes of that teleport from Xiaobai. And once that's done, you just have Xie take Garvey's place in this bottom lane. It becomes really difficult for E-Stars to actually deal with. And you can... Oh, hang on.
Oh, Xiaoxi with the hook. Mark, goodbye. As it's going to be a Destiny on top of Wei. It's going to be a trade for trade at this point, but Wei is much more valuable as Garvey's committing towards it. He gets knocked back into the enemy team and has to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively. Wei still goes down in the end, but now for LGD, they have blinking health bars as Fun and Wink are going all in and all out. Goes to Peanut as Xie can't re-engage this fight. E-Stars have won it, and even without a jungler, they know they can go to Baron or keep pushing mid.
They're just going to keep going here. E-Stars managed to find the pick, and they can now get that mid lane turret as well. This is fantastic from E-Stars.
You have to look at what started that. I know we'll have a quick look in a second, but both junglers are dead. And it was a bit of an explosive fight that came out of nowhere.
So it was Wei who got caught out off on the bottom side, but with Mark already gone, Kramer's got to be far more careful in the way he approaches these fights because you don't have that speed up, or at least to get out of there as fast as possible. Kramer's not in the best of spots here either because he's got to deal with Wei. He's now got a TP where he's running from. So all the gold that's been funneled into this AD carry has been used in 2 auto attacks onto a Wukong, and now he's back in runaway mode.
I was just looking at Xie to start that off as, yeah, that was a nice ult. Xie flashed over the wall to kill Wei and then dodged away from the hook. So that was a really cool move. Really aggressive as well. He's got the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he can do things like that. And when he has the Lich Bane as well, that burst's going to come a lot quicker. As we reset the map, both junglers are alive again. And we're sitting mid.
You'd love to have LGD putting pressure on this bottom side now that the TP from Xiaobai is gone. But the problem here is that you can't go over aggressive as LGD because there's always the opportunity for E-Stars to try and collapse. I'd love to see Xie instead moving up towards this top side of the map, putting pressure onto a tier 2, see if you can spread E-Stars out and just gift over one dragon. It's not the end of the world if E-Stars get one for themselves.
Destiny though, and the hook's too early from Xiaoxi. Not often you see that one as Xie will go golden. The Cyclone in the middle, Xiaobai goes to the back line as well, and Kramer bullied up. E-Star's target selection has just knocked LGD out of contention for this fight. It's over. Get your soul.
And now E-Stars can just move across. Actually, was mixed it up in my head. I was saying that LGD would be able to give over Dragon. It's E-Stars that are on soul points, and they're now going to be able to secure that. This is, again, LGD just opting into these fights where E-Star with Xiaobai can get access on towards Kramer. They're very spread out, and there's no real way of forcing back Wukong or Wei in these fights.
I mean, Xiaobai in that last fight hit everyone with the Cyclone. That was beautiful. Flashes to the back line, and for E-Star, they've already got the Soul Walnut. Take the big purple worm on top.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with this, and now they continue to put their foot down. This is just them snowballing off of the early plays that they made, coming into the mid-game in their stride, and just tearing apart LGD.
This is going to be the first major lead here in this game. Game 1, E-Star showing up big, putting LGD in their place. And I tell you one thing, this team hasn't changed in the sense that their team fighting is still terrific.
The biggest thing that I see here, though, is that LGD have all committed on towards this right-hand side of the fight, which means that Kramer is exposed towards the back line. And like, look at where Fun is positioned. Same when it comes towards Xiaobai, who luckily has flash to get access onto there, but still, you've got E-Stars that are all being funneled straight onto Kramer, who is the main source of damage on this team.
Garvey was in his devastating charge mode and then ran over the trouble bubble and kind of just entered that last part. So that's kind of sad. But we do see who is the better top laner in fights, and Garvey's had some okay moments, but Xiaobai has one major one that could have just won the game for E-Stars. 25 minutes in. We got Elder on the horizon after taking Soul here in 4 minutes 30. We've got a Baron buff for another 2 minutes. And we got E-Star who are waiting for LGD to overstep again.
I'm actually surprised to see Xiaobai opt for the Black Cleaver here. I thought he'd go for the Triforce when there's not a huge amount of armor that exists on LGD, and when you go towards that Triforce, it gives you so much more power in these side lanes, and you have kill pressure onto this Hecarim if you end up in that 1v1 scenario.
Well, I'm seeing E-Star being very passive with their Baron. Which lane are they going to pick? It seems like top side finally, as we've got Xiaobai in the bottom side for now. And turret's going to go down. That's the first out of, I'm sure, a couple of other objectives that are going to be falling down here. And E-Star, the conversation coming into today was, what is Fun going to be in this team? What is this team going to look like losing Crime? To me, E-Star look exactly the bloody same. And Fun has had a pretty good game one.
I agree. I mean, we see the early aggression. It's Fun left to fend for himself, but has done a really good job here. And I can argue that E-Star still look just as good as they did before. The question is, though, as we start to move on, how do they react if they start to fall behind, or if we come to a mid to late game where they're a little bit more uneven footing?
We had that for at least the first 25 minutes before that last fight, but as we saw on the top side, the push continues here with Xiaobai sitting mid. A hook comes in out of nowhere, and Peanut, just like that, is gone.
And this is the beauty of Blitzcrank, is he just breaks open all these turtling compositions where maybe we can hang on, maybe we can just wave clear, and Chelsea, the hook god, is putting on a show here.
And flashes and forces one out of Kramer. That's more worth than anything. As in comes Fun over Mark as well. Next wave is coming in shortly. Xiaobai's hitting mid. This one just feels over with the way it's going.
E-Stars crack open turret number 1. You now have Wink putting pressure on that top lane as everything is going astray for LGD. And they just don't really have a way to come back into this. Unfortunately, Garvey isn't tanky enough to just straight up engage here. You could have Xie Destiny in towards the back line, but with how well Xiaobai has been positioning and Xiaoxi playing forward, they're not going to be able to do anything. They can't follow up on Xie's engage.
It's kind of weird that Zoe still has Talisman of Ascension that she can pick up when that item's no longer in the game. I just saw it before in the mid lane. As we're going to look at this again. Just through the minion wave. Peanut, yeah, probably not the right way to go, but nicely done.
And this is surprising to see from LGD with a composition where you can actually make plays with getting Twisted Fate out and about on the map. They never went up towards the top side. You didn't see Peanut put much pressure towards mid to try and enable this play to happen. Instead, he tried to match Wei in the early stages, which has worked for some teams in spring, but realistically, Wei just well, I want to say out-thought him. Wei just stuck around longer than Peanut expected and managed to get these plays to work out.
I mean, Wei was more impactful in those fights as well, right?
Yeah.
We saw some amazing kicks come through. Wei now with a level lead. Going to make it pretty hard for the steal to come through with Peanut on the verge of this Elder coming up in a minute with E-Stars who... Oh, just do it blind. Oh, Xiaoxi. All he needs is to find this hook, and Elder / game is confirmed.
All of this is going to be on Kramer to try and carry these fights, but Xiaoxi's gunning for him.
Hex Flash and Peanut. He gets pulled in yet again. Silence down, dead. Kick to finish that one off as TP comes through, and with that movement speed, Xiaobai without force the engage. LGD are on the retreat path, but I don't think E-Stars are going to let them out. That's cornered down. Beautiful Cyclone. Man, give that one a name. It's tearing the house apart. Xie locks him down, but it's already too late. LGD have fallen, and E-Star rise again.
E-Star once again coming out at the start of the split looking immaculate. they will easily take game number 1 as Chelsea is taking this pony for a ride.
Yeah, let's go. It's robot versus ponies. And, well, the pony is winning, but not in the way you'd think. We got game 1 over to E-Star here. A great return to the summer LPL split.
Chelsea going full Westworld at the end of that series, but either way, this has been E-Stars looking great so far. Wei, once again, early aggressive junglers, influencing both sides of the map, and coming in off of the mid-game spiking team, off of those 2 items for the Ezreal and the Zoe, they ran away with it.
Well, for E-Star, there were some smiles on their face. Actually, LGD as well. I could see Xie walking off the stage with a bit of a smirk, so must not think too much of it. The game being done and dusted at that 25-minute mark, they thought, all right, GG, go next. And you have to say that E-Star, man, they look just like how we left them.
Yeah, they look pretty much the exact same.
Better than playoffs. Better than playoffs versus WE, but just how we left
But this is where I want to go and say, hey, if you're going to try and match Wei on his jungle clear, well, look, that's all well and good to begin with, but eventually Peanut has got to start making plays. And it's not like you don't have good setup in that mid lane where you can go put the pillar down, set up for the Twisted Fate, and even if you don't get the kill on Zoe, it's more about creating space for the Twisted Fate so we can use the Destiny aggressively. I think that was the big thing that was missing for LGD in trying to match this early game pressure from E-Stars. But fair play to E-Star. Wei looked great. Again, just outthinking his enemy opponent and being able to make plays down towards that bottom side, getting them rolling, making sure Xiaobai had the advantages in that top lane as well with that early roam from Fen. And it really did look again like Cryin had never left the team. It was the same game plan from Spring, just executed once more.
Yeah, part of the beauty of the dynamic of E-Star, remember, is being able to move to other lanes and, you know, essentially put the FPX approach on one of the side lanes. So this point, you have to say that Fen's assimilated nicely. The work they've done in the offseason has been great. Wink and Xiaoxi left on a bit of an island until they weren't.
And the big thing here as well was when we look towards E-Stars at the end, towards that playoffs that you mentioned, Hysterics, the reason that we didn't see them look so good was they started to play towards top lane, trying to get Xiaobai rolling, but the Renekton wasn't a big enough carry. Well, Wukong is definitely someone who can do a lot of work in setting up the rest of the team for success, and Fen and Wink were able to capitalize on that magnificently.
People are really persistent on this Hecarim versus Wukong matchup, but it's been very rare that we've actually seen the Hecarim do well. I mean, Khan, sure, at MSC was okay, but...
So the whole idea behind it is you've got a lot of magic damage that's built into Hecarim's kit with the W, but mostly on that ultimate, so you can bypass the stone skin that Wukong has in his passive, the armor. And you want to just shove in that wave consistently, use the helicopter, clear it straight through, push to the tower, and then have Garvey get out and roam. Garvey wants to be roaming, making plays towards this mid lane, but because he got shut down in the early stages, that matchup goes so wildly in favor of Wukong, it really teeters on a knife's edge. And once that Wukong's got the advantage, there's no coming back for Garvey unless you put a lot of pressure there from Peanut. That was never going to be the case in this game, and that's why I love that early play from Fun, was just to secure top lane from them, and great, we're going to wander elsewhere.
Well, so we know what Garvey can be. In 2019, I remember seeing Garvey on, you know, the likes of Aurelia. We talked about carry top laners.
Yeah.
Garvey is a great carry player, but he needs to be enabled. In that game, he definitely wasn't. Xiaobai back on his Wukong. Because remember, in 2020 spring, when the whole world was banning Wukong, we had it enabled, and Xiaobai would pick it up time and time again. One of the first ones in the LPL actually to pick it up. So it's good to see. Good form from that top lane. I will return to the bottom lane of LGD because that's where the priority of LGD was. At most in the game where Peanut was constantly shadowing that lane. We didn't see the same TF plays we saw out of V5, funnily enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Where, who knew? Towards that bottom lane, we saw Xie in some fights, as you mentioned, but never towards Kramer and Mark at the right time to just guarantee.
And it felt like Xie had a bit of an identity crisis in that game because we saw him get the Sheen going, okay, I'm going to go Lich Bane, I'm going to start split pushing. And then the call came through of, no, we need you in team fights, we need you with that Zhonya, so then you can be that engaged tool for us. And it really felt like there was a mixed call in LGD about how they actually wanted to approach the game. And I think it did hurt them when we got to the mid game. You've got neither item completed on Xie, and he doesn't really know what his role is supposed to be here. How deep is he going? And Kramer, again, mispositioning or not keeping up with the team, because we saw mid lane, Hex Flash comes out, you end up yoinking him out from that mid lane position, Xiaoxi, and then they move towards that Dragon Soul as well, and it's, again, Kramer lagging behind the rest of the team, not positioning down so then he's able to keep himself safe, and he's got the entire of E-Star who has access to him in his position.
You got to look at LGD, how they improve. That's game 1. E-Star, whack it out of the bag. We'll see what happens going into game 2.
踢脚，大树直接给大招，那这样的话应该是不抢龙打团。秦桧夜宁挂过去，大圣花火直接炸到了3个人，一血一丝血，红子的一个大楼天空打得非常的好，幻风直接把军中给杀掉。周梦带走一个 double kill，
Scout 也过来了一个大招撒下来，直接收掉2个人，而且这2个人也有点难跑。哇！拉扯一下，做的推他推到2个人，马老师闪现进来朝到了2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
看一下后续的时候，看到米喜是一个人过去，
过3个人。
哇，但是救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，触发自己的一个致命节奏。
先下手为强。我来者不拒。
上单的经济差已经来到了一个4000块钱，就领先了一个大金。
大树这波直接大队进去，R技能到，但是后方队友能不能跟进？周二的离过比较危险，开了一个金身，但是猴子又是直接切到了一个后排。辛德拉先把自己大招交完以后，开了一个金身，但另外一边双门正在黏住了 Light， 而且辛德拉金身结束以后，直接被 Angel 的一个妖姬给收掉以后，双门在后面，即使是一个盲僧在残局里面，也没有人可以撼动他。
领教下俺老孙的本事吧！
不是特别的够看，主要
来了，迷醒这波绕后要背谁？背的是一个 Scout， 加辽的大招也顺势落下，炸起来，2个人直接被秒掉，双 C 倒下的 PDG 好像有点难以逃脱。
准备好，要见血了。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. I have some fun news that I'm going to tell you about after I tell you what's just happened.
Is it
E-Stars
fun?
have 1-0 over LGD. They've come in pretty large. My name's Hysterics Stagda. And we have some big roster swaps coming through. We got Lung Xing in the top lane for LGD. But I think even bigger in a way is CJJ is coming in on Easter. The player we never saw in spring whatsoever. Easter kept the same roster. They never made a single substitution here in their first series of the split. Here we go.
And I'm really surprised to see CJJ coming in. I mean, we haven't seen anything from him. I don't even think he played a huge amount of the LDL, but this guy has now got to step into the shoes of Xiaobai, who looked impeccable that game. So, I mean, to be honest, I feel like this is a move from Eastar saying, hey, look, we don't even need our starting roster to beat you guys.
Okay, well, it's more about I think it's also more about playtime, right? Like, CJJ never got a chance. We've also got Rat on this roster underneath Wink, which is going to be hard to see him, who was also hyped up. We'll talk about CJJ a little bit, but talking about Lung Xing here, because the dynamic with Garvey was a carry-style top laner. Lung Xing on the side of RNG was built to absorb pressure and almost, at times, play weak-side top laner, especially when Uzi was on the roster. This is going to be interesting because the dynamic of LGD is going to shift greatly.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think, as you said, stepping away from potentially those super hard carries in the top lane, the likes of the Hekrams and this kind of things. So I want to see now what Lung Xing does bring to this lineup, because we already said, hey, look, you've got Kramer, who's kind of looking a little bit shaky there. Xie didn't have the biggest of performances there, looking very quiet in that mid lane. So maybe that's what you need, is this veterancy in the top lane to go, okay, here's how I'm going to control my top lane. I'm going to pick off the waves that I want to start making plays on and hopefully make something a little bit more happen for LGD.
We'll see. First of all, MVP for game number 1 was Xiaoxi on his Blitzcrank again. Very well deserved here. And you got to say, this guy doesn't really miss.
Not at all. The second you give him the Blitz, the Thresh, or that Bard, he's going to be coming up with those MVP performances. And Xiaoxi, again, looking absolutely stellar, setting up plays in that bottom lane where I didn't expect them to happen when you see the Ezreal, but he was always setting up things for Wei.
I mean, Mark got bullied a little bit here by the end as well. Kramer followed suit too. Xiaoxi was just always there, no matter which way you turn. Oh, we're just getting a hook montage. This is great. 3, 4. Peanut a second time.
I bet you we don't see a miss in this highlight reel.
Nah, we don't see a miss. I think that's it. Oh, no, because we kill some people here too.
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Here comes, this is Xiaobai's engaged. But
then Xiaoxi gets Mark again. Alrighty. Oh, man, Mark was so sick of this Blitzcrank. As a Karma main, I relate. That sucks. Well, that really does.
And it was that kind of bait and switch that you see coming from, with the Ezreal, particularly in the bottom lane. Usually, even we talked about in draft, you see it paired with something like the Yuumi or Enchanters, something where you all in on that poke. You never expect to see a Blitzcrank, a heavy, aggressive lane paired with the Ezreal. Like, I am a support main. When I end up playing Blitzcrank and someone locks in Ezreal, I just say GG, go next, because you're never going to get anything done in that bottom lane. But they made it work with the pressure from Wei, and now LGD have got to come back in game number 2 if they ever hope to at least put a win on the board in their starting week.
A lot of high hopes for this LGD roster. Again, they were rated so highly because of the roster changes and the depth of talent that was coming in onto this side. And Eastar, the team that again still doesn't have as much experience as the individual players combined in LGD. Well, with Lung Xing there, that tells my story. How could they go wrong, right?
I mean, they still look pretty upbeat. It doesn't look like they're completely defeated at all by that last.
I mean, start of the season, you'd
exactly.
hope so, right?
So I'm looking forward to seeing what they decide to bring out and what Lung Xing will bring, because this was the guy I expected to start for LGD, and now we might get a taste of, well, I suppose both sides of the coin, which LGD will be the better one on the day.
I want to update you as well. There's CJJ making his first ever debut here in 2020. Now for CJJ, Young Miracles top laner who played with Xiaolong Bao, most importantly, was on the winning team of Young Miracles in 2019 spring. But of course, summer Young Miracles didn't have the same effect. Of course, IG Young won 2019 LDL. But yeah, we haven't seen CJJ in the LPL yet. This will be his debut. And he's going up against a veteran top laner, or at least a top laner that was in the top 3 in 2018 in Lung Xing.
And this is where I'm hoping we might see Lung Xing go back towards what we saw when he Xiao Alan soon. If Peanut wants to play towards that top side, I think you've got the veterancy, you've got the experience. and hopefully that carry performance, because I felt like when Longxing was on RNG, he got the rough end of the stick where all that attention was put towards bot, and even when we started to rotate in towards Uzi not being on the team, it was still going towards Xiaohu. I want to see now if we can go back towards those Suning days where Xiaoal, it was Hacker playing towards that top side, and we saw that spark from Longxing.
I just can't believe we have Longxing and Xie on the same team. I mean, these two players who haven't really been joined at all. We got LGD running in on blue side once again, E-Star on red. And of course, they won the first game. So let's go, patch 10.11. Still here, and we've got an Ezreal ban to kick us off.
Well, E-Stars, we'll imagine go possibly actually towards that Trundle ban, I'm wondering, or if they're just happy to continue playing this Lee Sin in aggressively to it. But not a huge amount has changed here, apart from that Ezreal ban from LGD. Means that the Graves is still up and available too, which I wouldn't be surprised to see E-Stars ban away here.
Okay, the Graves have been banned a lot today. I think we're learning more about this meta and what the LPL players prefer. There have been some key jungle bans. The Nidalee wasn't always one, but the Graves definitely sits as an A-tier priority right now.
So with the Ezreal gone, we could again see teetering towards that Aphelios, or again towards that Trundle, which in theory is top dog coming into this, but again, Lee Sin can do very well into that matchup.
But Syndra first pick tactic. You know the rules. You know how this goes.
Flexibility is king when it comes towards draft, and Syndra offers a lot of that. Plus, even if you just toss her in towards the mid lane, doesn't really have any terribly bad matchups. She does reasonably well into most things, so she'll be fine going towards Xie's hands, if that is where it's going to be.
Because right now, it's Syndra and Aphelios who kind of sit at the top, right, as first pick priority. Even the Ezreal's flexed its way in a little bit, but Aphelios being the other key thing open, and Trundle, howdly doodly. We're back.
So Fresh looking like it's going to be picked up here. So again, I like this. It's trying to remove some of that flexibility, or at least safety, that can come in on the bottom side of the map for Xiaoxi and Wink.
Peanut Lee Sin would be nice. He's thinking, they're like,
I'd be
which one?
surprised to see the Kindred come in this early. Kindred works pretty well in an answer to, yes, the Trundle, but also heavy engage comps. And I mean, E-Stars here are perfectly fine to kind of just pivot away from going for this aggressive engage. You can start to look towards more long range poke style if you want to go towards a Zoe or something like that in the mid lane. And then it kind of runs away from Kindred, where she struggles to keep up with these fights.
But if this gets locked in, Dagda, I see what they're trying to do with their comp. There is a lot you can do with a Kindred and Ashe, and there's a lot to designate, especially with the pick potential that's coming out from the 3 picks already.
So we're looking here, as you said, I mean, you've got some great pick potential coming through with the Sindra and Ashe, long range engage as well. And it's also pretty good at trying to dissuade some of this engage too, because you can fire that Ashe ult off after you get the Wukong coming in, but you've got answers now on LGD thanks to the Wukong lock-in, where this Kindred is now enabled a lot more thanks to that pick.
It's also kind of funny because Xie's playing with another Ashe main. As you all remember, 2017 WE, Xie and Mystic who is now over on Afrika Freaks in the LCK. A great Ashe player, by the way, if you didn't see any of Spring LCK. But Kramer going to be following in his footsteps, and of course we know Kramer is a great individual AD carry. On this Ashe, he's not going to be paired up with the Tahm Kench though. E-Star starting to ban away some of the supports that can partner well. Also, getting rid of Longxing's Renekton.
Curious to see what they will end up picking into this Wukong now, because Wukong kind of has its run-of-the-mill in this top lane, and there's very few picks that can do particularly well against this. You've got the Renekton, who is one of them, and I actually thought that maybe we'd see the Bard not come out this game, especially because you've got long-range poke come through for the Ashe, but definitely that can just be a nuisance in locking down the likes of Kindred, Ashe, even the Syndra when they all group into that Lamb's Respite.
But we've lost a lot of supports. I mean, the Galio Flex, of course, the Bard is there, Tahm Kench too. Set even getting off the board as the Echo gets locked on in. We're running down the board a bit. Not going to be a Flex, of course. Going to go mid to Fun.
This engage from E-Stars is so oppressive to deal with, though. It's really difficult to keep Wukong out of your backline because he's got the invisibility. He can flash aggressively on towards the likes of the Ashe and the Syndra. And now you've got the follow-up coming through from the Echo. yes, you've got the Ornn here that can help with some of the later game scaling to try and get, or at least match the Aphelios now, but the counter engage is going to be really tough because you've got so many different angles and lockdown that is coming through on the E-Star side.
But it is quite incredible that we've gotten all the way to the end of pick ban and Thresh was still not taken, nor was Ornn. That was considered a big pick. So for LGD, some strong meta picks at the moment. Xiaoxi's flexing around. You know he's going to do Blitz again, Dagda.
Well, Xiaoxi's got options here.
This
is something we've started to see a little bit coming into this meta, is the counter pick support, because it can be so crucial in dictating how not only the bottom lane goes, but how you can try and work throughout the rest of the game. And Xiaoxi now, as he said, looking good on the Blitzcrank in the last game, now has the opportunity to do so again, where he can pick off members like this Kindred, the Syndra, the Ashe. He's got a plethora of different champions that if he hooks, he kills, and you won't always be able to get the Lamb's Respite out in time.
I will say I look towards E-Stars, and you know, that Wombo you talked about before is quite curious. But also for LGD, the way they paired this Ornn in with the pick of the Syndra and the Ashe as well, plus the Thresh. I mean, this is a composition that shouldn't be too hard to execute.
So the idea here for LGD is either you've got the go button yourselves with the Ornn where you can be the aggressors, or you've got the Ornn after you've already eaten up the engage from the Wukong on the opposite side with the Lamb's Respite to then turn around your own counter engage. But the problem here is that with that Blitzcrank coming in, it makes it a lot more difficult for you to try and find that moment to re-gauge yourselves and turn that fight around, because Blitz will be constantly looking for hooks, seeing who he can pull out of the Lamb's Respite, and I really like what E-Star have gone for.
I love that our camera went from Xiaoxi to Kramer, because Kramer got hooked a lot last game, and he's probably getting sick of that Blitzcrank as well. There's some big class members here on this LGD roster now. Getting a closer look at Xie. Xie, who joined from DMO last year, previously WE. There's a lot of talent on this roster, but can it come together? Can it come together with a composition that can look both ways, but can also run into each other and fumble?
Looking at LGD's lineup as well, the long-range pick potential is so high on this team. I mean, between the Ashe and Chance of Crystal Arrow to follow up with the Ornolds, if you find any of E-Star's members moving into places that they're not supposed to be, you can very quickly have LGD follow up with just this monumental CC over and over.
We return to Summoner's Rift. Game 2. Folks, LGD were rated very highly, but E-Star pretty much slaughtered them in Game 1. That's what we've had tonight. We had a best of 3 between V5 and OMG, where each game, teams slaughtered each other, quite literally. This time, E-Star kicked off this series doing exactly that as we return to an invade and we welcome CJJ onto the Rift for the first time in his career, especially into the LPL. And Lungxing, first time onto LGD as the top laner here. So we've got some talented names on the side of LGD, but they need to come together.
So again, we're seeing LGD looking towards a pretty heavy mid-game focus here. You've got some of that can be at least helped as the later stages go on thanks to the Ornn. But realistically, you're going to be looking at where Ashe comes on with the Blade of the Rune King and that Runan's Hurricane. You've got Xie as well, who's going to be profiting off of 2 items really well. So if LGD can use these long-range engages to find the fights that they want before Wink gets to his items, they could be in really good shape.
But looking at mid and 80 carry then. We've got a deep forward start here by CJJ, just trying to track the jungle path of Peanut. Peanut's going from buff to buff, it seems, with a red buff start, while Wei doing the same, but going from red to blue, opposite sides of the Rift. And my thoughts are, we'll look at the bottom lane once again, because Xiaoxi and Wink were all over Mark before, but this time he's got to deal with a Thresh, not a Karma.
Well, Xiaoxi's still in a good position here because Thresh CCs himself to go for that hook. So oftentimes as a blitz, you can just hook the Thresh and turn that fight back in your favor, especially if you've got the attention of Wei down there as well. It's a nice little combo that you can work with.
Ooh,
top lane though.
Actually, really nice charge here, and the Grasp of the Undying not going to come through, but the trade magnificent as Fun does his own job in that mid lane against Xie.
And it's funny seeing the veterancy, I suppose, is kind of a loose term I'll use for Xiaobai after one split, but it's now been swapped over from Garvey being the new guy against Xiaobai to having Longxing as the veteran against CJJ in the top.
As one himself in Peanut has found an opening through the mid lane. First blood, very early done by LGD as Mark's been caught out, flashes away, sends down the Dark Passage. Way wants to challenge here. He's got press the attack, remember, as Wink just can't get the damage off in time. And E-Stars all committed forward for that.
Wei is also coming down here, so this fight may not be over. Here's the TP.
TP going to be coming through. This is Lung Xing, remember. Actually, no, it's Xie, excuse me. Scatter the Weak comes through, blocks down Wei. He's slowed on down, but they can't get anything more. Peanut even making his presence known. 4 members bot for LGD, but E-Stars get away.
GA not quite able to get the TP in time where he'd be able to CC for a play to happen, but still top lane.
Yeah, this is escalating a little bit, but the Searing Charge doesn't connect. Now CJJ might have an advantage here. Lung Xing low on mana.
It will revolve around CJJ dodging the Bellows Breath. If Lung Xing gets this build off, though, it's going to bounce back in favor of Lung Xing. He looks like he will.
He's already healed up. Plus the Ruby Crystal. Well, that's the benefit as Wei has quickly made his way up to the top side. CJJ, will he have enough mana to kind of contest this? It seems like the answer is yes, as Blue Buff Wei follows up as well.
Wait.
Bellows Breath under turret. One more shot needed. CJJ overcommits, but in comes Fun to clean up the kill, who flashes away. Messy dive, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Look at where the wave is, though. You end up going kill for kill. Lung Xing is going to be able to collect this wave as it bounces off the turret thanks to TP, so you don't lose anything as Lung Xing. And, I mean, overall, you've already committed as E-Stars Fun to top lane, so he's missing these waves mid.
Xie gets a push out mid. Yep, that's right. Also, Peanut gets the mark on his Scuttlecrap. So big win.
Big win for LGD. As you said, Scuttle now going across. You can move back towards the bottom side here as Peanut, as this dragon is starting to spawn. And with Kramer and Mark having a nice little advantage for themselves in the bottom side with being able to, push and poke aggressively.
Peekaboo, it's Kramer. Oh no, he's going to get knocked up. Gravitum's available, but it is just simply going to be a trade here. A nice one from E-Star as Wei's back again. Kramer and Mark sick of getting camped.
That's going to be Kramer forced to flash, yeah. I didn't realize Mark was still only level 2 in this bottom lane. He's been forced out of so many minions, and he's going to lose all these as well, thanks to Wei being down here. E-Star is punishing heavily in this bottom lane.
The diversity of going through different lanes, right? Peanut now has to make a response. E-Star and Spring, what they were good at is they could hit bot, they could hit top, but they'd do the same thing. And this bottom lane is so far ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, level advantage, CS advantage, gold advantage for Wink and Chelsea. They can be the ones who now turn towards this dragon off of the back. Oh, you may see Peanut try to sneak it away off of the recalls, but either way, they are in fantastic spot. BF Sword already bought for Wink, and this becomes really difficult for LGD now to deal with.
Wei's just taking his camps towards that bottom side. You can see him now on his Gromp. You can also notice that Peanut is heading up towards that mark that's in enemy territory. Lung Xing and Xie both have control within their lane, so this shouldn't be too hard for Peanut to start stacking up.
And you can see Lyric's prophecy of what do Orns build in the top lane still figuring itself out. Lung Xing going to be going instead towards that Bramble Vest, or not towards the Bramble Vest, towards Bami Cinder. So he's going to be looking more towards those team fights, trying to get involved a lot more, rather than going for the Bramble Vest, which can work well in this lane.
Assassin on! Oh no. But which one is real? Clapped! Lung Xing solo kill. Welcome to LGD, honey.
Welcome to the LPL, CJJ as well. Solo kill by the Ornn. He's going to get a bunch of plates now, and that armor, that extra damage that's going to be coming through from this Ornn is going to be so difficult.
Oh man, I complained about Aphelios. It's time for the Ornn, because Lung Xing hit 6 first. That's great, but Ornn does a bucket load of damage. That dude is not a tank.
And he's going to be able to do a lot of work in and around these fights as well. So CJJ forced to burn his teleport, which is really big here, especially as he started to talk about the dragons and that. But yeah, I'm not sure what CJJ was thinking. Level 6, Lung Xing had all the advantage in the world, slapped, clapped, and bopped back towards the base.
Yeah, CJJ's debut is 0-2 right now. The turret dive failing. And now getting dove, but that was no failure from Lung Xing. He's 2-1. Ornn is big, and that's a 4th stack Dagda for Peanut this early on. Kindred now has the extra range, And that Q is going to give so much attack speed.
And I feel like this is the way that you actually play against Wei and E-Stars is get out and just play your game. You know they're going to be aggressive. Try and at least survive as much of that pressure, which is what Kramer and Mark are trying to do on the bottom side. But if you can get other lanes like Longxing ahead, like mid lane ahead, and now Peanut, you're going to do far better when it comes to these mid-game skirmishes.
CJJ is getting zoned out pretty hard here as well. Every time the pillar goes down, the Syrian charge threatened on top of the Bellows Breath. Just notice that Bellows Breath now has 3 points into a Q with 2. So Longxing is going to have a lot of magic damage on top of the Stone Skin, as you talked about last game. You know, the Wukong Stone Skin for the armor. He can't deal with magic damage.
And the thing is, the Wukong has to actually attack you or use abilities to start getting that Stone Skin working. So when you've got so much CC built into your combo as Longxing, it becomes very difficult for CJJ to actually get any of that armor and health regen before you've got Longxing walking away.
And while we're talking about that top lane, it's not the only place that's suffering. While we look at bottom lane and we say, yeah, good lead from Wink, who's also pushing in. Look at the jungle CS discrepancy. As Hook does land here onto Wink, but they're going to lock them down. A good flay to separate as heal has to be used by Wink. Well, not has to, it is. Exhaust was the trade-off there with Ignite from Xiaoxi, but that does force the bottom lane back a little bit. While my point was going to be about jungle difference with 2 levels, the lead by Peanut, with the Mark difference and the CS that's doubled.
So, E-Stars right now are very much all in on Wink. CJJ has lost out on top side. You've got your jungle matchup going very awry as well. At least Funfun is keeping things somewhat even in the mid, but you need Wink now to get to those 3 items and be your carry. Otherwise, you're going to run the risk of when you get towards this mid game, just being overrun with long-range engage we talked about from Longxing and from Kramer.
He starts catching back up and some of the gold lead bottom side. As you said, that's going to be their hope. But LGD, if you've got a Herald for the top side, give it to Longxing and Peanut. The 2 most fed people are CJJ. He does not own those Krugs anymore. They belong to Peanut. And Herald getting a second charge up here as well means CJJ has to pay the respect.
The thing is, though, they've already lost that bottom lane turret for LGD. So it's a trade back and forth where E-Stars are now able to rotate Wink and Xiaoxi up. With the way that this game is going as well, Xiaoxi is going to be a big factor on if he can find a few of these stray hooks like he did in the last game, you can very quickly turn this game in favor of E-Star. So don't count out E-Star just yet, even though they are only a mild bit behind.
We'll be keeping an eye on that bottom lane, mainly top versus bot. Good to see Longxing with, you know, a bit of priority here. As fans will remember, especially RNG fans, you guys didn't really like him on that team. And to be fair, he's kind of hard done by. As She-8 might actually be caught out here, but never mind. You have yourself the phase rush. The Philip was an inch short from knocking him in the air.
And look at where LGD are starting to move around the map. You can see they're thinking of making these plays. Kramer even hovering towards that mid lane for a moment to see if he needed to use that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So just hang on, LGD still looking to see if they can make some plays happen here.
Mark has a hook himself. Xiaoxi's level 6 though, so silence is available. Second time Xie has hit Funfun with Scatter the Weak, but there's no follow-up. But LGD, they're feeling something. They're saying, hey, Enchanted Crystal Arrow's up. We've got so much CC. We're ready. And Wink and Xiaoxi could be the target. Peanut is crawling up the lane with Mark.
The thing here is, though, look at the items that we've got for LGD.
TP, look at the TP.
Oh,
how
that
deep
is so
that?
Deep. Holy
Longxing is on a mission.
Oh no, the Enchanted
Call
Crystal
the
Arrow.
Forge God. Yeah, but doesn't matter. They've got a billion bits of CC. Wink flashes away from that one. Over the wall, Longxing is here, ready to party. The Bell's Breath stops the Gravitum, and that's a kill. The commitment from LGD was there, and it's going to pay off because there might be a dragon in 30 seconds, but they got some more gold onto that crucial carry, Peanut.
They need to try and get this top lane turret so they can get some sort of objective, but...
Wait? Okay, maybe baiting them in. But how? No. Okay, pause there. Funfun not able to crawl the distance back.
So you commit a huge amount here from LGD. TP, Flash, and Ultimate from Longxing, the Ultimate from Kramer. And yes, you get the kill onto Wink eventually, but it doesn't matter. E-Stars invested so little in that, apart from the Flash from Wink, that they can now go towards this dragon and secure the second one, and there's no way LGD can try and fight them.
Very, very true. Just coming back out on the map now. So you'll take those small wins when you can get it. Right now, 2K gold lead here for LGD in this second game. We're going to have ourselves a mountain Oh, I have to say, Dagda,
What's the role? What's the role?
You know, the conversation that's been happening has been about, for Dragons, oh, it's infernal. I was going to say...
We're okay. We're okay.
I was going to say, because of the conversation that's been going around recently, where teams will actually just not get to the 2 Dragons to wait for the roll. If it was a Mountain with this Ornn, you'd just say, oh God, no. LGD getting 4 Mountain Dragons would suck, as he's going to go straight past Fun, building his shadow. What are you building, sir? Oh, just a ruby crystal, okay. Lungxing still terrifyingly massive, but CJJ has caught back up on experience and CS, despite being a level behind.
I'm trying to keep my eyes on where LGD are moving, because look, they're trying to get up to a point where they're in a good spot and they have their, 1 to 2 items completed and can make stuff happen. But with all the funny business that went on in this bottom lane, Kramer is so far behind Wink. Has only got the Vam Scepter and a Longsword to his name, trying to finish off this cull as well to get a little bit more cash injected. But it means that the windows of opportunity that LGD are at their strongest are certainly being left behind.
Pillar put in front of Lungxing, he can't escape. He gets knocked on up, he's tanking it up, but versus 3, that ain't it. Wink gets the shutdown, Teemo says thumbs up, and a big condition, again, has been shut down.
Trundle says, you call that a pillar? Just slams one up in his face. And yeah, there's nowhere to run as Longxing, and unfortunately getting caught out there. Now you've got a lot more gold being funneled into Fun once again. He's getting more, well, just got another one of those plates before the plates fell.
Yeah.
Next is going to be Rift Herald on the cards. You've got full control of this topside jungle for E-Stars. This is, again, E-Star, even though it's not as quick off the mark, they're still getting control of this game.
Because let's talk in broader spectrum. If you look at the scaling across the board, do you just sit on E-Star and go, rightio, that'll be easy to execute later on? I'll pause on that question because we're going to watch Longxing, yeah, between 2 pillars.
And that is an interview he didn't want to take. Longxing is gone for. But I think coming back to your question, yeah, I mean, the scaling is there when you look at Wink, when you look at Fun as well, who can do a lot of work. But the big issue is more so, how do you try and operate in these team fights? Because you've got Kindred who can do a good job against CJJ's engage and against Fun as well if he's able to get that ultimate up fast enough. However, again, Xiaoxi can play towards that. We can have Longxing with these massive engages or disengages if you want to. It becomes very much about how this is all orchestrated within these team fights.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because it might not be as cut and dry, especially when you have Ornns in game, especially when you have, like an Ashe and a Syndra as well, and what their capabilities are. You take out Wink or someone like CJJ, and you are so lucky. You silly monkey, go home.
But that's the thing, is that, yes, you've got a little bit more scaling, but still, Wink will eventually get to a point where he's a crit AD carry. He will just do more. But it is very much the operation in these fights, and we'll have to see how it goes as LGD will manage to crack open, it looks like, this tier 1 in the mid lane.
One more auto. Oh, literally one more auto. I never knew I could be so right. Well, turret still goes down in the end. Just look up the top of your screen, folks. I'll wait 2 seconds. Well done, we got there. It's a 2K gold lead and then some still for LGD. 16 minutes into the game. There is an Infernal Dragon coming up. LGD have no elementals yet. And much like my conversation with the Mountain, still for the likes of Kramer and Xie, getting 4 elemental dragons would actually be gorgeous.
And you do have the opportunity as LGD to now fight for this. You've hit the Luden's Echo onto your Syndra. She really hurts. Blade of the Rune King complete onto Kramer is a big spike for this guy as well. And we're not even touching on the top lane where Longxing is running away with items. So if there's ever an opportunity for them to start fighting for dragons, this is now, and really where LGD should be looking to try and punish E-Stars as you're still waiting for Wink to finish off his 2-3 items.
Now let's look at items quickly before we get to Dragon, because it's going to be important. We've got 1 across the board. Almost towards... Yeah,
I love watching Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank. He's always looking for the plays, especially in around these objectives. Because we just said, look, LGD can fight at this objective if they want to. But if Xiaoxi gets the pick now, there's no way you can make it back as whoever the unfortunate soul is to this Dragon.
I will say, if Longxing is the one absorbing damage, though, it's going to be still very hard to kill him. And the damage that comes through from LGD afterwards is going to be pretty dangerous. Almost got a Black Cleaver here for Peanut, but won't be in time for the Dragon. Blasting one on top of the Luden's Echo is an important note here. His teleport does come through from Xie holding it. But we're close to the Abyssal Mask on Longxing.
It becomes super easy as Longxing to just start prioritizing armor after this as well. Because realistically, if Fun is hitting on you, well, then you've got Xie and Kramer that are totally fine in the backline. So just build up as much armor as possible, become this damage sponge for Wink and for CJJ, and you're going to be in great shape as LGD.
Getting a bit of a focus here on Peanut. Through his CS in the jungle and his lead over Wei. Dragon's going to be secured, the first maybe of many, as Wei actually might be caught out here, but good pillar on top of Peanut and Mark. Notice here, after the Dragon's been taken, it's level 10 on Peanut versus level 8 on Wei. That discrepancy is still there, and I can't remember what stream it was, but I remember a lot of pros talking about once you build up a level lead in the jungle, it's really, really hard with no catch-up experience, with that taken off the table, really hard to get it back. So that 2-level lead could be prevalent for the majority of the game, especially when you're 50 CS ahead.
It definitely will, especially when you get towards level 9. The experience increase is 150%, so you now just get more experience off of your jungle camps as well, which is why it's so difficult for you to catch back up, especially as Wei, who's only sitting on level 8, hasn't hit that extra boon when it comes to the jungle experience, and that's where you can see Peanut is storming ahead here.
I love that Xiaoxi throws out the rocket grab, but just to get the cannon, and Wink doesn't really give it to him, as Peanut in a good position here to challenge Fun, who's just proto-belted forward. He's going to use the phase dive now onto Peanut, but he has ulti, just trying to get the ulti out of Fun himself. Wei came up to Shadow, but the fight ends there.
And we are in this little bit of a low state, the ping pong of the waves and all that, because there's not really much on the map right now for people to take. The towers that you'd like to try and scrap over, like those mid lanes, are all gone. And unfortunately for E-Stars, they don't really have any way of dealing with the wave clear from Xie, from Kramer, to try and put pressure on this mid. As I say that though, E-Stars, a little bit out of position here, might give LGD the opportunity to siege here in the mid, but they back off irrespective.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous at this point, I guess I thought. LGD will still catch the wave. Notice where the next mark is, up towards the walls. I'm not sure if they're still there or not, but Peanut has no interest in getting it right now. He just goes back to farming, maintaining that lead. In fact, right now, if you look at Wei, he's still at 8, so that's a 3-level lead. Peanut absolutely massive here.
Where's his jungle camps? I mean, they've all been gobbled up by Peanut.
Through,
yeah,
right.
There is no way for Wei to get in here. And already as Wei, it was going to be pretty horrible in this match because, okay, I got to get cast Longxing's ultimate, I got to get past Xie's Scout of the Week, and then I got to deal with Kramer, who's just going to be slowing me the entire time in this fight.
Yeah.
So Wei was already going to have a bad time. You just double down on that now with 1, the matchup against Peanut, and 2, how far behind you've fallen. Wei is not going to be a factor in these fights at all. So as E-Stars, you're almost always playing as 4 versus 5, apart from Wei maybe eating a bit of damage that can be avoided by Fen or Wink.
At least he has Flash Pillar, you know. At least he's
yeah.
got something. It's not a Lee Sin, right? Where it's all down to the kick. He's got Pillar, and he's also got PT, which will help his team. As Longxing's been caught out here. 2 pillars against the wall, but it doesn't lock him down.
That is the ultimate burn by Wei, which I was going to say is the other factor he will be useful for in trying to at least make Longxing killable. But right now, after burning all that, LGD will be fine. They're able to go and rinse and repeat here, and Longxing sent to the bottom.
Let's go. Solo kill time. And I'm talking about Longxing here. As Fun is not going to land his parallel convergence. Actually gets clapped under turret. Fun goes in for another trade. Feeling very confident with the Chrono Break in front of him.
I think Longxing might have healed off that trade.
Yeah,
there is no damage from Fun
He's
right
level
now.
13. He's got the upgraded Majora's Mask now in the inventory. The Sunfire Cape there as well. Next level, he's going to start giving it over to the rest of LGD. So that Gold Lead 2000 is going to expand. Woo! Let's go.
Oh, hit him. Oh, CJJ, well played.
At least he still technically hit him. Hit one of them at the very least, but yeah, CJJ disappears as E-Star are going to collapse.
TP as well. This is everyone from E-Star coming up here.
LGD going to try and kite into the alcove. Longxing here first. He has Call the Forge God available as into the corner. Good dodge away from Xiaoxi's hook. It's 3 versus 5. As now Longxing's ult finally starting to come out. He flashes away so he can hit it onto CJJ. Now they can push forward. LGD are so damn fed that they can take this with a flash play and the hook landing. Oh, Mark, hello. Xiaoxi left on his lonesome. He pulls him into his death as the rest collapse. LGD destroy E-Star in that big old fight.
A great disengage from LGD. Able to kite back Longxing, creating the space necessary for Peanut and Xie to get into a better position. buys time for Kramer and Mark to get towards the top lane, and you can see Langxing is so damn hard to take down. And when you've got this safety net of Peanut's ultimate that he didn't even have to use in that fight, it's all disaster for E-Stars.
All Funfun can do is hit this turret and try and get something back, because LGD have taken a massive gold lead. They've got the Baron in their back pocket. Chrono Break going to come through. Funfun wants a solo kill. He'll get the turret, but Kramer can just auto him. It was close. I saw the balls, but Kramer just smacked him out.
Close, but no cigar. Kramer gets the kill on Funfun. They're getting stuff across the map here, and E-Star will look to try and at least get this dragon for themselves, but LGD are collapsing as well.
Yeah, Langxing is a one-man army. 2K, good pillar though. And as the arrow comes through, who's it going to hit? Sells by, but Langxing's not done just yet. CJJ and Wei have been spotted out and are being chased, but LGD can't get there in time. So, attention's changed. And even though E-Stars are on sole point, LGD have that Baron for 2 minutes. And this is going to be torture.
And now they're going to start cracking open these turrets around the map. Mid lane will be the first to fall. Top lane is already incredibly low. And you've got Xie working with Mark to push in this bottom side. Just give another turret over in favor of LGD. And what was a very close game, and with E-Star starting off well, LGD have been playing this map perfectly.
And now it's hard to see how LGD lose this game, right?
Well,
but
it could be off picks
E-Star
like this.
could be this, that's right. You got the silence still available as Peanut's locked into a wall, but call the Forge God's coming down. Lining up instead goes to Wink as Peanut. He's forced to flash over the wall, but Langxing now left on his lonesome. But he's still almost full health while Mark and Xie are pushing. E-Stars are chasing him, and great, Funfun got Peanut, but look at what's happening in the bottom side. Langxing is still drawing their attention, and he's doing damage. Versus 4, Ornn is a tank carry, and he doesn't care. Xiaoxi almost dies, and they do get him in the end, but Xie should be able to get this turret.
And this is the problem with E-Star, is that if you can't close the gap with CJJ, it's really difficult for you to actually lock down members, apart from a hook for Xiaoxi. And Langxing survives for so long, they crack open that bottom lane turret, and all you get is, yeah, the kill on Langxing and Peanut, but it doesn't mean anything. They're going to be back up on the map before anything meaningful can come from E-Star.
And it's only going to get worse. After that, Langxing picked up a Warden's Mail. So we're getting the Randuin's Omen or the Frozen Heart, whichever you prefer. And at this point, Baron buff opens the base against E-Star here for LGD. They've got 30 seconds just to push out these waves. But notice, we got Dragons coming up. We'll have another Baron after that. For LGD, this seems to be their path into a Game 3.
Curious to see now what Langxing, how he's going to start moving these items around. Level 14 on the Ornn has already given one across the Obsidian Cleaver for Peanut. And then we've got to look towards, I imagine the next one would be onto that Blade of the Rune King for Kramer. I would prefer to see Xie actually try and go towards the Rabadon's Death Cap to update it to the Death Crown, but I think he's a long way from completing it at this stage, and especially when he's got already the Fiendish Codex in his back pocket, he's not going to be going up towards it, so just going to go for the Luden's Pulse instead.
Okay, well that's not a favorite. Yeah, definitely not. I know that on top of the list is definitely Abyssal Mask. God, I must really want to play Zelda. All that comes into my mind is Majora's Mask. Xiaoxi's throwing out blind hooks. Abyssal Mask, then Infinity Edge. Trinity Force is one of the best upgrades. That's for sure. I mean, that is so... It upgrades everything, apart from the cooldown reduction. It's pretty insane. But yeah, I love Ornn at the moment. I think Ornn's in a great place if you like tanks that do damage pretty much all game long. Yeah.
I mean, what does Ornn not offer? He can disengage relatively well with the ult and engage.
Bit of poke with the Q.
He's got a whole bunch of damage off of the Bellows Breath and CC reduction, so he can still get away. He just does everything so well.
Yeah. If anyone wants to climb in solo queue, play Ornn.
But that's why I'm surprised that it's taken us so long to actually see him and not be a little bit more at the forefront of this meta, because he can do so well, especially against...
Hang on, Dagdo, got to pause you. But you're right, at the forefront, quick, you got
especially
about 20
because of the
seconds.
likes of Wink on this Aphelios, struggles against Ornn. You look at like the Ashes, the Varuses, all these guys can struggle against an Ornn pick, and it makes it so much easier to deal with. But now we got LGD, a minute left until that Infernal Drake is up. And with control of this river, should make it a lot easier for them to go forward, especially with QSS not available now for a win.
Xiaoxi's just hoping that that LGD are grouping up in a brush and he gets a blind hook and brings this game back. And at this point, I got to say, yeah, it's not the worst idea. LGD are doing that and almost find Xie. Okay, we're getting closer. LGD were grouping up and Xiaoxi almost brought the game back to a point.
I love this idea from Xiaoxi of a ward. Who needs it? I've got a fist that I can just fly in and pull whoever's in.
And who are you upset? Like, if you pull in Lungxing, that's not good. But anyone else, you're probably okay with. Maybe not Mark.
I think you're still fine. You can burst them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Either way, though, that is Dragon now up on the cards. E-Star not able to do diddly squat. So LGD will pick up their second Dragon. And I like the way that E-Star are now trying to use this to get control of this Dragon, or not Dragon area, even Baron area, while the attention of LGD is in the bottom side of the map.
Guess they don't need Kramer. Just let him go back. He's got a Death Stance, by the way. I know that we've been seeing this quite a bit. We saw it quite a lot at MSC that the 80 carries are now very happy to optimize into a Death Stance. The stats are just so damn good, especially with even with the bleed over effect for range being changed. The armor magic resist is just so handy.
And the 10% CDR is really good for Kramer here because you just get that Ash ult up so much more often. And when, especially on a squad like this where you've got a secondary AD carry, you don't have to be the sole damage dealer. So opting again for a little bit more utility is really, really good, but you still get a heap of damage out of that item regardless.
Yeah, I mean, the damage out of the item is, you're not really sacrificing much. The only difference is BT towards yourself. But again, we've seen AD carries head towards this direction quite recently. Notice, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Baron back up on the field of Rift once again. Fun here on the side lane, but it has TP, the level 16 Echo, trying to add a bit of pressure here against LGD.
So although LGD can do a good job here of keeping Fun in check here, where you already see that Longxing's moved down to collect this wave, the biggest problem for them is while Longxing is down here, Xiaoxi becomes so much more enabled. He can go for a hook across anyone, and it will stick and cause big issues. So this is why you cannot count out E-Star just yet, despite the control that LGD have in this game, because Blitzcrank is a champion that can turn everything off of one single hook.
As long as he doesn't die first from Xie. What we just saw there, the Scatter the Weak, does a lot to the Blitzcrank that has minimal resistances himself. But the reset begins. E-Star heading towards that mid lane while LGD pretty persistent on pushing this down. The arrow lands onto wave, but it's close range, so it won't do too much. But the auto attacks coming from the Lethal Tempo Ash puts him at half health while Fun's been found out. Peanut fails the jump over the wall, but Longxing needs to hit this, which does not. Fun has already drawn out an ulti, a flash as well, which he burns himself. Parallel convergence slows down Peanut. And there we go. Fun now known on the bottom side of the map while E-Star's at top.
But E-Star haven't committed anything to this fight. You've now got Ash ult down, Call of the Forge God. Flash is burnt as well. E-Star could look to try and pick a fight here and get onto LGD because a lot of these key
Oh my god.
Key ultimates are down.
Chelsea's just been so close. That's the third time I've seen Xie narrowly dodge a rocket grab as Kramer pairing with Longxing, who Bellows Breath wasn't going to hit him anyway, but Dagda. Here he is. Fun being spotted out. The deep TP onto Xie forces his flash. He has to chrono break immediately, though, even after the unleashed power. So at half health with the orbs surrounding him. Longxing on the chase, but the rest of E-Star are there. LGD still hovering around the Baron. Again, it's first date material here between LGD and E-Star.
It feels like E-Star, though, haven't been able to punish what was a nice window for them right here, where you have a lot of those big ultimates burnt, the likes of, as we said, the Ornolds. They're going to be coming back up now, and LGD have found that moment to get back to the base. And Xiaoxi just not quite able to find these hooks he's been fishing for so long.
Really rare that the broadcast will bring up runes this late into the game. I'm sure on the Chinese side they were talking about like the speed in which Kramer was able to chase. You could see Nimbus cloaked there with the follow-up of Lethal Tempo. Quite an interesting combination. As there we go again.
So the big one I think they're trying to show is that you don't have that approach velocity as this Ashe, which is oftentimes what's taken. She's actually opted for the Gathering Storm, so trying to be a more late game orientated carry, because this will help match, as we said, a lot of back and forth between who would actually be scaling better. Gathering Storm helps shove that a little bit back towards LGD here, but it does mean that, say for the likes of Wei, if you end up getting caught by Kramer, he's not going to be able to get that speed boost that would make it impossible for Wei to run away. Instead, now you've got a little bit more leniency on if a couple of these Ash arrows hit.
It reminds me of the start of Season 9 when we saw new runes come through and people saw Gathering Storm. I think it was before when Gathering Storm had a lot more AP and AD to it towards the later game. I remember seeing a lot of AD carries to go to. It was like, okay, we need the scaling part. As Peanut going to be chased here. Xiaoxi wants to find him. Lungxing, Bellows Breath locks him up. Versus 5, he has to flash over the wall because LGD aren't here yet. But Chrono Break used by Fun while Call the Forge God for the re-engage. Peanut is the first to chase up with the 2-man lockup here from Lungxing's ulti, and the damage and range from Peanut to force outweigh. E-Stars have been fought back, but LGD, an ultimate goes out.
Kramer doesn't have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There was just shot. Wink instantly with the QSS, though.
And now Peanut locked up against a wall. We saw it off camera as a Bellows Breath again from Lungxing. Almost as good as a QSS at this point as Mark. Shallow on the hook of CJJ. Fun hanging around, has Chrono Break again. And this is tense because remember, it's Infernal Stall for E-Star. They're teleporting in on the side of LGD.
This is so tense. If CJJ can find this big flank, they might be able to make a play happen. Keep your eyes on both the Lamb's Respite from Peanut and this Wukong.
Down, it's just gone. E-Stars don't want to pick it up just yet. The Parallel Convergence comes in and too late to the show. LGD pick it up and look, they're heading towards Baron. Pings are going down and E-Star are not respecting this.
There's too many minions that are going to be plaguing this mid lane. LGD have such a quick Baron take as well with Kramer and Peanut. So this is going to be gone before E-Star even get over it.
I mean, with the Ash, it's just, yeah, you're right, done. The pings are going down and you can see they're moving towards them, but it's gone.
And now you just add triple Infernal towards LGD. That scaling that was potentially on E-Star's side is completely gone, especially with the Gathering Storm as well. So LGD now have such a commanding position that even though we're starting to hit that later stages, LGD will still win out in these fights.
I mean, who can kill Lungxing? That's been the biggest question for 10 minutes now. And the answer hasn't been anyone. I mean, 5 people lay their damage into him before he flashes over the wall and then he re-engages. This Ornn has a Knight's Vow. That's a bro. That's a real bro. He's also upgraded to Might of the Ruined King, the Luden's Pulse. Everyone's got an upgraded item, bar Mark. And LGD, they've got a Baron again for 2 minutes in this game.
At this stage, you can see there's no killing Lungxing. Everything gets tossed into him, he's still fine. So going towards the Knight's Vow, even though it's not your typical tank item, just makes the most amount of sense.
It's on Peanut. It's actually on Peanut. It's not on Kramer.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Peanut's probably doing a comparable amount of damage as Kramer. I'm not sure what his stacks are, but I can see his range is at least pretty
I mean, he's almost got an IE, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Kramer hitting that 4-item Kindred that late game. It's going to be super interesting to watch. Kramer now sitting at the bottom side here as the Ash pushing out the way.
And don't forget as well, we were talking about Xiaoxi, who's potentially got that hook to save the game here for E-Stars, but you got the Banshee's Veil now completed by Xie. Can't really get the hook on there. You don't want it on Lungxing. If you get on Mark at this stage, well, he's happy to die for the cause because everyone else in LGD will turn around and get their vengeance.
Xiaoxi close on the hook yet again, but way burst on out here by the mid laner in Xie as Lungxing just charges on in. Cleanse there again. That's a knock-up. 3 members by CJJ as the Moonlight Vigil doesn't connect. The teleports come in from Fun, but I think it's a bit too late here as E-Star are getting hung, drawn, and quartered. Xiaoxi left on a prayer. 4 dead in the blink, or should I say the wink of an eye. LGD charge on forward, and there we go. Talented members in a roster come together, and this time around they were clean. As Peanut drops the ulti, Wink tried to do some Aphelios things, but there's too many of them. LGD had this game for a while, but now they take it by the horns and drag it to a game 3.
And we finally get to see what we expected as the capabilities of LGD. Peanut controlling the early to mid game. This Kindred pick making it so difficult for E-Stars to try and find these aggressive trades. And as we start to continue forward, the Gathering Storms, the Infernal Drakes made sure that LGD were going to continue winning these fights.
And that man on your screen, Lungxing, alongside Peanut. At the start, it was, okay, well, you know, what is Lungxing going to show us? The dive from CJJ went wrong. Lungxing then solo killed the new LPL player of E-Star. We got to this point where Lungxing was unkillable, and there you go, a very different player that you would have seen on RNG.
And it meant that the terrifying E-Stars engage where you had the Wukong, you had all this that could come in and really disrupt these fights, or maybe find picks with Xiaoxi, really never came to fruition. They were so far behind by the time that they got to the mid game that you just had LGD roll over them. We saw it in that top lane fight where LGD ran away for a little bit as Kramer got up towards that top side, and then they just turned that fight around. And now, looking towards this next game, if LGD can figure out a similar style of composition where they just stand back, they know that E-Star aren't going to be able to find these engages, I think they can do something similar.
I mean, the respect shown, like Wink had to burn the QSS / cleanse every single time because Kramer would throw out an arrow, or then Sheer would get a scatter the weak, and then the follow-up from Peanut or Lung Xing would be so deadly that he has to burn it, otherwise there's the fear of death. So there was so many threats from that composition of LGD.
And that's one of the biggest problems when you're in Aphelios and you see the likes of Ornn and Misfortune, anything along these lines. It's difficult for you to approach the fights because you've got to contend with so much CC that can come your way. And in these fights where CJJ, Wei, Funfun are trying to chase down on top of LGD, you're kind of lagging behind, not really able to get your auto attacks off because of this short-range AD carry of Aphelios. So overall, it felt like kind of a mismatch between what the team was really hoping to do.
True. Especially if you've got a new top laner coming through. I don't know what the level of practice is with CJJ. Xiaobai has been the top laner for E-Star throughout the regular season. Spring, that's all they played with. So it's curious that now would be the time to bring it in. I would expect that CJJ would not be playing Game 3. They'll go back to Xiaobai. I would expect they keep Lung Xing, and then everyone else stays the same on the side of LGD.
Yeah, and I think Lung Xing, you can definitely see the veterancy and the experience showing up big time here in not only how he approached different fights, but just smacking about CJJ a little bit as well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward now to seeing, obviously this iteration of LGD is what I expected. They did look very, very good, and especially Peanut as well, stepping up in the early stages.
Peanut was all over Wei that game. Peanut absolutely destroyed him, and there was never a time where Wei actually got back into that game.
And this is why oftentimes we see the Kindred and the Graves are two very good answers to this Trundle, and especially when the Kindred was already open, picking the Trundle early just gave the opportunity for Peanut to go towards this Kindred. But then doubling down onto this engage style I felt was a big mistake from E-Star in the draft, where what results do you expect from a Wukong is going to dive in, you just get the Lamb's Respite coming down, and then they're dealing damage on towards the likes of this Aphelios who can't get in because he's got to worry about Ornn, he's got to worry about the Syndra stuns. There's too much survivability there that you can't get this big wombo off, and even though we never saw it come to fruition, Peanut had so much control in how he wanted to use the ultimate, how he wanted to control the early game. I was surprised to see E-Star with the draft that they went for.
I mean, I was just thinking, I saw Lamb's Respite twice in that game because he never needed to use it. He was always on the aggressive. It was a good game from LGD, much, much better than we saw in game 1, and also hits our expectations. We're at one apiece here. We're going to another game 3 to finish off your night between LGD and E-Star right after this.
去把兵线锤掉的话，感觉他这波可能是比较安全。
杰斯没卡住那波线啊，这里要被越了。
可能能换啊。
过来，卡米尔交一个闪现，塔姆过来一口是把杰斯给含到了肚子里，保障了杰斯的安全。杰斯砰砰2枪将其带走。
马老师这波闪现好了，
想抓上单的剑魔，悲伤这个 W 应该是没能踩中。剑魔想去找一个悲伤，悲伤有大招的，要不要回到过去呢？旧梦在旁边，这一剑是命中了一个远距离的鳄鱼，但是旧梦自己的位置在屏幕的左侧是比较危险的啊。一个催眠气泡没能命中，但是南向一个大波罗直接将其收掉，这个伤害太爆炸了。Mason 自己也不好走啊，一个正义冲拳往左边去冲，自己也开始减速了一下，但是没办法，虽然说嘲讽了一个3个人在等他，南向一波 double kill。提升马身上又刷了一个王者板甲，拉一下骚蛋了，骚蛋他这个阿拉互动开钻过去吧，哎呀自己没钻过去，别人钻过去了，两边瞬间打了一波1换1，女枪已经被秒了，艾克想做英雄，1000块钱拿到手，他秒杀了男枪，看一下要不要真男人来一波大战，提着马身上一个王者板甲，他能走掉吗？交出了一个死亡闪现，他还是没走掉，两边战到了一个弹尽粮绝。但这个时候巨魔跟皇子还是有一些等级差的，11对12，悲伤这个时候血量不好，苏尼有可能要先秒皇子了，那就是现在。 恩手先把皇子给做翻在地上，摩根也被打残，摩根也倒了，龙还是被索粉给抢了下来。这波 W 是要溃败了，又是一个大招。看一下苏宁这波一波追击之势，卡瑟琳你还是15级，但是他马上就要16，马上进入他的收割节奏。
马上就到，速击。
Double kill.
顺势他们一个正义荣耀间王者反甲的双加速，疯狂的去开团，一个阿拉霍顿开，3个人运过来，再来开一个大招，卡瑟琳收到了卡莉斯塔人头，双 C 已去其一，红四方已经不太好绝了，卡瑟琳一波 double kill， 再找第3个人，再收一个由杰斯收到他的人头，卡瑟琳已经在人群当中来如风雨，去似微尘，再一个闪现接，而且呢夸抓 kill 的卡萨丁。 仿佛吸入青云蔽月，飘摇兮流风回卷。这个卡萨琳帮助队伍拿到团灭。
微不足道，一无是处。
Double kill.
正义将会得到伸张。
Triple kill.
再试一次。
Quadra kill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Our 4 MSC representatives we've yet to see. We've given them a bit of a break after representing the LPL so well at MSC and defining that this region is still the best region in the world. Anyone who says otherwise is
a liar.
An absolute liar. My name's Asterix, this is Dagda. If you want to get angry at us, our Twitter will appear at some point down there. So go for it, DMs are open. But ladies and gentlemen, we're in the middle of a great series. And in my opinion, a series that has just spiced up with LGD bringing us to a 40-minute game number 2 victory. Lungxing MVP. Well deserved, well deserved. I think Peanut was up there as well. Honestly, Xier had some pretty stellar moments too. The bottom lane absorbed pressure. LGD came together in this second game and put their roster where their mouth was.
And I love the way they operated in this game. We saw Wei again trying to get up to his early game antics, but LGD said, look, we've had enough of this. We're going to have Longxing just clap people in the top lane. Peanut's going to start playing more towards getting these early marks, end up picking up the 4 marks very early in this game. And from that point, you've got a super strong jungler, a crazy tanky Ornn, and they're just able to completely force back E-Stars at every point in time.
They do no damage to him at all. And he pops out a ton of his own. He's still just absorbing.
He's half health.
Look at this.
He has tanked 5 members of E-Stars for the majority of this play. And he is now maybe just below quarter HP.
I love Ornn. I actually think Ornn's one of my favorite champions to watch because his kit is very well made. I think he has one of the most well-made kits in the league. He just got a lot of damage on the brittle, even after it got nerfed. So, you know, apples and oranges there. Aphelios versus Ornn. Ornn won. It's a great day for the humanitarians of League of Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into a game 3. Now, LGD are on blue, I believe, if I am not mistaken. We do also have Xiaobai coming back in here for game 3. As expected, CJJ got his debut in the LPL, and he went up against Longxing, and as you said, Dagda, he got clapped.
Yeah, I mean, no one's surprised to see Xiaobai coming back into this team, and now we get to see at least the LGD I expect to see in my head versus the E-Star that you'd expect to see as well.
True.
So this is now the actual matchup, and this one again is for all the marbles.
On your screen there, returning back to the top lane. Xiaobai played all of spring here for E-Star. It was really strange when we got the call that CJJ was coming in. I was surprised because of how well Xiaobai did in that game number 1. So they must have felt confident, gave him that.
I think that's the problem. I think E-Star were like, okay, you can probably do okay against Garvey. Let's pop you in, and didn't realize Longxing was coming in on the opposite end. So now we're going back to what should be an incredible end to this series. But both these teams showing what they're capable of, but also some of their weaknesses as well.
Very, very true. Longxing on your screen here, and I think seeing Longxing again is a good sign, right? They had so much success in game 2, but more importantly, as you just mentioned, this is the roster you expect to see with LGD. Garvey sure has individual talent, but Longxing has the experience on the stage. Longxing, being in the roster for RNG for quite a while, before that, Suning as Xiao has been on this big stage many, many times. And on a team like LGD, that's what you need, the experience to come together, as it will here in Game 3. Let's go. LGD on blue, as mentioned before. E-Stars on red. No difference in bans, bar the Trundle by LGD.
So Trundle swapped for Ezreal here. Expect to see the Graves banned away here, still by E-Star, but very similar style to what we saw in the last game.
Yep.
If that Graves is left open, it's going to be first pick, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, Syndra. But what if LGD say, let's do Aphelios instead? Because that has been the go-to, right?
I think that would be a terrible idea. Look, Aphelios is very good, but definitely locks his composition into a certain stall. Graves is amazing early, amazing mid and late, and just gives you complete control of that jungle matchup.
Oh, well, forget them both. Let's do Ezreal.
Okay, so I'm surprised to see this come in. As I was already saying, I want to see the Graves, but this also means that potentially we're seeing a very different style come out here where you can have Ezreal, we see the Zoe, and you can go for that 2-item spiking composition for LGD. And that's why on response from E-Star, they're going very heavily on this early to mid-game style with Kalista. They want to be going forward when you've got this champion and making sure they're getting into the enemy's face.
You know this is a blessing in disguise, right? There's no Aphelios on Summoner's Rift. That's great. That's all I care about anymore. We get a change. Leave him where he belongs, in the bin. Let's go. LGD, they don't see a jungler on the side of E-Star as they cement their bottom lane, but Peanut on Olaf. And Olaf goes with what, Dagda?
Yuumi, because you've got Ezreal there. Now, this is pretty much LGD going, okay, we've got super strong poke in the bottom lane. They can still go for the likes of Zoe if they wanted to in the mid lane. Potential for Longxing to take a step back and go towards maybe Jace in the top lane as well, which could be fun. But Graves locked in for E-Star. Look, this is such a strong pick.
Yeah, you were waiting for it, and Way's going to show us what he can do on it. So we got Olaf versus Graves. None of these Lee Sin shenanigans as we head into the second ban phase. For E-Star, it seems like we're going to start getting rid of some solo laners here. The way Ornn was last game, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know it fits super well. Well, actually, Eastar have the potential here to take the Ornn, because you're already looking at, you know, Ezreal wanting to try and at least play back. The Olaf can struggle a little bit against Ornn as well, because you've just got this throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, force hard engage if LGD try to go for a poke, or you've just got something that can keep Ezreal a little bit more honest.
You know what's sad? We lost our Team Rocket. Jesse's been banned away, and the Ornn has been banned away from Langxing, so they have no priority to pick that one up. We know what Xiaobai likes to play. The monkey's still there. What the LGD do to finish it off?
I think that's what Eastar now are signifying with the Ornn ban. They're going to go for the Wukong, and you've got crazy strong engage with the Wukong. You've got some, at least a short-range composition in the Kalista and the Graves that can follow up very effectively on top of that, and hope to just close that distance as soon as possible and not give Ezreal and this Olaf room to breathe.
Banning away the Kassadin is a very different direction. So they have that option to just lock in Monkey.
Yeah, I think the Wukong could work really well here, and the other option looks like from LGD banning away the Kassadin is they are going to go for this very heavy poke style where they're trying to play at least away from Eastar, but as we already said, I mean, you've got a heavy amount of engage coming through from the Wukong there. I want to see now what this last ban or pickup is going to be for Xie.
Langxing wants to opt into the Hecarim versus Wukong matchup. The one we're talking about in game number 1. If you want to see Xie on a champion, though, do you want that LeBlanc? Oh, I kind of want the LeBlanc.
I don't think the LeBlanc works very well with what Eastar are trying to do, because it can make it a little bit more, with the rest of what LGD are trying to do, but I think the Twisted Fate can work really well here. Again, it's the opportunity to spread out the map, make sure that you're not trying to actually deal with Eastar in this early to mid game engage that they've already drafted for, and you've now got a Hecarim that can do reasonably well in the side lane and at least play alongside the Yuumi and the Olaf to set up for these really strong engages.
Curious and curious, we got Galio versus Twisted Fate.
So Eastar right now are all in on this early game.
Yeah.
If they can get these first few fights rolling in their favor, looks amazing, they're going to do fantastic. But if they're not able to get this combo between the Wukong and the Galio up and rolling, they will fall off after 2 items, and that's where we'll see LGD really starting to come online in their own.
Got the real power of skirmishing on both teams, but also the pick potential added in small little doses here by LGD. I want to come back to Eastar, though, because around objectives, which Eastar played towards very heavily in 2020 spring. Those early dragons with those 6s that come up is going to be massive as our camera angle. Got to check on that cameraman. I feel like he fell over.
He definitely tripped out something.
We're going to help. He's setting up for the shot, but he's fallen down. Back to my point of around objectives, this team flourishes.
I think, to be honest, both teams kind of flourish around objectives. Yes, 100% you've got this crazy take with the Kalista, the Graves, and this kind of style of play coming through from Eastar, but LGD as well, not so much on just clearing out those objectives, but definitely in these objective fights where you've got an Olaf who can work very well with the Yuumi, you've got some great poke that can come in from the likes of the Ezreal. Like, this is a composition that can still work very well, and even then Xie teleporting into the backline to get onto this Kalista, get onto this Graves, and set up Langxing for success.
There's going to be a lot of angles that LGD
there is
can
so
play
many
from. I think this is an exciting comp to round out the night, to finish off the series between LGD and Eastar. We got them at the heart of it with a game 3 that's going to define where we place these teams. Eastar LGD, who finds their first series win here in the LPL. Week 2, day 1 comes to a close with this as we look up in the night sky. You can't do that on your client, can you?
No.
Now we didn't even know where we are. Well, in the middle of the rift. How about that?
The cameraman just tripped again.
Yeah, he fell upwards again. Alrighty. Guys, welcome back as Eastars are taking us into this game 3 with a bit of an invade.
Trying to get the vision control down and spot where Peanut is going to be. So Peanut will have his work cut out from us. It looks like Wei is just trying to get full control of this jungle, and definitely with the Graves he will have the advantage there. So I'll be interested to see how Peanut approaches this. I personally would like to see him start on this bottom side, go up towards the top lane, and a little bit of a tendering towards a more full clear. So as Langxing gets a bounce back on this top wave, he can actually look for a gank onto Xiaobai.
Okay. Watch for that topside roam as Eastars are doing it once again. They've made the journey throughout, and now they're back. Ward going to be taken here by Wink, so a small XP advantage. But of course, not really time for a leash as Peanut starts on his top side blue, while Invade here on the red full way.
Kramer and Mark will have to play very passive in this bottom lane now. I mean, you've already got a fairly passive lane, but definitely not wanting to push this in because you have the opportunity for Wade to come down. Xiaoxi can play very far up and aggressive here, as you can already see. And there's always a threat of Wade coming down to this bottom side now.
I guess for Yumi and Ezreal, though, you feel okay. We'll touch on that in a second. Notice we have the item cooldown, item CDR cooldown here for Fun as his last option in the domination tree. Well, bit of transcendence there for the cooldown reduction at level 10. I like this because in the LPL, who made Predator Galio famous? It was Mr. Old Doinby. And you pop Predator, hold down W, and run into the enemy team. And it's really hard to walk away from. So a nice little interaction to look forward to, folks.
And it is very much about playing to... Oh, we will. Peanut will get spot on the word there, but it's all about Fun as well, trying to close the distance as soon as possible onto LGD. But it's more about getting onto the likes of Xie, because Kramer's going to be fine in just arcane shifting away from a lot of these engages. It's trying to lock down Longxing and Xie and see if they can be a nuisance in that way.
Hey, Nuisance is way in the bottom lane right now. Between waves as this
Fun
massive
well.
one is crashing in. Yeah, double TP, mid-channeled first actually on the side of LGD as Weiwei has to back away. It's only a red card as the hook lands onto a minion, unfortunately, and both mid laners say hi, then bye.
They will back off, but look at where Peanut is right now. He's shoved in that mid lane, so now you get the opportunity to at least get a bit more of that lane experience onto Peanut, push him ahead in a CS or experience advantage, and you're not going to miss out on too much here as Xie, because you still get back to your wave before Fin can push in.
Dodge away from Kramer there in the bottom lane as well. First bit of turret plating of the game goes to Wink and Xiaoxi in this bottom lane. And Kramer right now just surviving. It's going to be a bit of pressure added, but still so hard to kill this bottom lane with Mark attached to the Ezreal.
But again, it's LGD surviving this early game pressure, which is the key thing against E-Star. We saw it in Spring. We saw it in that last game as well. Kramer will get eaten by Hook.
He has the flavor. The Arcane Shift comes out first. Good trade back here from the Ezreals. Mark's like, I need a bit of mana. Who can I hit? Hang on. He just needs to auto a champion.
I'm looking back towards this top side of the map. LGD, Longxing has managed to get a cheater recall off here where he's going to get back in towards the lane without having to use the teleport. You also get Peanut now because of the pressure Longxing had created to get this Scuttle Crab on the top side, which oftentimes can be kind of difficult in this matchup. So now he's in a really good spot where he soaked some of that minion experience in the mid lane and on that top side. So Peanut is actually off to a little bit of an experience advantage when it comes towards Wei, which usually doesn't happen in this matchup.
Good to see what his first purchase will be. Should be the Skirmisher Smite coming out. No, in fact, goes for the Ruby Health Crystal instead and picks up the Hunter's Talisman alongside the Machete. So no upgraded item just yet. Well, we keep going bot because Xiaoxi keeps throwing out hooks left, right, and center. This guy is ambitious when it comes to throwing a Q. And Fun is on his way. Predator enabled, but Peanut's here as well. They're just going to be running in. Fun doesn't care. They flash instead onto Peanut, who has to flash himself. That's worth for Xiaoxi. Yeah,
they clear out the wave. V-Star can't do anything, and Xie's pushed in mid again. So, Xiaoxi actually taking real low.
Actually, the chance of him dying here is a potential. Dark Passage going to be put down for the shield. Wink jumps on in as well. Peanut's still here. Undertow connects, and as the poke follows through, E-Star now definitely have to lead.
And LGD now have complete control of this top side. Xie has got the level advantage, the CS advantage. You've got Longxing as well, who's dictating the pace of this top lane. So I wouldn't be surprised now to see Peanut turn his attention towards this top side and try and set up Longxing, or vice versa, Longxing move towards this mid and try and help out Xie.
I mean, at the very least, you wanted to see him move right. Right, well, here he is. He's adding pressure, and missing top side means Fun can't really follow up with a trade, nor does he want to.
And you can see how Longxing is playing this matchup very differently from what we saw in game number 1. It's about shoving it and trying to put this, but again, about to hit that level 6 point. That's when kill pressure will come on for Xiaobai, just off of the raw damage that this Wukong has, thanks to the 2% tick from the ultimate.
Also notice that what Longxing did as well is secured vision around red side. Dagda, I'm about to sneeze, so you're going to have to cover me in a second.
I got you.
But
your nose or cost?
Well, we're about to find out. We saw Wei spotted out on the ward top side. In fact, now walking through multiple layers of vision. So LGD, really good tracking of Wei here. Turns out my sneeze has disappeared, so I'm okay for now. But especially when you have the likes of Xie and Langxing, who you said wants to roam, plus has the TP. LGD know where Wei is all the time, equals they can go to any lane they want.
They do realize, though, that Wei is going to be on this bottom side, so going to be fighting once again towards this dragon, or at least trying to keep Wei off of this dragon. They'd use the E-Star would like to use the pressure Wink and Xiaoxi have right now to get that objective, but again, we already talked about, look, Xie's got that push, at least in the mid, he's controlling that pace well, and can reposition super well with the ulti.
Now he's doing some tracking of their own. Red's going to be secured here by Peanut. Same level as the Hero's Entrance going to be coming through, and Peanut is just dead here. First blood over to E-Star.
And Wei is doing a very good job, even if he's not able to get the dragon straight off the bat, getting into the enemy jungle with Xiaoxi, and now they get the kill. They will get this dragon for themselves, and Wei doing good job to understand how to punish this match.
You know what the vision toggle is about? It's because the ward's right on the edge. And Peanut's control ward, I don't believe, spotted out the control ward of E-Star.
And I think that's why he thought he was safe. He didn't think he had vision, but here we go.
Very interesting. Cleanse is going to be coming through here from Kramer, though. We're going to engage with the Fate's Call being used as well. It's onto the Yuumi, who's blocked some of the damage. This is pretty smart from LGD, because now Xie's in as well. Gets a cold card onto Wink with a teleport right in the middle of them. 4 versus 5. Now enabled to TP a little bit later. The Hecarim has Onslaught of Shadows. Hasn't used it just yet. Comes into spin, but trades his life. As Xiaobai into the backline here with Cyclone, but he's gotten dangerously low while Xie is throwing out cards left, right, and center. This guy is at a casino. Xie walking forward, has the gold card. He's taken up a bit too much. All right, he's going to survive, but it's a 2 for 2, or 2 for 1 rather, in favor of LGD.
Langxing not getting to use the Onslaught of Shadows, though, was a big mistake there. He needed to just launch in towards the squad, cause that fear, give a bit more CC, and allow Kramer and Mark to go nuts. Fortunately, though, that ultimate wasn't enough to just take down the very low health bars on E-Star. So 2 for 2. Still, LGD turn it around. Yeah,
remember, the earlier kill went up in the jungle, so this is how it started.
Yeah, you can see here, okay, Kramer getting caught, but a good play from Xie, getting down right on top of Wink to set this up. Peanut's here, wards in the bush for the TP to come in from Langxing, but he needed to just lead. Oh, he actually got hooked straight off.
Wow.
I thought Peanut might have tanked that hook, and then he could have led with it, but great hook from Xiaoxi to just shut down that play.
No ult coming through from top laner there.
And look at the health bars on E-Star. If you get onto anyone with that Onslaught of Shadows, you're going to end up killing them. But
well, speak of the devil, he has it right now on top of Wei. Will he use it? Well, he's going to charge him back, and he kind of misses the ulti, but still gets the fear off as Wei just gets poked down here. It is at the cost of the Herald as he picks up before he dies.
LGD have moved everyone up as well as E-Star, though, so it's not like we're going to have a trade across anywhere on the map. So we'll have to see how much pressure E-Stars can get out of this Rift Herald to even up for that kill.
I'm going to take you a step back because I want to talk about the last trade where Xie picked up the double kill and Rod of Ages. Very early into this game. That's an 8-minute Rod of Ages. He's huge.
It's a big thing for Xie as well, because this Twisted Fate, you really need to start getting rolling. Your CC, you're not so much damage, so if you start to fall behind, you really start to fall behind. But now having that Twisted Fate off to a 2-0 start means you can have way more impact off of these roams. And that's what I want to see Xie start to do. He's kind of been a little bit of a step behind Fun, but potentially now with that Rod of Ages complete and also having used, I believe, a lot of those minion dematerializers, I think he started with as well, to start clearing out those waves. He should be able to answer for Fun's push and get those plays started nice and early.
I mean, Xie is 20 plus CS ahead at this point as well. And the damage he's now acquired is clearing out these waves pretty damn quick.
And for anyone who hasn't kept up with LPL, we did see the buffs towards Twisted Fate really push him over the edge. So now that blue card is doing 0.9% of your ratio when it comes to your AP. So it's really starting to hurt a lot more. Even the red card got buffed to 0.6%, making it a lot easier to clear your waves. So with these kills that have gone over, that early Rod of Ages, you're really in a good spot as Xie.
Yeah, blue card now, just that 0.9 is massive. E-Star's moving through the mid lane. Wave pushing up here, but what are you going to do? Xie says thank you for the CS. He's got a bounty on his head. He's got 100 CS at 11 minutes into the game. E-Stars, their option right now is moving towards the bottom side, looking to get some more turret plating with 3 people and that Herald in hand. E-Star, the pings are going, or rather LGD, the pings are actually going towards the top side where Olaf and Yuumi have now paired up, looking to trade this turret.
Longshin's seen this before, though. There's that experience, that sixth sense coming into play. Backs away from the bottom lane turret because there's a play happening towards the top side. Rift Herald, though, will mean that the tempo advantage is in favor of E-Star, which means they might be able to actually get at least someone up towards this top side to make sure that the top lane turret doesn't fall in response.
Instead, they just want to double down and go towards inner bot, but this is going to be Destiny placed by Xie in the bottom side to get here. Remember, he has so much wave clear at this point as well, so E-Star, it's going to take a lot to get this turret, but with 3 members, that'll about do it.
Yeah, you can't try and go in overly aggressive because you've got the demolish there from Fun. They can turn, kill the tower, and then get the double kill afterwards. So 2 towers, and you're still trying to push in this top lane. I mean, think about it. You've got you haven't even got the Sheen complete onto Kramer, so this is a very slow tower.
But they will be doubling down with the teleport, and that's Xie with a gold card available. Xiaobai is going to ult on the spot, delete it immediately, and Peanut survives. So LGD now with 4 people topside, they get the kill. But again, E-Stars still have that tempo swing working now on mid.
And a lot of turret plates are starting to be shared across the map now. You've got those on the bottom side. Fun now picking up a few for himself as well. But when we look at the grand scheme of things, and we talked about how E-Star want to be utilizing their pressure nice and early, making sure that they can set up for these big engages with Xiaobai and Fun, having these turrets down is going to make such a big difference to them. Massive gold injections in towards Fun and Wink will put them quite far ahead. And Dragons to boot. E-Star can look to make fights nice and early at this sole point objective, and LGD will be forced to go aggressive.
I mean, he's still going top. We've still got 1 bit of turret plating holding the turret there, and Xiaobai is going to defend it. So that's 2 turrets in the bottom side, including inner. That's 2 plates mid, defending top and the dragon here for E-Star. Gold pretty much even in a game that was being led by LGD's early aggression towards the bottom lane and the lead that Xie built up.
And E-Stars can exploit this super well because you can push in very far as the likes of Xiaobai in this bottom lane and have Fun dictating if he wants to move down to help out there to potentially get the kill on towards Longxing. Or just vice versa, have it create pressure mid so then you can have Xiaobai join in from behind them.
Looking towards the setup for the next objective. Right now, Baron up in 6 minutes, so we've got another Herald on the way eventually. Dragon's not going to be up for a while, so Death Sentence does land here with Box over the side. Ragnarok to get out. A little bit low, but has the Yuumi on top of him, so Mark keeping him healthy. And that's the ultimate down from Xiaoxi. E-Star still looking for that pick.
We do see Xie right now, though, really getting towards the point where he's going to be super useful. Sonya's Hourglass is well underway. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's going to start putting pressure on these side lanes now. Unfortunately, though, hasn't gone for the Demolish build, going instead away from that, which means that he won't have as quick of a tower taking these side lanes, but can still be pretty useful when it comes to just opening up the pressure on Eastern.
All right, Dagda. It's 14 minutes in the game. We're moving into the official quote-unquote mid-game. All right. I still don't agree that it's an early game, mid-game these days in the LPL.
It's like a little bit shaky.
Yeah, it does feel like one thing. Does E-Star need to force and keep the ball rolling?
I feel like they definitely do, but they're doing a great job of doing that right now because either way, you might as well try and make these plays in the mid lane, get these towers down as soon as possible, or at least create pressure so you can move towards this Rift Herald.
You know, I'm asking because I keep seeing Xiaoxi and Xiaobai on the edge of a fight, looking for their way in. There's going to be a true shot barrage. It does a lot of damage on Xiaoxi. That's because Rift Herald has just spawned, but LGD not in position. They let this one go, give it over to E-Star.
They do have Longxing on the bottom side. They could just play towards this Hecarim instead and try to just trade aggressively, but with how low... Ooh.
Maybe they want the fight afterwards, and they might have found a great Fate's call, though, from Wink. Saves the life of his support, and Xiaobai's out as well. Wink, you genius.
It does buy enough time for LGD here as well, because my biggest concern with that play was E-Star just walk mid, throw down the Rift Herald, get the mid lane turret. Now you've bought enough time, though, where E-Stars have to back. You've given the answer to Longxing on this bottom side, and potentially now making a play on mid as well.
Xiaobai looking to defend it, but he gets poked down once again, and this turret just needs to absorb some damage, but with Fun there clearing the wave, that's it, the play tonight.
With this tower going down, Longxing should complete his Triforce too, which is going to be such a big boon for this team. And that's where we can potentially see, if LGD can get a really strong engage, that they could fight. But realistically, E-Stars are so strong right now, LGD will still be trying to keep E-Star at arm's length.
I'd like to pause and note that we have a serrated Dirk on wing. See what that becomes. We'll hold because Raftel's going to be pushed here in the mid lane with 280 carries. And that turret is gone.
There's no way that that was going to survive, especially after the work Funfun had already done at the early stages of this game. Now we've got E-Stars moving towards this top lane, but will be spotted by LGD, but there's very little they can do about it.
Last chapter is still available. Last chapter, I should say. And with Peanut following up like this and a good dodge away with Ragnarok used a little bit strangely. Mr. Peanut. What was that? Well, last chapter finally coming through, and now for the lockdown. Peanut follows it up with a two-man shield and ran from Funfun. His onslaught of shadows lines them up. And LGD now have the advantage, but with the spin from Xiaobai in the backline, the turnaround could be massive from E-Star. Another shielded Duran from Funfun. And this fight, not as easy as they thought. Kramer and Xie, the only ones left alive, but Xiaobai lost his whole team. Gold card lined with a wild one, and over the wall, Kramer won't be able to get the arcane shift, but LGD still win out the fight, if only just.
It would take a really good engage from LGD to win a fight, and that's exactly what they managed to find there. Getting on towards Wink, forcing the stopwatch early, which means when that lantern comes in, there's a whole spew of horsemen riding on top of E-Stars. Fantastic play from LGD.
And let's watch when we get that replay, baby. Lungxing's going to show us what it's all about.
And this looks super funky to begin with, but managing to just about get that final chapter on towards Wink shuts him down. Straight onto 3 members. That Triforce proc coming in as well for Longxing tears apart everyone. And Wei, that short range really doesn't work in these fights because you have to try and dodge away from Xie from a lot more. But here we go again.
Live. Yeah, another fight over the wall. Funfun getting caught out. The person that carried the last fight for E-Stars is getting poked on down, while in the front, it's Ragnarok Olaf once again, and E-Stars are getting sandwiched here. Xie for the poke down, still chasing over Funfun, but now he might be caught on out. E-Stars turn on him, but Golden just in the nick of time with the resort of LGD following up. This coordination we haven't seen in a while as the pony has a cat on him now. And Lungxing forces them away. LGD take it again.
And E-Stars run for the hills under the might of LGD. And you can see as soon as these double Sheen items are coming online, LGD want to fight. They want to scrap. Not able to get the dragon though, which means E-Stars will find themselves on that soul point. Still, LGD are looking to fight them every opportunity, and E-Star just haven't found that really strong engage that they were hoping.
Because every time we get to this fight, the Ezreal starts picking up more kills on the side of Kramer. Xie as well. We came out of the replay into this.
But it's also E-Star here, all over the place. Funfun's trying to keep people out of the fight, and look how spread out LGD are. Who are you trying to get this big engage on? Because you get onto Xie, well, he's completely separated from Peanut. He's completely separated from Kramer. You can't get multiple people grouped up, and it's LGD playing so well around that wombo from E-Stars.
Bounties on the 3 core carries. Magi Soul Stealer picked up on Xie. E-Star down in gold, but still picked up this top lane turret. So there is some kind of reprieve. But we're 20 minutes into the game where LGD are still looking for these fights. They've got a Xie who almost has his ult back up again and available around a Baron buff, a Cloud in 3 minutes. A lot of opportunities for LGD to keep this snowball going.
And you can have Xie wander towards bot lane right now. You have the teleport available for the Twisted Fate. You've got Destiny, as you just pointed out in early up.
Look at the follow-up. Oh, the poke. Well, I'll tell you one thing. A Yuumi on a TF who will get Lich Bane as well for the extra movement speed. That's rough.
And we said, look, E-Stars, if they start to fall behind, they are really going to struggle. And that's now what we're seeing in this game. LGD have found a couple of good fights, and E-Star haven't got the damage that they were hoping to in this game. And you were talking about the dagger going for Wink. It looks like potentially going towards the Sanguine Blade, but
maybe. Could be sitting on it. I have seen recently a lot of pros in solo queue have been sitting on the
other one is just to try and double down on that early to mid-game fight. But that means now they've gone past that window, and LGD are really starting to come into their own.
Speaking of controlling mid right now, looking between the gaps and vision towards the top side, there's an inner turret waiting. Xiaoxi checking with vision with his Dark Lantern, considering how dangerous it is. Like Funfun here, if he gets caught on out, that could be the base broken, the Baron. So much available here for LGD. Pulling in E-Stars to their territory. Spinner gets pulled on back. He does have the Ragnarok available. Hasn't used it yet as the onslaught of Shadows again. Lines them up, and Lung Xing is rampaging around like a goldfish out of water. He'll get burnt down a little bit as E-Star finally start getting something in this fight. The Galio ult, though, retreats. E-Stars now have 4 members. The death sentence needed to land. And LGD, they lose their top laner, but they don't lose their position.
And they're just rotating up towards this top side as well, so there's very little here that E-Star can do. LGD will back away after this, though. But still, E-Star finding a bit of a fight in them, and mostly off of Kramer not being able to really get into this fight. He was stuck over the wall, couldn't follow up on that big engage from Lung Xing, but still, LGD looking strong in this game.
Let's just say one thing. Funfun has been the core at the side of E-Star. Funfun's taunts, Funfun's engages. If this Galio goes down, I think E-Star go down in this series.
It's a multiple of different things here. You got a lot of damage between the top, jungle, and mid, but Peanut nearly getting caught out here. Lung Xing finds a brilliant engage, but look at where Kramer is. He ends up getting caught out by Funfun and by Xiaobai. He goes over the wall, and a lot of that damage is now missing from this fight. And there's not enough when you've only got Peanut, pretty much a non-factor when it comes to damage. We already noted that Xie, even though he's a far ahead, is a twisted fate, doesn't have the damage to carry this. So as long as Kramer is separated from these fights, E-Star do have a chance, even with Wink going down, because you've got Wei to carry that damage on the E-Star side of
They
things.
might be caught out here, Dagda. I mean, Xiaoxi in a bad position takes so much damage. True Shot Barrage comes through, almost kills him as Arcane shift forward, and Kramer showing us how big he really is.
And it guarantees LGD that dragon. They're going to be able to move over 10 seconds on that. Means that there's no fight from E-Star. And it really feels like this poke from Kramer and from Mark is becoming obnoxious for E-Stars to deal with.
I mean, E-Stars, again, this is just like Game 2. They were on the verge of I think it was an Infernal Rift last game. They never got there. LGD picked up Dragon. After Dragon, they stacked the same element. They have a Cloud Dragon, Dagda. They have the ability for 40% ult CDR on a TF and Ezreal. As Onslaught of Shadows, yeah, that'll also get buffed. Out goes Lung Xing. That's a big cooldown he has to deal with for now, but helped with the extra 10%.
It's not even that much of a cooldown. And I'm actually curious to see the build that's coming out from Lung Xing going towards the Sterix Gauge instead. Usually we see the Death Stance build because obviously you've got that built-in sustain into the kit, the 10% CDR. It tends to be a better item, and honestly I would have preferred to see it in this game, although yeah, I'm not sure why he's gone for the Sterix here.
You know what you wanted? You wanted the Yomus, right?
I wanted the Death Stance.
Nah, you wanted
I definitely wanted Death Stance.
You said Death Stance, you wanted Yomus. That's true. Hecarim one-shot build, man.
And then you just put the Yuumi on him for the zoomies and you just go for it.
I mean, every time Yuumi presses E, he gets AD, right? Because of the mounting, what's it called? Mounting Dread?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
you just say yes because I said
I do,
it,
100%, yeah.
Yeah,
because it's just to just to move the conversation away.
Warpath is his passive. I was doing a revision of Hecarim the other day. And
you listened to Running in the 90s the entire time.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That and watching a Jin as we found Xiaoxi caught on out. Now, Destiny has been used once again, but to where? I think it wasn't actually used whatsoever. As TP's being used, look at this flank that's been set up here. Xiaoxi, flash blaze, but misses. Xiaobai in a great position, but on top of the Olaf, he's just going to heal on up as Kramer's poking from the side. In the backline, the pony goes at it yet again. Xiaobai with a suboptimal ulti, and at least for E-Stars, they get the Hecarim. But the problem is now Xie's joined in, and Funfun is going to die. That for LGD is worth, and that for LGD is the Baron, and could be the game.
You still have Wei alive, though. They need to be careful because level 12 versus level 11 for Peanut, there is the opportunity for Wei to make the hero play, but he is so far away from the Baron right now.
Now, granted, this is not going down as quick as it would with Lycan Aphelios and even that Hecarim alive, but no contention here for now. Over a control ward, look at where Wei is. He'll be spotted out, but Xie's on zone patrol.
And he's got the cat attached. There's no way Wei is getting into this pit. There goes the Baron.
Again.
And honestly, it feels like the chances of E-Stars in this game are slipping away with this.
Oh no, he couldn't back. There we go. Finally, we'll watch this one again because E-Stars initiated it.
Xiaoxi just missing out on the flay. And really, an uncharacteristic mistake from Xiaoxi. If I was to put my money on any support being able to make that play, it would have been Xiaoxi, and not quite able to make it. Longxing does a great job again of disrupting this back line, gets rid of Wink before he's able to even throw an auto attack, and then you've got Xiaoxi straight in with the Destiny to follow up on the play. This is LGD. The coordination in these team fights, the decision-making has been so good in securing these victories.
The roster's finally come forward, right? As Onslaught of Shadow's going to come through in the top lane. Now, remember, Galio can defend against MR, but never mind, because he's got support. Sterex Gage going to come in handy, but with a nice taunt, Longxing is going to go down for his 5th death of the game. So, big pick here for E-Star, but Baron's still in the hands of the 4 others.
It's Longxing overextending. You can see Xie wasn't quite in a position now. They will answer for the mid, but
TP. Peanut has found way, but they're looking for Kramer in the mid lane. Funfun still hasn't been spotted out, but now he will with a bit of movement speed. The Justice Punch predicts where Kramer's going. He'll cleanse out of the way, but still, the damage isn't enough. No, he Arcane shifts away, and Yuumi, another champion, to add to that great list. As a double kill already goes over to Kramer, and for LGD, the nail in the coffin seems to be with it. Triple, make it a quadra. You know they'll give it to him as no, Mark. That's your new 80 carry, brother. You don't want to do that.
You need to be making friends right now. You're not supposed to be taking away the quadra kills, but LGD will end the game off of that play.
I mean, you'd hope so. There's no other way they can't. As Longxing's back alive, he'll TP in. The death time is quite short on Xiaoxi and Xiaobai, but look at the push coming through here. All 5 members running up mid. The chase on Wei, the chase on Xiaoxi. The gold card lands, does half his health to Xie, goes golden, buys a bit of time, will die in the end. So for LGD, 4 members pushing against the turret, maybe it won't end here, never mind. Peanut gets low as well backing away from the Nexus. The game somehow goes on.
Oh no, shit. You just
dear
stopped
Lord.
the game. And I love the way Mark just abandoned Chip. It was like, look, you're on your own with this one, buddy. You've gone too deep. But okay, well, it'll hold on for the moment. Actually, this is pretty big because E-Star now can move over and get this Cloud Soul as well. I mean, you do have the TP, but they can just clear this out before you get an opportunity.
Imagine if you lost the game off of that. That would be very embarrassing. At the very least, Kramer's going to try and poke them down. And Kramer has so much damage at this point, so we'll see. 4 versus 5 could be in the cards. The Xiaoxi lands. He actually takes it away. Kramer will get the Cloud Soul. He'll go down, but might be worthless. Onslaught of Shadows is on the back of Wei, who's ignited. Peanut slams him down with the Viking honor.
Look at the Nexus.
As into the backline, Xie says, no, I must right my wrongs. From 0 to hero, back down to 0 to finish on the hero mark here. Xie is going to end the game and the series in fun fashion.
Okay, well, that was exactly the way I wanted this game to end. LGD, though, looking very strong. Again, coming out, not able to control the early game as heavily as they did in game number 2, but definitely as this game progressed, great coordination in those team fights. The decision-making in those team fights as well is exactly what you'd expect from a lineup with the veterancy and experience of this.
And this is the lineup that I think needs to go forward. Longxing staying in the top lane. A 2-1 victory here for LGD to kick off their start to the LPL summer. It was a bit of a slug, but game 2 and game 3, that's the LGD you want to see. That's the LGD that can hit the top 8.
And it's performances across the board that are looking great. Longxing, we talked about him getting unchained a little bit after moving away from RNG. Well, he had a great performance on this Hecarim. You look at Peanut as well, looking fantastic.
He did int a couple of times.
He did, a little bit. But as well, Mark, this was a guy that I was trying to see, okay, how does he perform when away from Gala? Don't forget, Mark has played with Gala the entire time throughout his career. So first time away, he's the big boy now moving out of the house, and he's found himself a lovely apartment here with LGD.
That was a great way to end the series, though, I got to say. It was, I didn't actually see how Kramer stole the dragon, because I'm like, hang on a minute. Xie's up. Where is he? Oh, he's at the base.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he managed to steal. I don't think it would have made a difference in the end.
No.
You just get the TP regardless onto the minions, but still. Oh, how?
Interesting way to end the series. But, I mean, Kramer on his Ezreal, man. Like, Kramer has these moments of brilliance, right? In game 1, we were talking a lot about how he's getting caught out on his Aphelios, the issues that were with Kramer. Game 2 and 3, that's the Kramer you want to see. The one that is the carry, the individual who I put in my top 3 of 80 carries, even in spring, even last year. I would still go there. hoping to see more of this.
And on the opposite side, for Wink as the enemy AD carry, he did not have a series where he was enabled.
Really, no.
And I don't want to say, like, I don't feel like it was Wink overall playing horrifically. It was, as the Aphelios, well, the fight's running away from him. He's got no way to catch up. As this Callista, he's got to be short range. Well, Khan, or not Khan, even the Hecarim, I'm assuming it went Khan now. But, yeah, but Longxing was making sure that he was able to just dive this backline over and over. No hope for Wink to even get aggressive in these fights. And we said at the start, look, if this composition from E-Star falls behind, it will fall off a cliff. And I mean, it's more like a mountain because of the way that this one works, but still, this is just LGD running away with it.
I mean, LGD deserve a bit of celebration in a sense. I think for E-Star, the hope was that they would come back and after losing to WE in playoffs so convincingly, that this season, even with Fun coming in, they would show us that they're still a contender team. Game 1 was a great example of that. Game 1 was a very good example of that. But games 2 and 3, LGD just triumphed over them. And I guess we're going to see the development of a team that is running with a new mid laner. Because I don't think Fun is a problem, but I will say for LGD again, you know, it's been a party night. It's been a party night. First for V5, but LGD deserves it as well. LGD, the team that finished 15th, can they hit top 8? Biggest question of the season.
Look, my prediction's still in check. Top 4.
Clean that up.
I'm going to have words with PYL after this and say, you know what, buddy?
Hey.
They look good.
We told him backstage, we thought a lot of the casters in the English side think LGD. And he, essentially, the translator said, really? Really? So, yeah, I'm sure PYL was impressed towards the later half of that. Again, Longxing, the way forward here for LGD seems to be the way to go. Mark and Kramer syncing up quite nicely because remember, it was either Mark or Killua, who Killua has been first on Rogue Warriors and, you know, now in this team for a little bit. Mark looks good. And with Kramer, new highs, you'd have to see. You'd have to think.
And again, I think that this is a team that, given more time, will start to come together even better. Consistency across the board for me looks pretty good. I mean, there's not a member on this team that I look at and go, apart from maybe Kramer getting caught out sometimes, where I go, okay, this is actually a bit coin flippy here. So I think overall, LGD should be able to continue this ride forward. And you can see as well in the pick ban just how much attention Peanut is getting. This is why you've got to be careful about this meta right now, because Peanut can run away with it on his champions.
Would you like to talk about upcoming for LGD?
Oh, let's go.
I said it in the V5 segment. That's their next matchup. LGD versus V5 is coming on Saturday. For some reason, I think that's just going to be a great series.
Yeah, I mean, why not after this one?
You know, like Peanut versus Weiwei, and more importantly, I think Sam D versus Kramer.
Yeah.
PP God versus Mark. That, I don't know why, but all of a sudden I'm excited about that series.
I think as well it's super interesting because Sam D trained under Ruler back at the time when Kramer was still over in the LPL, so it's kind of interesting to see. Like, I guess this is going to be the two of them.
2 degrees of separation or something, right? Yeah. Also for LGD, if we're just talking about their schedule, assume that V5 for them could be possible success. DMO after that, then top esports. So they are really warming into the split. They've had a bit of a late start considering it is week 2 already, and this is the 4th day when they're picking up their first match. Coming back to E-Star, DMO is going to be their next series against them. They need to find a win there to show that they are a top 8 team. BOG, then LNG. So again, a relatively easy start for E-Star if they are a top 8 team.
Well, I mean, nothing here today was kind of me going, okay, these guys are not a top 8 team. It felt like they were still getting off to a great early game start. The problems were more so in the draft and the way that the composition was going to function. But I think you can go back, relook at that. And when you come in towards teams that aren't going to be at the caliber of LGD, like you'd imagine coming from DMO and that, I think they should be doing all good.
I would be looking towards E-Star and saying here that, yeah, Game 2 and Game 3 felt like they were outclassed more so than making mistakes. But there were a couple of big moments that dropped the ball, and as you mentioned, you know, the draft was a big factor there as well. Coming in as well, I don't want to see CJJ again. No offense to him. Xiaobai is just a better top laner because I've seen Xiaobai in this team more. So CJJ are parked to the side. E-Star, where did you rank them coming in?
I actually had them pretty far. I don't think I had them getting into playoffs.
Didn't you?
No, I think... Yeah, I think I had them about 9th. I think I had them just outside
Okay.
of it.
I had them 7th on top of WE, which you know.
Maybe I did. I can't remember. Still, though, like this is a team that could still get
at the very least
top
the
8
bubble,
spot.
yeah.
Like this is not.
Yeah.
It's more LPL is so damn stacked this summer that it's really hard to call when you do get out of that top 5, 6.
And you know the hardest thing for me is that each time when we get these roster changes, it's all about synergy at the end of the day. LPL synergy is so underrated because synergy here is so much about who fits well together. And I think Kramer and Mark, Kramer MVP of last game, by the way, fit really well together. And just coming back into this game briefly before we continue that conversation, Kramer's Ezreal was sick. This game, he was absolutely sick. He didn't miss much.
And especially with the amount of pressure that was put towards that bot lane, Kramer and Mark did a really good job to take over. And you can see here his positioning so often, getting aggressive into the backline where he's given the opportunity, but also just being able to free fire so damn often.
I mean, also, we're getting a bit of a Lungshing highlight with that engage as well, right? It was him thinking he's gotten caught out here. I want to watch this again because he should have died.
Well, where's the follow-up damage is the thing. Like, Wink is again trying to chase in, is late to the party. Fun gets exhausted. He doesn't have the follow-up damage. So, as Kramer, you're able to cleanse, get out of there, and then turn that fight back around.
We get to watch Mark steal the kill with a Q for absolutely no reason whatsoever. So, attempted Quadra there for Kramer, a great way to finish off. Coming back to the conversation where... What were we talking about? Something about LGD. Damn.
LGD. It's like, okay. Well, look, I think LGD definitely, this is a squad that could do incredibly well.
Yes.
For me, Shie, I wanted to see a little bit more from him. I was hoping
Game 3
because
was a good...
He did. It was more so in the early stage of the game. When I see Twisted Fate, I want to start seeing him get out of lane and start to have these big impactful moments. And especially when, I think it's more... When you compare it to Xiaohu and how good he was able to perform with it on RNG's game, I wanted to see him come in and have a similar performance, try and get out. Now, I know in some of the matchups it's a little bit difficult for him to do so, but still, look, if that's the only fault, that I can have for LGD in this game, I mean, that says more than anything else.
I think that was good. I think you're being picky.
I am being picky. I think
Shie
100%.
kicked butt there in that last game as well. However, that's it for today. Let's have a look at what happened if you missed out because we had 2 best-of-3s go the distance. Remember when we did 3 series a day?
Oh, God.
Remember when we had 3 series that went all 3 games? That was hard. But today, we get to end on a more comfortable note here. LGD and V5, the victors of today. And I got to say, we had some pretty nice series.
We had some great series. I mean, both of them were super entertaining, really down to the wire. And I had to laugh, you caught at the start of the day, 2 best-of-3s going the full distance.
Yeah. You look at the matchup of the teams, V5 and OMG right now look like they're at similar positions. I mean, V5 beating OMG. OMG was meant to be a bubble team coming into summer. So where do V5 go from here? They've got LGD coming up on Saturday. The 2 victors of today, their next matchup is against each other. So we get to the pinnacle to find out, are V5 a bubble team themselves? And are they potentially a top 8 team? Am I too much? No, because V5 could be going to Worlds.
I love that they win 2 games and we're already like,
Worlds.
No, they're confirmed for semifinals.
They've
Worlds.
doubled their victories from last split. They've infinite. Anyway, tomorrow, here's what's happening because the LPL English will be going 5 days a week as usual. FPX LNG will be your Tuesday start with Rogue Warriors and Top Esports. An interesting matchup. We got our MSC representatives, our 2 finalists, once again returning to the Rift.
And we're bringing them in what are kind of a little bit of an easier match, I'd say. You expect FPX to be able to take on LNG, but Rogue Warriors are always a team that can upset. You never really know what you're going to get with this squad. And when we talk about LGD being consistency, Rogue Warriors is coin flip every single damn day.
Every damn day. It's fun. We got some roster swaps between those teams as well. LNG playing their second series. Rogue Warriors making their debut too. Rogue Warriors and Top Esports